All right. Good morning, everyone. As we tone down the mood music, I'm excited to convene the November 29th, 2023 meeting of the Orange County Legislative Delegation. We are now called to order. Welcome, everyone who are attending and watching live on Orange TV. My name is Ana V. Escamani. I am proud to serve as a State House Representative for District 42 and have been your chairwoman of the Orange County Legislative Delegation. I will be presiding over the meeting today. I first would like to call on Representative LaVon Bracey Davis to offer the invocation, after which we will remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by my Vice Chair, Senator Geraldine Thompson.
Will you bow with me? Father, before we ask you for anything, we say thank you for everything. Thank you for allowing us, the Orange County Legislative Delegation, the opportunity to gather and humbly serve your people. Thank you for the voices that will speak and the ears that will listen. We gather here today with hearts united in service and seeking your divine guidance. Bless us, O God, with clarity of purpose and vision, that we may lead with wisdom of Solomon and the courage of David. As we do our work here today and in preparation for Tallahassee, in your infinite grace, grant us compassion to see the needs of our people and to act with kind hearts. Bestow upon us the courage to stand firm in the face of adversity, always upholding justice and truth. May we embody commitment, unwavering in our duty to those we serve, and creativity to find innovative solutions to the complex challenges of our times. As we navigate the nuanced narratives of our state, infuse us with clarity, that we may see the canvas of our state not as fragmented pieces, but as a magnificent mosaic, rich in diversity and depth. May we, as stewards of society, stitch a tapestry of tolerance and trust. And in the spirit of unity and progress, we recall the powerful words of Dr. Martin Luther King. The time is always right to do what is right. May this truth guide our actions, our decisions, and our laws. Be with us in Tallahassee as we engage in bipartisan leadership, and be with us today. And the people said, Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much, Representative Lopez and Senator Thompson. I will now call on our Secretary and Representative Johanna Lopez to get us through our roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Escamani.
Here.
Vice Chair Thompson.
Here.
Senator Baxley.
Here.
Senator Brador.
Here.
Senator Stewart.
Here.
Senator Torres. Representative Amnesty. Excused. Representative Anton. Excused. Representative Bankson.
Here.
Representative Bracey Davis.
Here.
Representative Harris.
Here.
Representative Lopez here. Representative Plasencia. Representative Stark. Excuse.
Thank you so much, Representative Lopez. And I do want to acknowledge that we have a few excused absences today. I know in particular Representative Paula Stark is not feeling well, and she sends her regards. I know the members who are not here also have their staff present, and so if you would like to grab their staff, please do, and they are watching on Orange TV, so if you do have comments for them, definitely share that, because I know even if folks are not physically here, they are here in spirit, and many of them are here virtually watching us. So we hope that for those who are not here, that we serve you well today in your absence. With that said, we are here with a diverse delegation representing parts of Orange County, and I want to give our colleagues a moment to say hello, introduce themselves and their districts. We're going to do the Cliff Notes version because we have a packed agenda today, more than 8 pages long. So I'm going to start with my far right now that Senator Torres has arrived. If you'd like to say hello, introduce yourself, and then we'll just make our way throughout all the members.
We're ready. Good morning, everyone. It's
Good morning.
just got here. Thank you again. I'm Senator Victor Torres, District 25. I represent the lower part of Orange County and all of Osceola County. It's a pleasure. And being this is my last, I believe, my last delegation meeting. So it's an honor being here and working for the community and hoping to hear from all of you. Thank you again.
Good morning. My name is Representative LaVon Bracy Davis. It is an honor and a delight to be before you today. I am so excited to listen. I represent House District 40, the fierce and fabulous House District 40, which makes up Ocoee, Pine Hills, College Park, Mercy Drive, Lockhart, and it's a delight to be here. I also would like to acknowledge my legislative aide that is here in the House with me today, Rashawn Young. Please stand. If you have any questions, please see Rashawn. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I am Representative Rita Harris. I'm so honored to represent beautiful House District 44 in South Orange County. From Lake Nona to Dr. Phillips, the airport, and Universal, we have the most fun district in the state.
Debatable. No.
I'm Senator Linda Stewart. I'm in District 17, which is majority of Orange County, except for the west side. And I'm happy to be here and interested in what you have to say today, and hope that we can move forward with your concerns in Tallahassee. I have 3 aides here today, Devin, Travis, and Dana. You can stand if you'd like. Just attack them and ask them any question you want. It's fine. Thank you.
Good morning. Buenos dias. My name is Johanna Lopez. I'm your state rep for District 43, the east side of Orlando. I am very proud to serve that district because since I came from Puerto Rico, I live in the same place, and I know my constituents so well. And I also have with me my former student from Colonial High School that is currently my district aide, Suhan, on the right side, graduated from UCF. Oh. So if you need anything, just go to Suhan today, but I'm always here to serve you. And I am so proud also to be a former school board member. So today we have my former chair. Thank you for coming. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Senator Thompson.
Good morning. I'm Senator Geraldine Thompson. I represent Senate District 15, which is West Orange County, and it includes the cities of Winter Garden, Ocoee. It also comes into Pine Hills, Paramore, and goes out to the town of Eatonville. And if you need assistance, I have 2 aides with me today. This is Michael Bryan and Christopher Miller.
Is this on? Thank you. I'm Dennis Baxley in the Florida Senate. My pleasure to serve District 13. That is made up of all of Lake County and West Orange County. We, as I say, we cover from Astor to Disney. So it's a good ride and a beautiful part of North Central Florida that we all get to share and plan great things together. Thank you for the opportunity to serve. I'm just going to ask my staff to stand, the 3 on the front row here. And you go up and ask them their names after so you'll know them personally. And thank you for being with me and taking care of the people we serve. Thank you.
Jason Broder, Senator from District 10. I cover all of Seminole County and then in Orange County, Winter Park, and Maitland. We have 600,000 constituents, like Senator Baxley, so we're about the size of Wyoming, which is great. Pleasure to serve. Easily accessible. My email is broder.jason.webb@flsenate.gov. My cell phone number is 407-758-0258. 407-752-0258. Just so you all know, we're happy to serve and pleasure to be here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
My name's Doug Bankson, and I serve District 39, which is Winter Garden to just south of Heathrow and Mount Dora to I-4, and of course around our lovely Lake Apopka that is resurging and excited to serve there. And I was asked to introduce the aides of those who were unable to be here, as well as mine. So I'll start with mine. Nicole and my new aide, Maddie, would you all stand up there? And if you need anything, please reach out to them. And also on behalf of Representative Amnesty, Mindy Silva is here. On behalf of Representative Plasencia, we have Victor Martinez and Daniel Elliott. And then on behalf of Representative Stark, we have Joshua, or we love him as JD. There he is. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Representative, for making sure everyone is recognized. I also just want to say thank you to the Orange County staff and the Orange TV staff. We cannot do these meetings without the work of our Orange County colleagues, and I do have gift cards to Drunken Monkey that I purchased for the staff that helped us facilitate this meeting today from the delegation. So big thank you to our staff. I'll make sure that we give this to our amazing folks who helped make this day possible. And Representative Bankson mentioned, the aides that we have, and Senator Broder mentioned contact information. For our guests that are here, we do have these handouts out in the front that have everyone's emails and contact information. So I do encourage you to grab that, whether you're coming in or coming out. This is one opportunity to talk to your lawmakers, but it's not the only opportunity. And so we do want to make sure folks know that. With that said, let's go ahead and get started with this meeting. And again, my name is Ana Escamani, and I want to welcome you to District 42. We represent parts of the city of Orlando, Winter Park, Belle Isle, Edgewood, Maitland, and the historic town of Eatonville. And I'm very proud to be serving as the chairwoman of this delegation. Over 10 years ago, I was a wee little one who would come to these meetings to testify to the public. And so I know how important it is to make sure your voices are heard, and we're going to do our best to ensure that every person has a voice today. And you play a part in that. So we do encourage folks to be efficient with your use of your time. And of course, any fault materials, you can always meet with us afterwards or meet with our staff as well. And so let's get it kicked off with a welcome remark from the one and only mayor of Orange County, and that is Mr. Mayor Jerry Deming. So we welcome you, and thank you so much for making the time. I know you had a long meeting last night in this same building, so it's great to have you here with us.
Well, thank you very much. I'm honored to be here, and let me just officially welcome you here to the Orange County Board of County Commission chambers. I'm honored to be serving as the countywide elected mayor, the 5th elected mayor. I joined the 4th elected mayor, the now school board chair, who is here. You're going to hear from Teresa Jacobs shortly as well. But also, let me just say thank you to my staff and my team who will hopefully make it comfortable for you during your various communications and presentations today. Here from an Orange County perspective, as we represent the 1.5 million people who call Orange County home and have the dubious responsibility to also provide service to the 74 plus million visitors who come to Orange County on an annual basis. There will be one item that I want to note that you may hear more about, and one of the legislative priorities for our county is to explore the potential expansion of the tourist impact tax that is currently eligible under Florida Statute 125 for areas that have been deemed of special concern, areas of concern by the state of Florida. To date, there's only one county in Florida that is so designated, and that is Monroe County. You will hear from us about what that means for us. One of the things that I did as the mayor was impanel a tourist development tax task force, and that task force looked at the tourist development tax receipts or revenues that we get as a county. And this year we will exceed the collections of over $350 million. And while that sounds like a lot of money, it's not enough to do all of the things that we need to do as a county. And as such, with the growing county, with the tremendous tourist visits that we do have some, I'm going to say, some negative impacts as well from the tourist visits. And we believe that the tourist impact tax should be expanded to allow other counties other than Monroe to address some of the other needs that we have as a county, such as dealing with the affordable housing crisis. So you're going to hear from us about that. We realize that this is a heavy lift. It'll be very difficult to have that conversation within Tallahassee, but it is one that we believe and has been recommended by the Tourist Development Task Force that was impaneled. That group of volunteer citizens ranked, ordered the expenditures of those things within our community that we will prioritize, but this is one of those things. So I'm obligated to at least have the conversation with you. So thank you for being here. We appreciate the work that all of you do on behalf of all Floridians. When I say Floridians, I don't see that through the lens of a partisan kind of lens. I see it as a bipartisan lens. At the end of the day, we are all Floridians, and thank you so much for your service. And God bless. I wish I could stay, but unfortunately, I have a full schedule today. God bless. Quick question.
Mayor Demies, if you have a second, we have one quick question from Senator Broder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. You had mentioned the spending of the tourist tax, and clearly with us as state legislators, many of us represent many areas other than Orange County, and we know that the tourists impact us as a region. Would you advocate or be in favor of having more or different or additional members of other county commissions or county leadership helping spend that money to make sure that that's acting or capturing the full impact?
One of the things that we did here within Orange County is through the Tourist Development Task Force was we opened it up for our residents to try to prioritize how we would spend the current tax revenues given the limitations on how it could be spent. By doing so, we had $3.5 billion worth of requests for the funds, and our elected controller indicated that we have the capacity to bond about $900 million. So we had $3.5 billion worth of requests. So in terms of the tourist development tax itself, I'm not advocating that we need to make any modifications or changes there, but in the tourist impact tax is what I'm talking about there. And what we're looking at is expanding the eligible counties that could impose the tax there. Okay, so a distinction between the two. What I'm not advocating is that the tax receipts that are collected here within Orange County should be redistributed around the state. That is not what I'm advocating here, because we have, because of the direct impact on our county, and other counties are able to also impose development tax within their respective counties. So it is proportionately impactful, I would say that, on the different counties.
Fair enough. Just one
Follow-up, Chair.
We know Osceola collects theirs and does theirs, and so
Yes.
certainly in that regard. Of those, that when you polled the citizens, what percentage of that was to expand the convention center versus any other need the county has?
We approved an expenditure of about $500 million that would go to expand the convention center. The convention center is our bread and butter. It is the only facility that we allocated dollars for that actually is owned by Orange County government. But we historically have provided funding for other venues. We have used dollars to help expand Camping World Stadium, to build the Amway Arena, to build the Dr. Phillips Performing Arts Center here, and to invest in other local venues such as the Orlando Science Center. Even dollars were allocated for the One Pulse Museum that, of course, has been in the news recently. So we have used it to the betterment to improve the overall quality of life for our residents and the experiences that they have here as well as others. We do see these assets, while they are within our county, we see them as regional assets. These are assets that the entire Central Florida, and I dare say the state of Florida, benefits from as well.
Thank you
Just
so
one
much.
last-
Just
last
one
comment.
last question, Senator, because
Sure.
we got to wrap
So,
up.
but percentage-wise, you don't know what percentage of the residents polled specifically think that the convention center expansion is
Okay.
premier versus all the other ones that we do.
So we did some polling, some surveying, and in fact, the convention center from the Tourist Development Task Force, it was one of the top priorities recommended by the task force itself, if that answers your question.
But not the citizens.
We polled citizens, I just don't have the numbers
No problem.
with me
No problem. Thank you.
today. We can provide that to you.
It's great.
Okay.
Not
All
needed.
right.
Not just a question.
Thank you so
Okay.
much. Are there any
All
other
right.
questions for our mayor? And I will say, if anybody wants to talk more about the TDT or the TIT, which is the acronym for the Tourism Impact Tax, I'm happy to have those conversations. So let's chat more for sure.
Okay.
Thank you so
All
much,
right.
Mayor.
Thank you all so much.
All right, fabulous. Okay, so we're going to keep going through. We're now going to receive remarks from some of our amazing local elected officials and spokespeople for government-related entities. So each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the delegation. I do want to give a shout out to Suhan, who is one of our aides, Representative Lopez's office. She'll be running the timer. So you will have a timer, and we do encourage folks to use that time wisely. And then I also want to make sure that Representative Stark's aide, Mr. Peter Vivaldi, was not mentioned, but he's here too. So make sure he gets a shout out. There he is. Perfect. So want to make sure I do that. So with that said, when we have our speakers come up, if you could please just begin by stating your name and, of course, your position for the record, too. We deeply appreciate that. And then, members, if you have questions, as Senator Broder modeled for us, you'll have those questions from the chair. But please just be mindful of our time. The morning session is not as packed as the afternoon session. But if we have extra time, we're going to grab afternoon people before we recess. So I want to be as sensitive as possible to try to get folks into the opportunity to speak and out with their days. So with that said, first up is we have Orange County School Board Chair Teresa Jacobs, followed by Mayor Brian Nelson and State Attorney Andrew Bain. So if you can be in the wing, we appreciate that. Chair Jacobs, you are recognized.
Thank you. Chair Jacobs, Chair of the School Board of Orange County. On behalf of Orange County Public Schools and our school board, I want to thank the esteemed members of the Orange County delegation for the service that you provide to the citizens here in Orange County and throughout the state. And I especially appreciate this opportunity that you provide for us each year to address you about the concerns and goals that we have. As you probably know, Orange County Public Schools is the 8th largest school district in the country. We're the 4th largest school district in Florida. We proudly serve a diverse population of 207,993 students, to be exact. And we operate 210 schools across the county. We're also one of the largest employers in Central Florida with more than 24,000 employees, including more than 14,000 amazing teachers. The school board recently approved our 2024 state legislative platform, and I wanted to share a few of our legislative priorities. But before I do so, I also want to introduce Scott Howitt, who is with us in the back. Scott Howitt is Executive Leader over Communications and Legislative Affairs. If you have any tough questions, he'll take them. Above all else, the district's seeking your support for meaningful proposals to improve the lives of our students and our staff. Some of the most impactful ways that you can do this include, 1, increasing the investment in public education by increasing the Florida Education Finance Program, FEFP, funding to a level that at a minimum keeps pace with inflation. As you all know, inflation has been at very high levels, and we struggle to try to help our employees continue to serve in this capacity. Support legislation that would streamline state laws and eliminate unnecessary regulations to enhance efficiency and provide more flexibility for public school operations. One example is to allow school districts more flexibility to recruit and retain teachers by easing the impact of salary compression, rewarding experienced teachers who demonstrate a sustained high level of performance, and eliminating limitations for advanced degree compensation. Create innovative, grow-your-own programs that provide opportunities for existing school staff to become certified school teachers. For example, we have a great partnership with UCF and Rollins College, and we believe that dedicated support for these programs is essential to developing new teachers who already live in our community and work in our schools. Fourth, increase FEFP transportation categorical funding to fully cover the rising cost for transporting our students. Serving more than 56,000 students, OCPS operates the largest public transportation system in Central Florida. Transportation funding through FEFP accounts for roughly 50% of our actual cost. The other 50% of our transportation funding has to come from the same source of revenues that we pay salaries to our employees. So having to use 50% of that funding of transportation funding for employees' salaries takes away from how we can compensate our teachers. Was that my timer?
You're good.
Okay.
You're good, Chair. You can wrap up.
And as you all know, we have a nationwide shortage of bus drivers, rapidly rising costs for buses and fuel, and newly mandated legislative changes to start school times. This funding shortfall is only expected to increase. And with that, I will close by, again, thanking you for your support. If there's any questions that you have, I'll be pleased to answer them now. If not, we'll be pleased to set up a one-on-one meeting with you. Representative Harris, I want to thank you for the time that you recently afforded you. On a personal note, I've had the opportunity to work one-on-one with most of you in one capacity or another. It's been a joy and an honor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think we do have at least one question for you from Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
What impact has expanding vouchers had on the school system here in Orange County? We didn't know when the bill was passed how many people would take advantage of it and what that would mean in terms of funds moving from the public system into other areas.
Well, I thank you for that question. It's not as easy as you might think for us to identify the exact number because we've seen growth in student population. We know that we are also seeing growth in vouchers. It would be expected that the vouchers are. The growth is probably coming directly from Orange County Public Schools. I don't know if Mr. Howitt has an exact number. I don't think so. But we'll be pleased to try to look at that, analyze that, and get back in touch with you. Thank you.
Thank
Any
you so
other
much.
questions? Thank you.
One more question, Representative Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Is there any current bill that are addressing this transportation issue in the state of Florida?
No. The bill that was passed, I believe it was last year, will change the starting times, which, as you know, our board is very strongly in favor of trying to move the high school starting times to a later time. But every time we've analyzed it, the cost of doing so and the impact on elementary school students of moving them to an early time would have our elementary schools students walking to school in the dark much of the year, not a safe environment. The problem that we see with the legislation that I think becomes effective in 2025 is that we're going to have to compress our schedules. That means we're going to have to hire substantially more bus drivers than we currently have. Right now, we have a shortage of 100 bus drivers. This is a statewide, nationwide problem, and unfortunately, it's going to be aggravated. We actually have many buses that have to go and pick up kids in the morning, go back and pick up a second round of kids and bring them to school. At the afternoon, they take one group home, come back and pick up another group. That means we have kids getting up earlier in the morning and waiting at school for school to start, and vice versa. We have kids hanging around after school that have to wait for the second bus. So from a safety standpoint, what we have already is challenging. What we're going to have in the future, frankly, to me, is alarming. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much for everything you do. You have several OCBS grads up here, so we're really grateful for your leadership and to all of our school board members. Okay. We have Mayor Brian Nelson, the Honorable Brian Nelson. You are recognized for the City of Apopka.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the Orange County Delegation. Just got a couple of requests here for some funding. We've got a Cleveland Street affordable housing project we're trying to implement. 103 units, 36 of those will be for seniors. So obviously we all know there's a real shortage for affordable housing, so need your help. I've got Representative Bankson and Senator Baxley are the ones sponsoring that for us, and hope we can get that over the finish line this year. The second project is to replace about 13 miles of asbestos and galvanized pipes in the city of Apopka. need help there, and we've got Senator Thompson and Representative Bankson helping us with that. And then the last thing is to continue funding our Lake Apopka. We've made strides. In the last 20 years, we've made incredible strides, and we just can't let take our foot off the gas pedal. We need to keep pushing forward to make those improvements, because if you get out there, hopefully you get out to see what the lake looks like today. But it's really made some tremendous strides, and so we're getting there. We can't quit. So please continue to fund the $5 million for the Lake Apopka restoration. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for the mayor? All right. Next up, thank you so much again. Next up is State Attorney Andrew Bain from the 9th Judicial Circuit. You are recognized.
I learned this the last time I was here. Because I was bending over like an old man. And Mayor Deming saved me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to thank you all for your service to our state, to our community, and the sacrifices you make as public servants for our people in our community. I gave you a packet with a lot of other things, but some of the things that I really want to talk to you all about that is dear to my heart, and I feel like it's going to make a huge impact when it comes to criminal justice in our community. The first one has to do with the literacy program that I would like to start moving forward for our community. We've known for many years and decades, and sometimes we almost can look back to centuries-long information, that the fact that the inability of our students and our children to be able to read affects their ability to be able to progress in life, and will likely end up with them inside of the criminal justice system in our courtrooms and being prosecuted by my office. Right now, statistics are very alarming. About 85% of incarcerated and kids that come in contact with the criminal justice system are functionally illiterate. We know that private corporations use these third-grade reading scores from our community to decide how many prisons they're going to build in our community. And right now, Orange County is sitting at about a 54% passage rate from last year, and in Osceola County, the other side of what I represent for the 9th Judicial Circuit, is about 45%. And inside of the communities that are most impacted by this situation, about 70% of the kids in those schools cannot read or not passing their third-grade reading tests. So my ask for you all to support me in helping about 500 juveniles that are inside our system right now in the 9th Circuit, and aiding them to be able to get the specialized help they may need and tutors they may need to overcome this issue, so I do not have to see them later on as adults and then sending them to prison. I've spoken to Senator Baxley about this, Senator Broder and Senator Bankston, in helping us doing that. Ask is a little bit big, but it's around $3.6 million to be truly effective in this area. One more thing I want to put forward with you is our prison diversion program. Roughly about 31 people last year were sent to prison or nonviolent offenders. There are roughly a couple thousand, almost 2,000 individuals that will qualify for this program. It's a forward-thinking program. It's like, so most of the time we are sentencing based on the crime that people are committing. This program will allow us to sentence people based on the needs of the person individually, so that we can address them and make sure that we are functioning in a forward way thinking, and not using our money that we use, about $30,000 a year, to send a person to prison and house them in the Department of Corrections.
If you could land the plane.
Really quick.
Yeah.
Last one is VOCA. That's a statewide issue, nationwide issue. Right now, the federal government is withdrawing funds. We're going to lose. If I were to lose that money, I would lose about 35%. That's 10 victim advocates for my office, at a time that we should be increasing the likelihood and the efforts to represent victims and make sure they have the services they need, especially when it comes to domestic violence. We've seen this tragically too much in the news. We keep pushing for education, but our numbers are down in reports of domestic violence incidents. Our homicides are up, including the one that we just talked about. We just heard from last year, like about a week ago, and the two domestic violence incidents with Mr. Corey Hill. So the funding for that is absolutely a necessity. I'm actually looking to actually expand what we're doing in that area and also bring along some crisis therapists into our office to make sure that we are getting the most out of our contacts with those victims and helping them through the very hard times they're experiencing as a family, as a community.
Thank you. Thank you. Question, Representative Bankson.
Just very quickly, I want to thank you for taking the time with me. He has a tremendous story of his rescue from what could have been a very different outcome, and you stand here as a representative. I just really want to encourage all of our delegation to stand behind this literacy program and to help push for this all that we can, because this is preventative. The return on investment stands before us today.
Correct.
And I think it's a very vital thing. So thank you for being forward-thinking.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to coming up to Tallahassee in January and, if necessary, coming back to testifying in front of our Criminal Justice Committee and giving you the full story of how this particular issue changed me from being on the other side, where I could be going to prison, to where I'm standing here with you all today. So it's something I can't explain to you how vital it is to our community.
Thank you. We have a question from Representative Levon Bracey Davis.
Thank you so much. Go ahead. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I believe in September you made mention that you discontinued the office's diversion programs while you evaluate their effectiveness. Can you speak to that, and what was the results of that evaluation, and are those diversion programs moving forward? I think you hinted to it in your opening remarks, but could you dig a little deeper in that?
All right. So unlike popular demand and headlines that have been publicized when I came into office, I did not discontinue all our diversion programs. What I did was that we had two sets of diversion types of programs that were going on. One of them was a probation-based program where you will get diverted from the system and you will go through our probation, either Department of Corrections, Orange County Probation, and or Osceola County Probation. That program has always been continuing, and that traditional program has been existing since 1987 in our circuit. So that program had never changed. What had been added to the program were these other state attorney created, my office created diversion programs. Those programs, how well intended, did not allow me to report to all of my citizens and to you all how effective we are. So because they were just all over the place. So what I did, what I'm working with now, and what I'm hopefully should get a demo on next week, is consolidating those programs into one centralized area where we can, the public can apply to become for that diversion, where that we can then process that case and the person can get through faster, and then I can report to you all how effective we are in making sure that happens. Because right now, I can for you to ask me how effective were the drug diversion programs started under two administrations ago, I couldn't tell you, Madam Representative, because we don't have the information, we don't have the numbers. I couldn't pull that numbers because we are not keeping track of it. So what I'm doing is making sure we are being transparent, we're being effective. We are also allowing more people to be available for those programs. They're a quick turnaround and also cost prohibitive for the defendants, because diversion, even though it's a great idea, it's very expensive. Even for the most simplest charges, through the probationary system, the cost on the defendant is very high. So we're going to try to give people other options to where they can afford it, and we're not also, burdening them with, the cost of, the criminal justice system at that point.
Thank you so much. Senator Stewart, I believe you had a question as well.
Really quickly, of the legislative budget request, what is, and the 7 that are listed, what is the total amount that it would add up to?
I am not sure. I sat down with my executive team and my executive director, Ms. Camilla Perry, who's doing an amazing job, and we were trying to compile all these different things. We didn't come with a total number for all of them. Most of them are related to the function of the office. The particular programs I'm referring to, the big money one is the literacy program. That is the most expensive thing that we am asking for. But most of them have to do with, we have vehicles that are barely functioning for our investigators, and they're the ones that find witnesses and help the prosecution of our cases. Our staffing always is an issue when it comes to support staff, and the number of prosecutors that we need to continue to keep up with the growth in population of our circuit, as well as the compression issues that have been coming about when it comes to staffing and paying those support staff and attorneys. So we're never going to be able to keep up with the private sector in my office when it comes to attorneys, but we have to make it attractive enough for people to want to continue to serve and be able to take care of their families.
All right. And Senator Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, State Attorney, for the time that you took when we had an earlier meeting. I ascribe to the notion, as Frederick Douglass said, it is easier to build strong men than it is to repair broken boys. So yes. I believe in intervention. I'd like to know, with regard to the literacy program, the mechanics.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this funding that would come to the state attorney? Would it go to the school system? Exactly how would that work?
It will come to my office in a similar kind of test pilot that we're doing right now with the Department of Juvenile Justice. The money would then be contracted out with the UCF Communication Disorder Clinic, who has specialists that provide a 12-week semester's tutoring program. The maximum of that is 2 contacts per week after the assessments are done and screening is done for that, and then there's a post-assessment, so then we can also report how effective we were. The other original money is will go to Adult Literacy League and other organizations inside of Orange County that deal with literacy and have been really effective in helping them train volunteers and other people to become literacy coaches that we're matching with mentors throughout the system. So our hope is to provide mentorship and tutoring for that person and hopefully to expand a lot of great work that that people are already doing with our kids in the community.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much, State Attorney. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And thank you again.
Thank you. I'm not sure if the Honorable Chief Judge for the Ninth Circuit, Lisa Munian, is here, but I want to just give a moment in case she is. Okay. If she arrives, we'll welcome her. So next up will be the Honorable Christine Moore, Commissioner for Orange County District 2. And just to be on standby, the Honorable John Mina and the Honorable Tiffany Moore Russell will be up next. You are recognized.
All right. Good morning.
Good
Thank
morning.
you for your time today. We spent 10 hours here yesterday, so we had the seats all warmed up for you. And so I wanted to talk to you about Vision Zero and the commitment from the federal government and the state to make our roadways safer. There's no issue that I hear more about from my citizens than trying to have safe routes to work and to school and keeping our pedestrians safe. What we've been finding in the local level as this county grows, we're becoming more and more urban. And some of the roadways that were built in the 1990s were wide, they were fast moving roadways to get you from one place to the other as quickly as possible. But what we're finding is they're actually causing a lot of conditions where we're seeing loss of life. And so thank you to Representative Bracy Davis for carrying a special appropriation for us on the Claricona-Ocoee corridor. And some of you may not remember, but about 4 years ago, we had 2 daughters with their 3 children, and Grandma was driving with a very young driver who was going down this corridor at 90 miles an hour and killed most of the family. It was absolutely tragic, and county did what we could in terms of adding an additional signal and speed control and what have you. And so what we're seeing coming out of the federal government is a series of countermeasures, whether they're narrowing lanes, adding chicanes, roundabouts, lower speed limits, raised crosswalks, street lighting, a whole menu of things to make these roadways safer as we're becoming more urban. So anything you can do to help Representative Bracy Davis. We're going to pilot something with your help over in that Hiawassee, Claricona area, and hope that we can continue to lessen the loss of life. On another note, in this same area, I've had one neighborhood that had their wall destroyed from accidents 5 times in 6 months. And in the last 30 days, the Lynx bus stop was taken out twice from accidents. And so we really need your help. That's what I hear as County Commissioner for this Northwest part, most of all, is that people just want to be safe. So anything you can do to help us would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just, too, I've spoken to my chairwoman in transportation and modals about doing a workshop on pedestrian safety. So hopefully something that will be scheduled in the Florida House soon so we can have a more intentional policy-focused conversation for the whole state.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Sheriff John Mina, you are up next. Thank you, sir. You're recognized.
All right. Well, good morning, and thank you for the work that you're doing, and thank you for taking the time. I'm not asking for any money, so I just have 4 pieces of legislation that I want to propose to you. We've got a lot of good interest from reps and senators around the state on all 4 of these. So there are 4 things that reduce crime and keep our community safe. This great police work, community trust and engagement, technology, and good, strong laws, and that's where you all can help us with that. So the first one is proposed legislation that we increase penalties for after-hours clubs that are operating illegally, selling alcohol after 2 o'clock. It may not seem like a big deal, but we are having major issues not only in Orange and Central Florida, but all throughout the state. These after-hour clubs selling alcohol illegally attract a criminal element, violent crime and drugs. We've had a number of shootings at after-hours clubs here in Orange County. The proposed legislation would make it, would change it from a misdemeanor to a felony. So these club owners that are operating illegally don't really care because the fines are minimal and they're making a lot of money, and it's just a misdemeanor, many times dropped by the state for more pressing issues. So that's our first one. So it would also allow us to use our nuisance abatement board here locally to target these illegal clubs. The second one, you're not going to believe this, but in the state of Florida, to lure and entice a child into your vehicle is a misdemeanor crime. So think about it, your grandkids are out front of your house and a van pulls up and the guy says, hey, you little girl or boy, come here to my van, come inside. You run out, he takes off. It's a misdemeanor crime, which was not witnessed by law enforcement, so we cannot get an arrest warrant. We cannot get a search warrant to search his phone or her phone for child pornography. So we want to increase this law from a misdemeanor to a felony. Just to let you know, this is one of the top priorities of Florida Sheriff's Association as well. Again, lots of interest throughout the state on that one. The next one is street racing, not only locally, but all throughout the state of Florida. And you have talking to different politicians in this area. That's the number one complaint I hear is speeding and street racing. So this proposed legislation would change the second offense, not the first offense, from a misdemeanor to a felony. It will also increase penalties for street racers who are impeding the flow of emergency vehicles such as fire trucks, which we've seen right here in our own community. But this, again, it's not a local issue. This is a statewide and actually a national issue. So we understand people are going to make mistakes. They might get caught up in the moment on the first violation. Fine, that's a misdemeanor. When you make that second mistake, we want that increased to a felony for further deterrence. So the last one involves risk protection orders. As you remember, after the tragedy in Parkland and Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, our state did a great job of adopting the risk protection order, where if someone was threatening themselves or someone else, law enforcement could actually take the gun and prevent that person from purchasing the gun as well. There is a serious loophole in that risk protection order law. So in other words, if we go and we have all the elements we need to take that gun away from that person, but say a friend or a family member says, hey, don't worry about this, cops, take my gun. There is no penalty for that person who knowingly gave a firearm to a person who is under a risk protection order. So those are the 4 pieces of legislation. I know some of you are already interested in some of these, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Sheriff. I know we have a question for Representative Rita Harris.
Hi, good morning, Sheriff. I wanted to know, and first of all, I want to preface by saying that the constituents that I've spoken to have said that your deputies have been really helpful in this issue. But I wanted to know what could be done. There is a lot of noise in the Williamsburg area. It usually comes from like the Taft-Vineland area, so like you can hear music sometimes 7 miles away. They're really souped up speaker systems. that are amazing. Like the people who create them are very talented because they're like electronically they know what they're doing. What can the constituents do? I don't know if there's anything legislatively we can do to help put more teeth into what's already in place. But what can constituents do, and what as lawmakers, statewide lawmakers, what can we do to help your deputies enforce these noise ordinances? Because it goes way until 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock into the morning.
So it's an issue for us. We do receive a lot of those complaints. Unfortunately, we'll receive a complaint. The deputies will respond. The people have already turned the music down. We haven't witnessed it. So we're working with county government to kind of see what county ordinances can be improved or bolstered upon. But happy to look at something statewide, because I'm sure it's not just an issue here in Orange County, but it is a major complaint. We understand it's a nuisance, but many of the issues we deal with, people just turn the music down, and we haven't witnessed that. And then the people who call don't want to meet with us or write a statement, so we can't enforce the local ordinance.
Representative Von Bracey Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Just a question. You made mention of part of, I guess, your mission or the focus of your office is community trust. Can you expand on that just a little bit? I represent, and I can't speak for my entire district, but there's some sects in my district that there's some trust issues in terms of the office and the community. So could you just expand on what you're doing to bridge those gaps and how you're focusing on community trust?
So thank you for that question. We do a number of programs all throughout Orange County to build trust with our kids, to include Police Athletic League, Teen Police Academy, a number of formal programs. We bought a whole trailer with games in it and large screen TVs, so we can take out into these neighborhoods and let the kids interact with law enforcement. Something we just recently did was we contracted with a company that does countywide surveys, right, that pop up on your iPhone as an ad, and people have been taking these surveys. So last month, over 1,300 people took the survey, and one of the questions was about trust, and I think it's well over 70% had trust in law enforcement in their community. So if you look at our social media, you will see all the different things we do out in our community. And so what I tell our deputies, it's not only the formal engagement activities, but it's the informal activities. So our deputies are encouraged to not only fight crime and reduce crime and arrest the perpetrators, but take time out of their day to touch the life of a child. That is in our mission statement, to actually build trust and engage with our community every single day, and we do it.
Any other questions, members? All right. Thank you so much, Sheriff. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
All right. We have up next the Honorable Tiffany Moore Russell for Orange County Clerk of Courts. Welcome. You're recognized.
Good morning, Representatives and Senators. Thank you for your service to our respective community. I am Tiffany Moore Russell, your Orange County Clerk of Court, and I'm here today to present to you the 2024 Clerks Legislative Priority Bill. Clerks remain grateful for the legislative's commitment and partnership, working hand in hand on funding solutions that help us provide critical services in our communities and that efficiently and effectively support the state's court system. I want to share with you and thank you for the support for the last 3 years and bring to your attention the support many of you co-sponsored. And one of those, again, started with the passage of Senate Bill 838, sponsored by Senator Jim Boyd in 2021, House Bill 397 by Representative Chuck Clemens in 22, and last year through House Bill 977, Representative Adam Botana, which helped us move the needle when it comes to sustainability, when it comes to our funding. And thanks to many of you over the last 3 years who signed on as co-sponsors. I greatly appreciate your support. But we have more work to do because we continue to address the stability of our funding statewide. So this year, our bill, which is being sponsored by Representative Botana and Senator Travis Hudson, and as I have an Orange County proposed bill that Representative Banks is going to support addressing technology, but I'm going to tell you what's in the bill this year in 2024. And the total request amount is $64.6 million. And again, this is what we're going to call a continuation bill, because took it to more of a phased approach. We're trying to build up to a sustainable funding system. So in this bill, first it's going to have a fixed glitch for Chapter 34 of Florida statutes, which relates to issuance of summons to ensure that both circuit and county courts clarify the distribution for cross claims. That's an $8.3 million gain. The continuation to diversify clerk funding through statutory redirects of certain revenues for court-related services. This allows clerks to remain more of the funds we collect today to be able to address the needs in our community. That will gain us $29.4 million. And of course, to continue to reimburse the process for certain public services, such as approved civil indigency, domestic violence, or a reimbursement process. And lastly, we have in our bill flexibility to allow clerks for continuation to improve court-funded technology. And that's the bill that Representative Bankson is supporting as well. Our technology demands far outpaces the funding for technology. So this bill also addresses technology funding. And so also we have a bill coming to you this year is to include clerks to seek change for Chapter 119 for certain personal identifying information to protect us and make it confidential and exempt. We are the only agency or elected official in the justice system that's not protected. Everybody else in the circle of justice gets exempt but the clerk and our staff. And I will tell you, there are several people who are banned from the courthouse because they've made attempts against me. So again, that's something we're coming to you as well. So with that, I want to thank you for your support. I've met with many of you individually, and I thank you for giving me your time. I want to also acknowledge my staff who is here, because you may also hear from them, either your staff or directly. Roberta Johnson, my general counsel. If you can stand, Charlene Gatlin, governmental affairs, and Krista Ziegler, governmental affairs. Just walk up. There she go. So you may see them throughout the halls. They may also direct your staff members. And so again, I thank you for your support. If I have not met with you individually, just know that you will be getting a call very soon for a one-on-one contact to go into more detail about my request. Thank you for the time, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions, members? Senator Thompson.
Thank you for being here. Thank you, Madam Chair. Where'd you get your jacket?
You want me to text you or you want me to tell you? Okay.
Thank you.
Text, please. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Have a great
so
day
much.
today.
Appreciate you. Okay, so we also have some voices here from our federal offices. So I know that we have Riley Wogeman, Regional Director for U.S. Senator Marco Rubio. You are recognized.
Thank you. I also am not here to ask for money or support for bills, so good news for me. My name is Riley. I cover Central Florida for Senator Rubio, so I go all the way up to Marion County, down through Osceola, and then I have Sumter County to the coast. So I pretty much have all of you guys, so if I haven't met you personally yet, I'm so sorry about that. I took over about 6 months ago, so I look forward to meeting with you all one-on-one. All I really wanted to say is that there's quite a few issues we're obviously looking at in this next term. We have 5 years to get good work done, spanning from pro-family policy to returning manufacturing to our shores, so I look forward to working with all of you and learning where we can collaborate and help all of our Floridians, but specifically here in Central Florida. So thank you.
Awesome. Any questions for Riley? All right. Thank you so much. And I also know we have Jason Henry, District Director for Congressman Maxwell Frost here in District 10. You are recognized, Mr. Henry.
Well, good morning, members of the delegation. My name is Jason. I have the honor of serving as District Director for Congressman Maxwell Frost. I'll probably be a little longer than Riley. Try not to take up too much of time this morning. But in any event, on behalf of Congressman Frost, I want to thank each of you for your service to our community and state and for the work that you and your staff put in on a daily basis on behalf of our residents. As you are prepared to head to Tallahassee for session in January, we hope that you'll continue to push for legislation that's in the best interest of all Floridians. We are working to do the same, and I'd like to share a few of the Congressman's priorities for 2024. You all know better than I do that we have so many homeowners in our community that are struggling to keep up with the rising cost of property insurance. We heard directly from our constituents about the devastating impact this crisis is having on them. Recently, our office hosted a property insurance roundtable, and one story that we heard was from a business leader talking about the crisis or the toll that the crisis is having on her elderly parents. This couple paid off their mortgage and used $50,000 from their nest egg to replace their roof to keep their insurance, and they were still dropped. Because of that, they are now unable to afford medication for their father's liver failure. While we cannot do much about this on the federal level to address this matter, I do have faith that you all will do what you can to address an issue that has and will continue to be financially devastating for many in our community. Housing and transportation are also important to our office. and our district. The work that you all have done to address housing needs is very commendable, and I implore you to continue to do more. This year, Congressman Frost introduced legislation to get rid of junk fees that many of our renters face when attempting to apply for an apartment and once they move in. It's called the End Junk Fees for Renters Act, and if passed, it would ease the financial burden that many in our communities face just trying to find a safe and secure place to live. We're also excited about the future of transportation in this community. I want to thank you all as well as Mayor Demings for the leadership that you all have provided about transportation in this community. We're excited about Brightline and also the potential of the Sunshine Corridor that may come to International Drive. Next on my list is gun violence prevention. Recently, Congressman Frost presented a grant of $1.5 million to the City of Orlando for their CVI program that aims to reduce gun violence in Orlando. Looking forward to working with our LEO partners, including State Attorney Bain, as well as Chief Mina and Chief Smith, to continue to work to reduce gun violence in our community. It is quite literally the fight of our lives. As I wrap, I want to talk briefly about the importance of protecting our most vulnerable residents, from abortion bans to investigating non-governmental immigration groups to book bans to targeting the LGBTQ+ community to arresting returning citizens. You've all been a little busy, but we have to do better in ensuring that all Floridians feel safe here and not just a few. The motto of our office is to lead with love, and while I believe that everyone here loves this state, loves your residents, and loves your constituents, I implore you to do more to show them that we want them here, that we want their tax dollars, that we want them to thrive, and that we love them. Again, I do want to thank you, members of the delegation, for your work. I also want to thank staff here as well for what you all do and for listening to the concerns of your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Henry, any questions? Okay. Thank you so much. So we're going to shift gears a little bit to government-related entities. And so first up, we have the President and CEO of Visit Florida, Cassandra, who is with us today. And so you are recognized.
Thank you so much. Again, Cassandra Mate, CEO of Visit Orlando, not Visit Florida quite yet. In our region, travel and tourism is an essential part of our economy. In fact, our recent study showed that in Central Florida, it represents $87.6 billion with a B in economic impact that supports 450,000 jobs in our region and accounts for over 50% of all sales tax revenue. Visit Orlando has an impactful partnership with Visit Florida, a public-private partnership established by Enterprise Florida to market and promote Florida as a destination. Senator Thompson, we look forward to our continued work and support in hopefully bringing the Florida Museum of Black History to our region. So please let us know how we can further assist in that effort. Our partnership with Visit Florida allows us to extend our reach to a wider audience. For example, Visit Orlando partnered with Visit Florida to bring the Michelin Guide to Florida to elevate the perception of our culinary offerings. Additionally, it provides us an opportunity to look and investigate new international markets. For example, in the next couple of months, we're going to be headed to India with Visit Florida to see what that opportunity is for all of Florida. Florida's Office of Economic and Demographic Research concluded that for every dollar spent on Visit Florida's marketing efforts, the state received $3.27 back in tax revenue. When travel thrives, so does Florida and so does Orange County. Florida residents do not pay a state income tax, thanks in part to the revenue generated by visitors, making Florida one of the only 7 states without a state income tax. I urge you to ensure that Visit Florida continues to have stable funding so that we can continue our economic recovery. Your continued support of Visit Florida will allow us to maintain a strong local and state partnership so we can achieve our mission at Visit Orlando of becoming the most visited, welcoming, and inclusive travel destination in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? I see Senator Broder has a question.
Thank you very much. Hey, Cassandra, how are you doing?
Good.
You all, as a public-private partnership, are governed by a board of directors. Is there any artificial constraint that prohibits any member of your board from pursuing a chairmanship? Do they have to be from the largest hotel or the largest theme park? any of them can run?
No, sir. So our chairman, there is a nominating committee, and that goes through a selection slate and interview process, but there's nothing that would stop anyone that's on our board from being the chair.
So any qualified elector can?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. And I believe Senator Stewart also has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
It's probably more of a comment. I wanted to be very supportive of what Visit Orlando does for Central Florida. And it's not just writing a check to people. Really, yesterday, you helped with over 100 people to come out and clean up 3 lakes in Central Florida. I want to thank you for that. Everybody that was in one of those lakes have really benefited. One of them was Lorna Doone, that always needs help. And also during the hurricanes, I know you gathered up a whole bunch of volunteers and went out and helped with the cleanup there. So you're doing more than what people recognize that what your mission is. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. And I just want to add to the African American Museum should be in Central Florida, and really excited for the momentum for that effort. So I think Eatonville in particular would be a beautiful place.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, next up for the University of Central Florida, go Knights, charge on. We have Fred Kinninger here. So Fred, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, members of the delegation. I bring you greetings and a large dose of gratitude from our UCF Board of Trustees, our President, Dr. Alexander Cartwright, and our 69,648 students who attend the nation's number 14th ranked most innovative university. This is the season of thanks, and we would be remiss if we didn't give a large helping of thanks to each of you and to your peers in the legislature. 3 specific areas. First of all, thanks for your investment financially over the last couple of years. We've been able to invest heavily into our core and our founding mission, and that is to provide engineering and STEM-related graduates for Florida's space and defense industries. Number 2, because of the support that you've given us, we are once again, I believe for the 7th year, the number 1 ranked institution in the United States for providing graduates that go into the nation's aerospace and defense industries. 7 years straight, number 1 provider of graduates. And third, you have shown, thankfully, that targeted funding does work. For the last several years, you all invested heavily in the nursing pipeline to help meet Florida's critical nursing shortage. Because of your support and some wonderful philanthropy support locally from organizations such as Dr. Phelps Charities, Advent Health, and Orlando Health, we will be turning the dirt and beginning construction in January on our new College of Nursing building out at Lake Nona at the Medical City, and that's going to enable us to double our number of nursing graduates each year. So thank you so much for your support in that area as well. As we turn our eyesight toward 2024, there are a couple of areas that we are looking to help get your support and leadership on. First of all, we are seeking state support that's going to help us fulfill our goal to become Florida's premier engineering and innovative university in a couple of specific areas. We're looking to use that support to allow us to grow our number of engineering students from 13,000 each year to 20,000 students. And among that, we're looking to also double our number of graduate students. We are looking to have also an additional of 5,000 STEM-related students as well. The second area that funding would go to is help us hire nationally acclaimed researchers and establish research clusters in partnership with local industry so that we can help drive the innovation that's needed for Florida's economy. And we're also looking at ways to scale up access to computer engineering, computer science programs through more online classes. And finally, we want to talk to you about a couple of buildings. We do have 2 buildings that will be on our wish list for this year. Number 1 will be a Research 2 building that will allow us to have an interdisciplinary clean room for 3 of our colleges to work together. Research space is critical for University of Central Florida. And the second building would be our Discovery and Innovation Hub, and that is a building that allows us to have teaching laboratories in the building for 4 of our colleges, again, all related to engineering, innovation, and STEM-related disciplines. We look forward to working with you as we figure out the best ways to harness all of our academic strengths to make sure that we meet Florida's needs to grow and enhance our economic prosperity. And again, thank you so much for the tremendous support that you've given to our hometown university.
Thank you, Fred. I see a few questions, so I'll go to Representative Bengtson first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you again. It's so good to see you here. You mentioned aerospace and aviation. Of course, I have keen interest in. What's being done, or what are you working on? What strategies do you have to reach down into that high school level? Because very interested in that pipeline for education, just as we're doing with nursing.
Yeah, we have several through College of Engineering, Computer Sciences, also College of Sciences, et cetera. We have numerous outreach efforts that go into the high schools, working with the teachers. First of all, we're the number one provider of teachers in the state of Florida, so we have wonderful access there to teachers, but working with local teachers, the science teachers, et cetera. There are numerous camps throughout the year that we put on for students locally and across the state as well. And then once you're into UCF, we have some of the most robust internship programs with companies like Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, and those become those on-ramps for careers for those students as well.
Follow up?
And I'd love to see signing bonuses as they do with sports, but just things that can encourage students from all of our collegiate offerings to stay involved in that pipeline. So anything that you can do to think outside of that box to really connect.
Maybe we can stretch that name, image, and likeness a little bit further across the university spectrum.
Thank you so much. Senator Broder, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fred, always a pleasure. UCF does a great job. You all, as a public entity, are governed by a board of trustees. Is there anything that would prohibit a trustee member from pursuing a chairmanship, such as they had to have gone to UCF or live within 5 miles of the school, or is any trustee eligible to pursue chairmanship?
Any trustee is eligible for that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Fred.
Thank
As
you
a
all.
UCF grad, undergrad, graduate, and now PhD student, I'm always grateful for everything UCF has done for my family and for the community. So go Knights, charge on. I want to check to make sure we didn't miss any governmental entities that wanted to speak. I think we got everyone. I also, as we transition to delegation business, I want to be thoughtful. If you do not see yourself on that main speaker list starting at 2 o'clock, please fill out a speaker card in advance, and we'll try to squeeze you in prior to starting at 2 o'clock. If you're already on the list, we'll work to find you, but I notice there might be some people in the room that I don't see listed. So I just want to be thoughtful that if you are signed up to speak, double check to make sure you're on the list. And I know we do have some speaker cards that have come in as well. And like I said, we'll try to grab you when we wrap up delegation business. So let's transition to delegation business, and I know folks are excited for this moment. So for those who've never been to a delegation meeting before, we do have business as a delegation to cover, and today we actually have 3 separate items to discuss: our delegation rules, our election to delegation officers for next year, and a proposed local bill. And so first we'll get started with the delegation rules. At our last delegation meeting, Representative Lopez, as the secretary, was appointed to chair a committee to re-examine the rules that this delegation operates by and to determine whether changes should be made or not be made. And so, Representative Lopez, I'm going to recognize you to provide what was the committee report and recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Orange County Legislative Delegation Rules Committee met on November 8, 2023, to discuss changes to the delegation's rules. The committee is comprised of Senators Brodeur and Torres and Representatives Bracy Davis, Lopez, and Stark. There were 2 suggested amendments. Proposed Amendment 1 was to strike Rule 1BI regarding qualifications to serve as chair or vice chair. The rule requires that in order to serve as chair or vice chair, at least 50% of precincts within the member's legislative district must be within Orange County. After discussion, the amendment failed by a vote of 2 in favor and 3 against. Proposed Amendment 2 was to strike Rule 1BIII. That rule requires the office of chair to be alternated between the House of Representatives and the Senate every other year. After discussion, the amendment passed by a vote of 5-0. Madam Chair, the recommendation of the Rules Committee is to keep Rule 1BI and to strike Rule 1BIII.
Thank you so much for that great report. Do we have any discussion on this report? Senator Brodeur, you're recognized.
So, not surprisingly, the Rules Committee was comprised of 3 Democrats and 2 Republicans and failed 3-2. The reason I had asked the last couple of questions was because of this arbitrary rule that says in order to be leadership of this delegation, you have to have more than 50% of your district be in Orange County. But we're not a super county commission. We are a state legislature. And any qualified elector should be able to run for leadership of this committee. And certainly this is not a ploy for me to run. I won't want to speak for Senator Baxley, but I think in his illustrious career he has no desire to run either. But I think Representative Bankson should be at least able to run. And having this arbitrary rule simply disqualifies those of us who are otherwise qualified electors. And so what I would like to know is, does the committee, does anybody else on this panel support having arbitrary qualifications for any other level of government? Should you be prohibited from running for the mayor of Orlando if you don't belong to the majority race or religion or any other thing that would qualify you as a majority of the district? Just because you are part of a majority doesn't mean you're right. Any qualified elector should be willing to run. And so I wanted it on the record that I support minority access for leadership at all levels, at every political subdivision. Does anybody on the panel want to defend this rule?
Thank you so much for that discussion. Is there any additional discussion that anyone would like to share? I see Senator, I think I saw Representative Bankson first, and then I'll go to Senator Baxley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This honestly, it troubles me. I'm a part of course, the Seminole delegation as well. And it's a smaller portion of my district, yet at the same time, there's not limitation there because it still represents people within my district. And to limit that is limiting voices within our district. So, I mean, I've just thought on this, and and I think there was a good intention in one sense to move that forward, but I just don't see it as a balance because it's kind of like our electoral college. If we do away with that, we limit the voices of smaller states. There's debate going on in our nation about that. I think it's doing the same thing here. And for me, I just don't think that's the best way forward. I think it should be open to all that. If we're able to sit here, we should be able to represent. And the votes here will determine that. So I really am against that.
Thank you for that. And Senator Baxley?
Thank you. I'd just like to join this concern. And it does concern me that what's different with this structure is that these individuals, all of them, ran as candidates for office. And as candidates for office, they're all rightfully entitled to participate in the leadership of this body. And I don't know if you talked to the general counsel. I haven't researched it for you legally. But I'm telling you, I have serious questions about what you're doing to anybody's authority after they've been elected publicly to serve, and then you're limiting their ability to serve in any way. This has nothing to do with any of that. I've had plenty of times to sit in the chair. I'm worried about us interrupting people's authority who went to the public for election, and then we're imposing restrictions on them that they could never be the chair. That's how you have problems. I think you need to take a serious look at this and reconsider it. As often told in the majority, don't do things just because you can. And we've made plenty of errors doing that. You're going down a pathway that you're restricting an elected member's participation in the delegation. I want that protected for you. No one should block you from doing what you're capable of doing if you can earn the respect of the delegation to elect you as a chair. It's preemptive in a way that is directly violating their election. So my concern is for you. I'm not going to be here. My concern is that you're getting in a posture that I believe they have harm against them and prejudice against them by the method of this rule. And who are we to set that rule? Now, if it was adopted by the legislature, that's a little bit different, more powerful posture. But for this group of the delegation to make this up as a rule, to clearly be prejudiced against those who don't live majority in the county, I think is very unfair because they ran just as hard to go win their races as each of us did. So please reconsider that. It has no personal bearing on my intentions. I just hate to see us move in a direction that we're obstructing and violating somebody's full participation that got elected.
Thank you so much, Senator Baxley. Representative Von Bracey Davis, and then I'll go to Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarity purposes, last time we were in this delegation meeting, it was brought up. The recommendation was to take it to the Rules Committee. We took it to the Rules Committee, as was the procedure. We discussed it in the Rules Committee, and we voted. And the chair of the Rules Committee has given the report of what the vote is. So I'm not really sure what else there is to discuss. We did it through the democratic process. We talked about it, and the results have been given today on the record. I don't know. I'm not going to comment back and forth of what was talked about in terms of Democrat and Republican. We did exactly what was asked of this body, is to determine this rule and to see if there was any opportunity to change this rule in the Rules Committee. And we did the work that this body requested us to do, and we voted, and we've heard the report. I believe it's a moot issue.
Thank you so much, Representative. And Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to point out that the rule that's being discussed here was adopted in 2017, 6 years ago. So it's not a matter of the body sitting here now, this delegation, putting this rule in place. The rule has been in place since 2017. And there's nothing in the rule that bars participation. Yes, we all ran for office. We were elected. The only thing that the rule specifies is that in order to be eligible to serve as chair or vice chair, that 50% of the precincts in your district should be in Orange County. This is the Orange County delegation. And inasmuch as we have had individuals who have devoted their time, their attention, and they've come back to us with a recommendation, I'm not sure why we want to change what we delegated to them to do.
Thank you so much, Senator Thompson. Anyone who has not spoken yet? Okay. Senator Broder.
So, potential solution then for those of us from the minority is that because we're not majority landholders in Orange County, perhaps we have a slightly higher threshold for us to be elected, like maybe 3/5. Maybe what we need to do is have a separate but equal thing so that we can be equal. Because in any other place in the division of government, whether it's local or county or state or federal, as long as you're a qualified elector, you're eligible to run. And right now, we are not eligible to run simply by virtue of the fact that we don't have 50% of our precincts in Orange County. That exists almost nowhere else in Florida, with the exception I've heard of Palm Beach, but 65 other counties that I can see don't have it. Why do we have this artificial threshold limiting minority access to leadership? And so there's nothing that says that I'm obligated to participate in this. I have given everybody's my contact information, how to contact me. I have met with half of the people that are already coming to the delegation later today to talk, but I don't want to participate in a kangaroo court for whom the outcomes are already predetermined. I mean, this is silly. It exists nowhere else, and it absolutely discriminates and limits minority access to leadership roles. That is something that I think everybody on this dais has campaigned on. We want minority access for leadership, unless it's in this delegation meeting. We like it at the county level. We like it at the city level. We like it in state and federal government. We don't like it here. I'm not in favor of it, and I don't have to participate. And thank you for your time. Anybody who needs to contact me knows how to find me. Thank you.
All right. Any additional discussion? Senator Torres.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I was here in 2012 in a delegation when we were the minority, and it was controlled here, the delegation, representation, the chair, the vice chair, and the secretary. When I was the chair in 2017, we looked out who had rules so we can fairly distribute the control. I want to say to my colleagues, the Republican side, and the two senators left, but guess what? When the shoe is on the other foot, and I've been, like I said, this is my last words. I've been in the minority up in Tallahassee for 12 years. 12 years. what are the chances of getting us heard? How many of our bills are being heard or our appropriations not being vetoed, helping the community? So when I hear minority representation or fairness, well, guess what? Now you know how I feel. Now you know how we feel. I don't want to take it out on anybody. I have no personal grudges. But I feel that when we have the control, we need to use it fairly and justly. And we follow the same rules that they follow up in Tallahassee. So we didn't play, like favoritism or no. The same rules. And Madam Chair, it's always been an honor being here and fighting. And we fight. For all of you to know, we fight up there in Tallahassee like we fight here as well. And I feel that we have to continue and show the community what is going on in Tallahassee and what is fair and what is not fair. And by walking out, you demonstrated that when I'm up in Tallahassee, I don't walk out. I stay there, fight the fight. And that should be done here as well in the delegation. You got elected to be part of Orange delegation, then you have to face the facts. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this.
Thank you, Senator Torres. Representative Rita Harris.
Thank you. I just want to say, I know it is probably frustrating to be in a situation where you can't be a chair or a vice chair of a county delegation, but in no way, in any reality, in any universe, in any place on this planet, is the equivalent of being considered 3/5 a human being and segregation. And I just want to make sure that was on the record.
Thank you so much. Senator Thompson, please.
Thank you. I think it's unfortunate that some of our colleagues have chosen to leave because it's unfair to the voters, the portion of their districts in Orange County. It's unfair to those voters that they are not here to participate. And in order to be a good leader, you should also be able to be a good follower. I can do both. And so I think that we should accept the recommendations from the committee that looked at this issue related to the rules that were put in place in 2017 and accept those recommendations and move on with the business of the delegation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Thompson. Representative Baxton, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I really need to speak to this. I think that we're ignoring the fact that we have a vote here to set those people into place. So this is an artificial barrier to allow people to be in that vote. So this council will determine who will be in those positions. So it just troubles me. Again, it begins to feel political. And I like finding the center of the fairway, as our speaker says. I like finding what works for everyone. So I don't like the antagonism, but I feel it's just a misrepresentation to say that to oppose this measure. I've thought on this deeply, and I considered both sides, and I just think that this is an unjust elimination of people who have voters that live in this district. I'm going to join my colleagues, but it won't be to dismiss the voices that are here. It grieves me to be in this position, but I just feel like that needs to be a statement that's made. And I will listen to and request all of the recordings to be able to hear every voice, and will represent the people that I was elected to represent. But I just strongly disagree that this is the measure. And I understand, Representative Racy, that was the process that was tasked. So that's how the process was tasked. That was what was represented by those who were tasked to do that. But then again, for it to be dismissed based upon that divided recommendation, I just think is a bar that's that's too high. That's where I stand on that. It's not personal with anyone, but I do think that we need to be very careful about something that diminishes anyone's opportunity to be here. Let the bar be the election of this board and not an artificial bar that eliminates people to stand.
Any other comments? Okay, so I'll offer some comments. I do not serve on the Rules Committee, but I was at the meeting. And when someone says a kangaroo court is that you're on the losing side of a vote, then the entire legislative experience for me is a kangaroo court. I don't walk out on votes I don't like. I sit and I process and I work harder to win the fight. And so I'm very disappointed in delegation members who've made this decision. It is what it is. I think it's a reflection of prioritization. I'm focused on serving the community. I'm focused on ensuring that Orange County has strong, passionate representation that doesn't politicize a delegation meeting. Every voter, every member of this board has a vote, has a voice, has been recognized, and will continue to be recognized. And I will also add that being the chair and vice chair is not a glamorous position, nor is it a position that really comes with any positional power. I run a meeting. I love doing it, don't get me wrong, but I run a meeting. And so just the attempt to paint this role as something other than facilitating a meeting is very disappointing. At the same time, I get frustrated when I see the partisanship come into our delegation, because as a delegation, we have done phenomenal work. We have hosted tours of Wekiva Springs to talk about water quality issues. We visited Department of Health in Orange County to learn in a bipartisan way what we need to do to address things like the opioid crisis, to address maternal mortality rates, to ensure that we are meeting the needs of the rising rates of syphilis and gonorrhea and other STIs in this county. We've taken tours of some of the largest performing arts centers in our community, like Dr. Phillips, to learn about the economic driver of these facilities and the importance of arts and culture. We visited with our local physician association to hear their concerns, to help address nursing shortages and shortages of other medical providers. This delegation is meant to operate in a bipartisan way, and it's not based on party. It's based on a 50% threshold. I'm only in this seat for 3 more years. God willing, my district reelects me. There will be someone else in this position, and they could be a Democrat or a Republican. But as long as they represent 50% of Orange County, based on the current rules, they can be the position to run a meeting if that's what they wish to do. And so with that said, I want to make it clear that I have no patience for partisanship in this delegation. I'm going to run this meeting the way it needs to be run, and we're going to listen to our community, regardless of how long it takes for us to be here. None of us are going to walk away because we don't like the outcome of a vote. And so with that, members, I need to double check the rules to make sure we have a quorum. Could we do roll call real quick, Representative Lopez, and then we'll call for a vote.
Chair Escamani.
Here.
Vice Chair Thompson.
Here.
Senator Baxley. Senator Berdor. Senator Stewart.
Here.
Senator Torres.
Here.
Representative Amnesty, excuse. Representative Anton, excuse. Representative Baxon. Representative Bracy Davis.
Here, and I will always be here.
Representative Harris.
Here.
Representative Lopez, here. Representative Plasencia. Representative Starr, excuse.
How many members do we have? 7. We don't have a majority. Okay, members, unfortunately, we do not have quorum. Quorum is a simple majority. There are 15. Well, I guess actually, hold on. Excused absences. So we do have a quorum because of excused absences. So we're good to rock and roll. Okay, so who would like to call the motion to vote?
I call the motion to vote.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Senator Torres. Let's do the roll call vote on, just to recap, we are accepting the report out of the Rules Committee, which does include a change. So we are changing one of the rules regarding qualifications for leadership, but we're not changing the 50% requirement to be vice chair or chair. That does not impact secretary. It does impact chair and vice chair. And so let's go ahead and do the roll call for the vote.
Sheriff Kamani,
Yes.
Vice Chair Thompson,
Yes.
Senator Baxley, Senator Brodor, Senator Stewart,
Yes.
Senator Torres,
Yes.
Representative Mesty excuse, Representative Anton excuse, Representative Bagson, Representative Bracy Davis,
Yes.
Representative Harris,
Yes.
Representative Lopez, yes. Representative Plasencia, Representative Stark, excuse. We have 7 yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you, members. Okay, so we're going to move on to the agenda, election and delegation officers. So let's move to the election of officers for the coming year. We will elect a chair, vice chair, and a secretary, and the new officers will assume their duties at the conclusion of tonight's meeting. So we already talked about the rules, so I won't repeat that. But our custom for past years is often that the vice chair rolls into chair, secretary rolls into the vice chair position, and then we elect a new secretary. And so is there a motion to select that slate of individuals? Senator Torres.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to move a slate of officers. I nominate Senator Thompson for chair, Representative Lopez for vice chair, and Representative LaVon Bracy for secretary. And that is the motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. There's a second. Any objection to that? I think we can just do, at this point, probably a voice vote. Does everyone support the slate? Say aye. Aye. Any objection? Okay, this will be a fast meeting now. All right. So with that said, thank you so much, and we will pass that gavel at the end of tonight's meeting. And I do, real quick, as a point of personal privilege, just want to say it has been an honor to serve as chair of this delegation, despite the conclusion. I am very grateful for the work that we have done and the work we will continue to do here in Orange County. Okay, so we also have a proposed local bill. So Senator Linda Stewart has requested the opportunity to bring a proposed local bill before the delegation. The bill language is available for members by clicking on your e-agenda. Senator Stewart, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to introduce a local bill relating to the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District. This bill would repeal the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District, reviving, reenacting, and readopting the Reedy Creek Improvement District. The bill would effectively end the terms of all board members serving on that district board. 9 months under this new board has created over 11 major issues. There's no transparency, no RFPs, the morale of the employees is horrible, and so many other politically motivated changes have occurred that affects the Disney business plan. So I'd like to let everybody know that should this pass today, that I will advertise for the 30 days required to allow public input, and I don't believe it needs a vote, but I would think that at this point we should just have a yay or nay vote.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Thank you. Any questions, members? Local bill to restore Reedy Creek to its origin. Okay. Is there a motion for a roll call vote?
So moved.
So moved. So we will do a roll call vote. Do I have a second for that?
Well,
Somebody
will.
Senator Torres, excellent. Okay, let's go ahead and do that roll call vote.
Sheriff Kamani,
Yes.
Vice Chair Thompson,
Yes.
Senator Baxley, Senator Brodor, Senator Stewart,
Yes.
Senator Torres,
Yes.
Representative Mesty excused, Representative Anton excused, Representative Baxon, Representative Bracy Davis,
Yes.
Representative Harris,
Yes.
Representative Lopez, yes. Representative Plasencia, Representative Stark, excuse. So, we have 7 yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. That is unanimous. Okay. Thank you, members. Is there any other delegation business that we need to discuss? Lots of tea, I'm sure, later. Okay. Excellent. So we are We have about 45 minutes. I want to grab public testimony of folks who are signed up to speak later today. And so I think what would be helpful is if you have already signed up to speak or have submitted a speaker card, perhaps you can line up and then just call your number for me. It's almost like you have a ticket, so I can mark you off the main list. So if you could just share the number you're signed up to speak for the afternoon, your name, and your address for the record, and then we'll continue with the community testimony, and we will call upon recess at around 12 o'clock, but I want to try to reach as many of the community members as we can. And so I have one speaker card turned in as well, so I will try to grab this one after the folks who signed up are able to speak. And for this period, you will have 3 minutes. So, Suhan, if you could help with the timer. We might have to cut it down to 2 minutes during later in the day, just due to the number of speakers that we have. And so with that, you are recognized. And please just let me know your number and your name, and I'll make sure to mark that off.
Okay. I'm looking for my number. Hang on. Oh. My name is Marcy Shepler. I'm number 50.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, legislative members, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Marcy Shepler, and I am JoJo's mom. On September 6, 2019, I took JoJo to the ER at Cleveland Clinic at Tradition Hospital. JoJo had Down syndrome, autism. He was unable to speak. He had severe intellectual and mental disabilities. He was choking and gagging, running a fever, and had involuntary muscle movements. I begged for treatment, for Joseph to get treatment, but he was refused. I asked the charge nurse if he would let JoJo die rather than treat him, and he replied yes. I immediately took JoJo to another hospital where he was found to be in septic shock, and JoJo passed away at the age of 29 years old. Medicare conducted an EMTALA investigation and found against the hospital, citing Cleveland Clinic with its highest sanction of imminent jeopardy, meaning that they placed Joseph's life in peril. Currently, Florida Statute 768.218, the Wrongful Death Act, medical malpractice, disallows damages for people who are over the age of 25, who have no children, and who are not married. But Florida's medical malpractice law represents a complete disconnect for people who have severe intellectual and developmental disabilities. Due to his mental age being judged that of a toddler, JoJo was adjudicated by a Florida judge in the guardian advocate laws to be unable to marry and unable to engage in complex relationships. He was unable to have children. He was also unable to engage in any real employment, but his value, like that of all of mankind, outweighs the worth of $1. And JoJo's worth to our family was beyond measure. Parents of adult children with severe developmental disabilities do not celebrate milestones like voting rights or financial freedom or grandchildren. We celebrate toilet training, completing simple chores, or having good days. And most of all, we celebrate the love that these special individuals have to offer. The current medical malpractice law is pure discrimination against people with severe intellectual and developmental disabilities. And more than that, it is cruel, further marginalizing Florida's most vulnerable citizens. After 4 years of trying to protect the JoJos in Florida and asking to abolish 768.218, I am pleased that there is a concentrated effort this year to change the laws. House Bill 129, brought by Representatives Lopez and Beltran, thank you very much, co-sponsored by a bipartisan group of legislators, Escamani and Amnesty, seeks to abolish in full what has been referred to as the free kill law. As such, House Bill 129 and its companion bill, Senate Bill 442, need no revision and represent the gold standard of what needs to happen, and hopefully those bills will be passed this year. I hope that you all will vote to eliminate this very cruel law. And when I think of what Jesus said is what you did to one of the least of my brothers, you did unto me. Do you remember some of the least of your brothers are people with severe intellectual and medical or developmental disabilities who are absolutely unable to meet the criteria of this law? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcia. Is there any questions or comments? Thank you so much. We appreciate your testimony today. Okay, up next. If you can just give me your number, I appreciate that.
Good morning, Representative Escamani. Lane Keith, Mother's Milk Bank of Florida, number 92.
You're the best. Thank you. You're recognized.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here again this year. Less than 1 year ago, we gathered in this very space to embrace the passionate perspectives of rich and resourceful programming, which serve the entire community and our neighbors to the left, as well as our neighbors to the right, each so very meaningful to the fabric of our Orange County and Florida communities. We are grateful for the prior opportunities to collaborate on initiatives to support babies at home specifically, as well as welcomed your visit to the Mother's Milk Bank of Florida, both virtually and in person. We've loved each time. We are located in John Young Parkway community in Orlando. Mother's Milk Bank of Florida is a voice for a much tinier neighbor, a newborn baby born at 30 weeks gestation, born well before their welcome and anticipated due date, seeking their medical stability in the sense that their own mother may not be able to provide the essential nourishment that they need to grow strong and go home to be with their family. This nourishment gap is pasteurized donor human milk. Milk which increases the preterm baby's rate of survival. Single ingredient, locally sourced, and perfectly prepared human milk for human babies. This human milk offers optimal nutrition, easy digestibility, and immune protection for every baby, but especially so for babies born just a little too soon. We are Florida's only nonprofit community milk bank, a small and mighty organization comprised of fewer than 24 women and men who are committed to meeting the mission every single day of saving the lives of babies receiving intensive care in hospitals, including Winnie Palmer and Advent Health, as well as of intensive care nurseries that are located in Fort Myers, Jacksonville, Miami, and Tampa. The source for this perfectly prepared superfood is directly from volunteer donor mothers, the true superheroes, many of whom reside here in Orange County. They are our community's unsung heroes, and they selflessly donate their extra milk so babies, completely unknown to them, may have the very best and brightest start with donor human milk when their own mother's milk is unavailable. Our donors give of their heart from their heart so babies may thrive. We look forward to a very successful and enjoyable and enthusiastic legislative session, and we thank you in advance for the following 3 considerations: county and statewide public awareness initiatives, expansion of milk drop depots for donors to conveniently drop off their donor human milk, and centering funding initiatives to ensure access to donor human milk without barriers. Thank you very much to our legislative delegation represented today. We're very grateful for your honor and your leadership, and we look forward to a continued partnership with Mother's Milk Bank of Florida.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments? I'll just say thank you for everything you do, and I'm so honored to work alongside y'all, and thank you for supporting our moms, and especially in the face of the formula shortage we had recently. Y'all have really just stepped up and continue to fill a necessary gap. And for those who don't know, we do have a milk bank right here in Central Florida that serves the whole state, so please get to know the work of the Mother's Milk Bank as well.
We'd love to welcome you anytime. Thank you for your
so
support.
much. Absolutely. Okay. Next up, hello, Matt. Please tell me your number if you can.
It's 102. So
you got the fast pass, honey. Okay.
Yep. So, of course, hello, Orange County Delegation. Most of y'all have seen me at some event now. My name is Matthew Gerholski, a 19-year-old activist representing Rollins College Democrats today. But I'm here to tell you about a legislative priority that not only Rollins College Democrats has, but also several other grassroots progressive organizations throughout the state of Florida. Our topic right now is Baker Act reform. We have seen tons of children, unfortunately, Baker Acted at a massive rate across the state of Florida right now. When we talk about mental health, we're kind of slightly, I feel, ignoring the fact that these kids are mostly repeat offenders in the system, unfortunately. Kids are kind of at times thrown into what can be classified as solitary confinement at these facilities. Many of them, unfortunately, are victims of sexual harassment, sexual assaults in these facilities as well. What I'm here to tell you today is that we are trying to focus heavily on legislative reform on this right now. I'm aligned with a variety of high school students that are actually writing proposals for you to reform the system right now. I know that we've talked about it in the past. I know that I've been at town halls, especially with Senator Torres, who's awesome, talking about this issue. But we really do need this reform as soon as possible. It can't just be we're taking baby steps throughout legislative sessions when we have a unfortunate epidemic of children that are being thrown into these facilities. And, reform isn't just a student or citizen thing that we want. It's something that healthcare workers that, are terrified and traumatized by working these facilities want. It's something that police officers who have told me directly that they are scared of facing criminal indictment if they don't Baker Act certain people want. It's a bipartisan issue that I think that we can work on. We just need the leverage and the policy making to do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Any questions? Thank you so much, and go Tars. We love Rollins College. So
Thank you.
Appreciate you. All right, up next. Hello.
Hello, representatives, senators. My name is Michael Lincoln McCrate. I am the president of Magical Self-Advocacy here in Orlando, and I'm number 77.
Thank you. You are recognized.
Here in Orlando, people with disabilities need your help. My story has been all across the state, national headlines. I am the first person in Florida to get supported decision-making recognized here in the state of Florida. Guardianship abuse. That's what we're looking at. People are being abused by this guardianship system for way too long. I served at the State Courts Administration Task Force, and the stories that I heard for this guardianship abuses is unacceptable. I was covered by MTV for the Not Just Britney campaign, because my story aligned just like her. I was held hostage in a group home, not being able to see my family, not being able to see my friends, and not being able to go after the dreams that I want. I got my rights back in 2016. Today, I am living my dream job as a food and beverage associate at Universal Orlando Resort. We need help, and I'm crying to you to help us. We did file a supported decision-making bill last year. It got heard in the children's, families, and subcommittees. And unfortunately, it got passed in that committee, but it got dropped by the others. That's unacceptable. Our voices need to be heard. There is housing issues here in this county. There's transportation issues. I was fortunate enough to meet with Mayor Buddy Dyer, and I am proud to announce that we actually was able to get a proclamation for Developmental Disability Awareness Day here in Orlando. We held our first one last year, and then we even traveled up to Tallahassee, met with Representative Escamani, and we're going to be doing that again. Me and the rest of my group is going to be going up to advocate for our individuals. But I'm asking you, help us. Let our voices be heard. We're people just like everybody else. Just because, you guys can have LGBTQ awareness events, which I support, Pride events, Puerto Rican events. What about disabilities? What about our individuals with disabilities? Are we just chopped liver? Are we just swept under the carpet just like anybody else? We matter. So I'm asking you and pleading you to let our voices be heard. Any questions that I can answer?
Thank you so much, Michael. Representative Lopez has a question.
Thank you for sharing your story. Do we have the bill that did not pass refiling for this year?
So it's going to, from what I've been told, we are modifying it dramatically. Senator Allison Tant, or Representative Allison Tant, sorry, is the sponsor for the bill. So I'm going to be making an appointment with her. I've been following this bill dramatically because when it goes into committee, I'm going to fly up to Tallahassee and I'm testifying. Because guardianship abuse that's the key. It's the abuse. Our people are being abused in this system. And, I should have never even been in the guardianship. I am very smart. I serve as a security officer. I was successful in finding 8 missing children on a missing person task force. Does that sound like a person that needs to be in a guardianship to you? No. So it's just judges are just sweeping people in guardianship, and then it's turning out to be abuse cases. Linrod Douglas, he stole millions of dollars off of awards funds and go spend it on himself. Is that what a guardian's supposed to do? No. So we are filing for this bill. I know Allison Tant, I don't know the exact bill numbers, and I can try to make an appointment with you and get those to you, but it needs to be advocated.
Perfect. Thank you. I will, and you can come with my support. My car is with Suhan.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ms. Lopez. Was there any other comments? Want to make sure. Well, I just want to say thank you. I'm so grateful for your advocacy and for your peers as well. And there's been a lot of momentum for disability rights and services this next legislative session. So look forward to working alongside you and others as we work to eliminate the APD wait list, as we work to deal with guardianship issues, and so many other issues intersect with our school districts as well. So thank you. We appreciate you.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, next up.
I'm really enjoying this fast pass stuff. This is Jackie Dunn, Data for Change, number 72. Appreciate the chance to speak with y'all today. I founded Data for Change, which advocates for second chances for the 85,000 men and women we're warehousing in the 57 prisons across our state. Florida has the 3rd largest prison population, and sadly, we also have 25% of the entire nation's life without parole population, over 14,000. I stand here in front of you today as a conservative Christian to say that I am disappointed in our state's eagerness to imprison thousands of people that we are merely mad at and not afraid of. The current budget for the Department of Corrections is almost $3.4 billion. They've asked for $3.8 for next year. We won't even talk about the KPMG report. And they also had an astounding $140 million in overtime and $30 million for National Guard this past year to overcome their constant vacancy issues. Traditional incarceration is very expensive. For a young, healthy individual, it's $28,000 a year. That figure triples at the age of 50, and over 30% of our incarcerated population is over the age of 50. Hope, purpose, and opportunity are critical components to the rehab of the incarcerated individuals. They should have the opportunity to earn time off their sentence, their entire sentence. The key word is earn. We don't need to keep rewarding for simply behaving. Currently, they hit their maximum gain time of 15%, approximately halfway through their sentence. As an example, K31479 is serving almost 19 years for DUI manslaughter as a first-time offender at the age of 20. He will hit his maximum gain time in year 8 and have 2,695 days left of hopeless incarceration. He also happens to be my son, Luke Dunn. Currently, the majority of citizens leave prison worse than they arrived. I mentioned warehousing earlier, and that's exactly what's happening, as currently 44% of people that leave prison still do not have their GED. In the next 5 years alone, 45,000 will return home. Everyone in this room has a vested interest in them going home better than they went in. Increasing incentives for self-improvement and education and considering alternatives to traditional incarceration are ways to transition to a safe and smart criminal justice system without the constant increase and burden on the Department of Corrections and especially the taxpayers. So thank you for your time. I appreciate you guys all listening to me in Tallahassee, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Jackie. And any questions for Jackie? I just want to say thank you for your data-driven approach. It is so crucial, especially when we talk about issues impacting criminal legal system. So much of it's very emotion-driven, which is important, but you have to find that balance with data to really keep the public more safe and to ensure that we're not wasting tax dollars.
Yes, exactly.
So thank you for your work.
Well, and just quickly, I'm working on finalizing right now a segmented recidivism study that I'll be sharing with you guys. I kind of did a precursor of it, but I'm refining it a little bit to look at actual recidivism rates for the elderly and for low-risk offenders, and instead of just the overall, recidivism rate of the state, because I think that can help to drive change and drive narrative and bills for the next couple years. So,
Thank you, Jackie. Appreciate you. All right. Up next, we have Ann,
Salomon.
number 82.
Yes,
You are
that's it.
recognized.
All right. It's a pleasure to see you all here today and to have an opportunity to talk with you specifically about our over-reliance on incarceration, of which Jackie just presented, that is, quite a bit of data. So I'm Ann Salomon, a businesswoman, a scientist who's developed a number of biomedical devices that sell worldwide. I also am mother of an incarcerated son. Before 2020, our family believed in prison and harsh treatment. Then my son was incarcerated and we became non-naive. Florida over-relies on incarceration for punishment. 41% of Floridians have either been incarcerated or have a loved one who's been incarcerated. That's 9 million people of all ethnicities, poor and wealthy, old and young. Since the 1980s, our prison population has exploded by 400%, while our state's population has increased by 228%. What has this accomplished? Extreme poverty, homelessness, generational trauma, severed families. 2/3 of our children are on Medicaid. 1/3 of our veterans have been incarcerated. Over-reliance on incarceration is a root cause of the much-needed children and family services that you're going to hear a lot about, I'm sure, this afternoon. Paradoxically, we are most cruel to those least likely to reoffend. Murder and sex offenses carry a lower recidivism rate nationwide than any other offense. The rate is 5% or less over the last 20 years across the United States for committing another murder or sex offense. Louisier, August 2023. Thousands of offenses are now punished by incarceration in Florida. This past session alone, 14 bills created new reasons to put people in prison or for longer periods of time. Our legislative and judicial systems are at fault for succumbing to skewed, not evidence-based data, and on an occasion a notional need to appear tough rather than effective at increasing public safety and decreasing trauma on society. To exemplify, if we now stop to help a child who is crying or hurt, anyone can interpret that as an attempted sexual act. We go to prison, we're on the registry for life, and we're treated cruelly for life. So my ask to you legislators today is please do not sponsor any bills or support any bills that create new reasons for people to be in prison or for people to be in prison for a longer period of time. This will take your strength, which you have shown in spades today. When your children or your dogs make terrible choices, do you put them in a cage with cruelty? What happens when we treat our employees or our friends with harshness? What does cruelty solve? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ann. Any questions or thoughts? I just want to say thank you for your continued advocacy, truly. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up.
I'm Hattie. I'm 154. Can I give you this?
Yes, Hattie, please.
Awesome.
I'll pass it out.
Talk as fast.
You're great. Take your time.
Can I just pass one out? That's awesome.
Yes, we'll do. We'll do. Thank you.
Oh, Senator Stewart, don't leave.
Okay, you are recognized.
Don't leave. I'm going to. Oh, well. Okay, here we go. My time's going. I'm Hattie Bryant. I'm number 154 on your list. I'm a volunteer. I'm here to ask you to support the bills that are written on the handout I just gave you at the top of the page. Patient-directed doctor's orders. The bill numbers are up there. Why this law? Because when my mom was dying, I had to protect her from the conveyor belt of modern medicine. I met Representative Placencia, and discovered that she had done the same for her aunt and is now having to do the same thing for her mom, protect her own mother from the conveyor belt of modern medicine. Representative Plasencia filed this bill as she understands the problem. She and I are passionate about helping the seriously ill and frail live the best life with the best care that meets their needs. This is not about death with dignity. This is about living with dignity. This is the opposite of physician-assisted suicide or euthanasia. Senator Gruters agreed to file on the Senate side, so we feel we're on the road to providing more help to the vulnerable. Dr. Leonard Hawk, who wrote the letter I gave you, we are not lobbyists. We are volunteers who care about this seriously ill and frail. Senator Gruters told us we only have a 5% chance to get this into law without lobbyists. And this is sad data, y'all. This is sad. Senator Thompson and Senator Stewart just left. You'll be hearing this in your committees and your your fiscal. Ma'am, yes, and it'll be in your committee. These 2024 bills are simply to connect the dots of healthcare directives and do not resuscitate laws which are already on the books. The problem now is too often these instructions that we already provide are ignored, often as they are not doctor's orders, not portable, and not available in an online registry. The patient-directed doctor's orders law will create a one-page form that is completed only when a patient discusses with their doctor the kind of care they want if the time comes they're not able to speak for themselves. This form is signed by the doctor and will be uploaded to an online registry so that all clinicians who care for the seriously ill and frail throughout the whole state can access the patient's instructions from anywhere. The patient-directed doctor's orders typically will be completed when the physician believes the patient is in their last year of life, and this is totally voluntary. Dr. Hark's letter is what I call an executive summary, and you have it in front of you. He's been working on this kind of law since 2017 when Senator Brandes filed a similar bill that did not find a House sponsor, and in 2018 when physician and Representative Pigman filed and did not find a Senate sponsor. I've been thinking, writing books, and speaking about this problem since 2010, since I reflected on my mother's bad death. Not everyone has Hattie or Susan to protect them. This law can serve as an advocate for every seriously ill person in Florida. This law will mean thousands more in Florida will receive the kind of care they really want.
Thank you so much, Hattie. Were there any questions or comments? We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, just let me know your number if you can.
55, I think. Kim White, I'm Orange County resident.
You are recognized,
like my
Kim.
representative is gone, but happy to see my senator is here.
You are recognized, Kim.
Hi, I'm Kim White. I'm Orange County resident. I became aware of the Florida prison system when my son was arrested for DUI manslaughter back in 2018. Since that time, I have learned the entire system needs to be revamped, as we as taxpayers pay dearly for a system and we get little in return. Last year, the budget was over $3 billion. I just learned it's going to be $3.8 billion this year. I also want to say, statistic-wise, for releasing, DUI manslaughter has a less than 2% recidivism rate. So, just throwing that out there. The meals are not not good enough to keep them healthy while in there, which in turn increases the health care cost. $3.04 a day for 3 meals is not enough, plus they water down the food. They are asking for a 75 cents increase per day, but that's still under $4 a day for 3 meals. 66% of the people go in without GED or high school education. 44% leave without it. Only 17% of drug offenders have access to treatment. So how do we expect them to change? Florida has a 2-strike rule, not a 3-strike. And many violent offenders now, nonviolent offenders now have life in prison. We also have the highest life in prison without parole in the country. In 2021, Florida imprisoned 795 people out of 1,000. There is a guard shortage, which we are now paying non-educated prison guards the starting pay of a teacher in some counties in Florida. 1 out of 3 veterans have been impacted by the judicial system. And sadly, the KPMG report showed us that 1/3 of our prisons are failing. We need $77 million for windows alone, $153 million for electrical. Where in the last 20 to 30 years has the money gone? At a cost of almost $30,000 per year for a young, healthy adult and over $70,000 for an older person is ridiculous when so many of them can be released safely into our society. There is no parole in Florida, which you guys all know there is no parole, but sadly a lot of our legislators do not realize that there is no parole. We have people that are safe to be released. It is time for us to be effective, not tough on crime. We need to spend the money on prevention and rehabilitation, not imprisonment. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much. Any questions?
I have a paper I want to give y'all.
That would be great.
It's really for Connie Edson.
Oh, we love Connie.
You all know what it's about. Air conditioning. It's a letters from some
Awesome.
prisoners at Tomoka, and I got them, and you probably saw part of one in the Orlando Sentinel.
Thank you so much, Kim. We appreciate you. Okay, I think Martha R. is next with Homelessness Services Network. You are recognized.
Thank you. I'm number 116, loving the fast track. Thanks for this opportunity.
Got it.
Obviously, I'm here to talk to you about homelessness in our community. As you know, we saw astronomical rent increases over the last 3 or so years. A statistical consequence of that is that we have seen increased homelessness. So the General Accounting Office tells us when our rent goes up $100, we have a 9% increase in homelessness. Our local data has backed that up, and we've seen rent go up $500 since 2019. So we've had huge numbers, increased numbers of people, but not the same level of increase in support. So I do want to thank you supporting last year the $1 million that was given to help us match and leverage the $8.4 million grant that we've recently received from HUD to support youth homelessness for young adults. I want to ask you again this year to support the Homeless Continuum of Care Staffing Grant, which is recurring dollars at $5.2 million, and the Homeless Challenge Grant at $15 million. Those are two slightly different pots of money that are given to lead agencies, continuums of care, homeless organizations across the state that give us great flexibility with a lot of accountability. We get a lot of accountability, but great flexibility to help us leverage other resources effectively, because many times when we get federal dollars, there are just enough strings that if we don't have a little bit of flexible dollars, we can't actually use them. And so these two pots of money help us to use other dollars more effectively. Last year, more than 3,000 people moved into permanent housing, and that's what we want. But I also want to ask you to support something new. So the Senate Bill 558, called Homeless Services Professionals, and House Bill 563, Persons with Lived Experience. Those bills build off of something that's been in place in the mental health community for peer support staff. This gives the ability for organizations that are hiring people who have lived experience with homelessness it gives some waivers on the criminal background checks. Specifically for a lot of crimes that were crimes of survival when people were on the streets. And at this point, we are not allowed to hire those persons without, and if we were receiving the state funds for anything associated with that position. What we know is that those voices are critical in helping to shape an effective path forward in our community. They were critical in drawing down that $8.4 million that we got from HUD most recently for the youth homelessness. It's an important part of our work. It's something we believe in, and we need this help so that we can hire folks who have the experience and not penalize them for things that happened while they were on the streets.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any questions for Martha? I just want to say thank you for everything Homelessness Services Network does, and it's been a great partnership with our office, working with y'all, and looking forward to more progress. And we have to focus on anti-poverty initiatives as a delegation, as a county. All boats rise when we support those who have the least. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, please.
My name is Elsa Peterson. I think I'm 30 or 31.
Okay, you're recognized. We'll grab you.
Thank you. I forgot everything, so I'm going to speak from my heart today.
Please do. Everyone's doing that today, so.
My name, I am a retired child welfare social worker. Let's start with that. And this concerns my 37-year-old son who became a victim of 76821 subsection 8. I know there's a lot of bills going around about this. He was in Cleveland Clinic Hospital for 6 weeks. He had a cardiac arrest. He told him before that he was scared. They dismissed it. They generally don't respect anything, including my court order making me medical guardian. They refused to cooperate and let me see him. So he died September 6, 2021. I asked the hospital, I had an independent autopsy done, I asked them to change the death from COVID, which they had on there to get their $37,000, to severe sepsis. They refused, and the medical director said that was because he was sick when he came in. So that's where I'm standing about this. So I'm asking you to support the Keith Davis Act, SB 442, that mirrors 77 and 129. Thank you, Senator Lopez. The thing is, I've gone to Clay Yarborough about his proposal, and I feel that making DACA and ACH responsible for determining negligence or not is destructive because they don't have the infrastructure or the funding to do that. And it took them 1.5 years to get back to me about my son. They also, the other thing is that bill also limits the time. When you're a grieving family, first you got to sit there and learn how to breathe before you can even do anything. So it's a painful process as it is, and I feel that bill would give more obstacles than support. So I'm asking you to support SB 442, HB 77. Oh, I actually finished early. And the other one, which I can't remember because I'm dyslexic, and like I said, I have no paperwork. All right, my son had a life. He was a terrific guy. He had a girlfriend. He was thinking about getting married, but, he wasn't there yet. And that covers half the people in this state. I'm asking you, I know it's hard work, but I'm asking you to repeal subsection 8 because it's the only way to get this moving so we don't have so many victims. We still have the highest level of malpractice suits in the country, so obviously that's not working. All right, so I really appreciate your time. I know you're busy people. Thank you for hearing me before lunch, because I know that was pretty awesome. Thank you, and have a wonderful day, and thank you for allowing me to speak to you today.
Thank you so much.
By the way, his name was James Christopher Crouchick.
Thank you so much.
Any questions?
I think Rep. Lopez.
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to clarify that HB 129, Keith Davis Act, has an identical Senate bill filed by Senator Book, but it was recently. That's why it's not having that much of attention in social media or in the news. But I just texted to see
if I can help you get it out there.
Yes, please. Yes, please. I will follow up because I'm waiting for a response in a text about.
Yeah.
But yes, it's identical of HB, Keith Davis Act, that is HB 129.
But I think the Keith Davis Act, if I'm correct, eliminates the subsection altogether, not putting additional obstacles, which grieving parents have enough.
Yes.
Wonderful. All right, I'm here.
Thank
Use
you.
me. I'm retired. I can do with stuff.
Yes. And also, continue to email all the reps, all the senators, and, social media always work, letters, phone calls, that helps.
I will, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions or comments? Okay. So I see Tom is in line. So Tom, if you want to approach, I have your speaker card. And so if you want to introduce yourself, we appreciate that.
Good morning. I'm Tom Caffery from the Conway area of Orlando, representing Third Act, and it's a national organization of retirees. I'm happily retired and able to fight for climate issues. That's our number one priority. And one aspect of that we are focusing on is the Public Service Commission in Tallahassee. We feel like they are not accountable to the customers, the customer base in utilities in Florida. And we would like to get them out meeting in the community more than staying cocooned in Tallahassee. If we could get them meeting with their customers of Duke and TECO and OUC here in Orlando, Seminole Electric, that would be great. I don't know if all of you know that their current plan shows that in 10 years' time, 10 years from now, they're still going to be reliant 70% on natural gas. And we just feel like that's not a sustainable level for our environment. We'd also like to advocate for access to the federal IRA funds that the governor turned his back on. Improving citizens' energy efficiency of appliances in their household is something that would have broad benefits and social justice implications, I might add, that we don't the more affluent members of our community are able to take advantage of a 30% tax credit, but people who don't pay taxes don't have access to that. So we would like to afford access to the rebates that were included in the IRA funds. We also advocate for electrification of school buses and transit, and also advocate for EV electric vehicles. There's some proposals to impose registration taxes on them. We would like to just keep those fair and equitable. And noting as for excuse me, they are clean and quiet. And that's about all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. Appreciate it. Yeah, we got some water for you, too. Yeah.
He won't come up.
Suhey, could you bring that water? Thank you. We got you. Please.
Good morning, Mildred Fernandez, former Orange County Commissioner for District 3. It's always a pleasure to be and see you in good health. And I think that the only one that I don't know personally, it's Representative Harris, but I watch the session, so I know the work you're doing. It's always a pleasure to be with you all. And I respectfully bring to your attention the Clemency Office. There are 24,000 pending cases for review, which is the first step, over 3 years or more. It is my understanding that the office needs more funds for additional personnel to investigate and get ready for a hearing. It's a process that is very bureaucratic, take years, and in 2021, 6,000 new cases were added, and my case was one. In the process, can take so many years, and I have done some research on the Executive Clemency Office, that very few people will ever be able to enjoy the freedom that you deserve as a citizen. For next year, the budget requested for that office, it's $22.7 million, which is 108% increase from last year. My question then becomes, if you approve that new budget, how many people will ever get the hearing? It's amazing, it's very bureaucratic, and I do believe that even though I am very tough on crime, I do believe in second chances. These are individuals that cannot serve in a jury, they cannot run for office, and they cannot even buy a home. So this is an issue very important because I have been hearing about the issues in prison, which that's another subject that I can address to you. But also, once you pay your debt, you're still in the system. And most probably you will be in the system until Jesus calls you home. At this time, I need to recognize and thank Senator Baxley and Representative Plasencia, because they were able to get for me my status. The clemency office sent me a letter to the wrong address. Therefore, I never knew what was the status of my case. And those two officers were so nice to me in order to get me that I'm in a pending status. When I called the executive office and I said, how long pending takes? The answer was years. So this is something that you can look into, because sometimes it's not about funding, it's about processes. If the process that it's being seen right now, it's a process that benefits, but 24,000, it's a big number. Thank you for listening. I wish you good health and a lot of success in the new session. I'll be watching. Thank you.
Thank you
questions?
so much. Yes, Representative Harris.
Hi. Thank you so much for coming and doing this presentation and talking to us about this issue. And I would love the opportunity to sit down and talk further about it. I wasn't able to introduce Juan Carlos earlier because he wasn't here yet, but my district aide, JC, is in the audience, and please feel free to get my contact information, and we can sit down and have a discussion about it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And Representative Johanna Lopez knows my case very, very close, and we have talked about it.
Representative Lopez has a question.
So for this type of clemency cases, can a bill be filed to advance this process, or needs to be a certain type of case specifically in order to file a bill to ask for that clemency? You know, how do you think that we can help?
Representative, like all politics, if you know the people, your case can be called. Because you have to go through so many. First, it's the investigation. You submit the paperwork, but then an investigator with a database, calls, emails, and I wonder if that process can be improved. In my other life, in corporate America, that's what I used to do for IBM. It's looking into organization and give tools in order to be more lenient and effective.
Yeah, like by looking those loopholes.
Exactly.
To be more proactive
and
in
maybe
the process.
I read that there is a database management. Well, what information is there? What process can be improved in order to accelerate the process? Imagine, I was reading that only 700 cases were submitted to the board last year. So we're behind. Thank you so much.
Any additional questions? Thank you so much. Appreciate all your advocacy. All right, I see Mr. Hodge is lined up. I do have one other speaker card before we break, and then I'll recognize Mr. Hodge. I want to make sure this person, if they're here, Mark Cliborn, with Magical Self-Advocacy member. Is Mark here? If not, we'll try again at 2 o'clock. I just want to make sure. Okay. If you just let us know the number you are in the speaker list, that would be helpful.
Certainly. Thank you,
And you're
Chair
recognized.
Escamani. Number 145, Wes Hodge, here on behalf of the Orange County Rainbow Democrats. I was a former president there. Thank you for the time. Thank you, delegation, for all of your hard work. Very disappointing to see the behavior exhibited here earlier today. It kind of feels like role reversal, right? And I'm going to speak to an empty chair. Senator Broder, welcome to how every transgender Floridian feels that their rights are infringed upon and suppressed, and their access to freedom has been restricted and taken away because of a majority in Tallahassee that will not listen to them and will not give them the respect that they deserve. This body at least gives the representatives the respect to be heard and voices and listened to, and they have a vote. Well, trans Floridians do not have that in Tallahassee. They have their access to health care restricted. What bathroom they get to choose to use is being dictated by the state. It's absolutely disgusting. We deserve better. And this delegation, I know, fights very hard on behalf of the LGBT community, and I want to say thank you for that. But my hope is that this Don't Say Gay 3.0 dies, because we are seeing more and more members of the LGBT community leaving Florida because of the behavior of Tallahassee. And we're losing such great talent and such great individuals because of the hate legislation that's coming out of the state. So I wanted to just say thank you for what you do. I appreciate it. I know how difficult it is to be in Tallahassee as a Democrat. We have your back, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Okay. Any other members of the public that were signed up to speak later today that want to speak early? We'll do a last call. Okay. So, thank you for everyone that participated in the first half of our delegation meeting. I don't believe there's any other delegation business to address at this time. So we're going to recess until 2 p.m. There was some confusion whether we're going to restart at 2 or 2:30. Our goal is to restart at 2 p.m., and we'll see which members are able to actually come back. And that'll be the opportunity to hear from the public in a more consistent manner. And so with that, we are in recess. Thank you, members and the public. All right, let's get this program started. Good afternoon. The Orange County Legislative Delegation will now reconvene to hear presentations from individual citizens and representatives of community-based organizations. My name is Ana V. Escamani. I'm proud to serve District 42 in the Florida State Legislature and to serve as your chairwoman for the Orange County Delegation. Of course, I want to give an opportunity for our colleagues to introduce themselves who are with us today as well. So I'll go ahead and start with my far right with Senator Torres to briefly introduce themselves. And of course, y'all know we have a very heavy packed agenda today, so we're going to try to keep our remarks as brief as possible to hear from the public. So Senator Torres, I'll pass it to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senator Torres, Victor Torres of District 25. I represent the lower part of Orange County and all of Osceola, and it's been my honor for the last 12 years to represent this area. As you well know, this is my last year in session, and to fight the fight, but gone but not forgotten. Thank you again.
Good afternoon. My name is Representative LaVon Bracey Davis. I bring you greetings from the fabulous, the fierce, and fantastic House District 40. Y'all like that? Yeah. I'm so thankful to see each and every one of you all here. House District 40 encompasses Ocoee, Pine Hills, College Park, Mercy Drive, Rosemont. So I'm thankful for the opportunity to serve. I am still in my freshman year. So just thankful. I'm looking forward to hearing from each and every one of you. Also, I'd like to acknowledge and recognize, just in case you have any questions for House District 40, my legislative aide, Rashawn Young. Please stand. So if you have any questions while I am here, please see Rashawn Young. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Representative Rita Harris, proudly serving House District 44, which is Lake Nona, all the way through to Dr. Phillips. We have the airport. We have iDrive and a lot of really great spaces. We have a really incredibly diverse and dynamic constituency. I see a few of my constituents right here, and they're advocating because that's what we do in the fabulous 44. I want to acknowledge my district aide, Juan Carlos Almanar. If he's in the room, stand up. Oh, there he is. If you have any constituency issues or other advocacy issues, please reach out to him. Thank you all for being here.
You should be good, Senator. It should be automatic. No? Good chair. Sorry.
Maybe I just talk too much. He wants to mute me. I'm Senator Linda Stewart, District 17, and I represent a good portion of Orange County, except for the west side. And my aides are here. There's 3 of them. Usually they're sitting in the back. If you're here, stand. 1 stood. Isn't that nice? The other 2 are eating. So that's why they're not here. But you see the shirt she has on. If you have any questions, you can go see any one of the 3, and they'll be happy to take down your information, and I can get back to you later because, we're going to Tallahassee Sunday, or I am. So anything you've got that you didn't get to deal with here, just give me a call, and we'll take care of it, I hope. Thank you.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes. My name is Johanna Lopez. I'm your representative for District 43. That's the east side of Orlando. My District 8 is my former student from Colonial High School, graduated from UCF, Suhan, please, Suhan Rosario. So if you need anything, card from me or from her, or a meeting, just talk to her today, okay? Thank you for coming.
Awesome.
I'm Senator Geraldine Thompson, Senate District 15, which is West Orange County. And I serve the communities of Winter Garden, Pine Hills, Ocoee, Paramore, and the town of Eatonville. And glad to see all of you here. I have 3 aides who are someplace. Christopher Miller is here, and if you need something, see Christopher. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Thompson, and to all my colleagues. And again, my name is Ana Escamani, and I'm proud to serve District 42 in the Florida State House, which encompasses parts of the city of Orlando, Winter Park, Belle Isle, Edgewood, Maitland, and historic town of Eatonville. And I have my staff member with me, Maddie Clearman. So we're also here to assist if we can at all. Real quick, I just want to do some quick housekeeping and give a big shout out to county staff. Can we please give applause to county staff and Orange TV? Orange TV is live streaming this meeting for us to make it more accessible to the public, and we're really grateful for y'all's leadership in doing that. I also want to make note that when you walked in, you had the opportunity to pick up one's contact information for the delegation. You'll notice that we're missing some members, which I will acknowledge in a moment. But if you need contact information, this sheet includes all that information for you, including the staff. And we have a lot of staff here, and we can't do anything without our staff. So make sure you grab that either when you're leaving or when you're arriving. If you're not signed up to speak, we are still accepting speakers. So there is a speaker card form out in that front desk as well. So if you are so inclined and so inspired to grab the mic, we will create space for that. It will be a long day, but we will create space for that. So just want you to know that you do have the opportunity to fill out that speaker card as well. If for some reason you are in a hurry and you have to leave, if you just want to flag Maddie from my team for me, we'll try to find ways to squeeze people in. I want to be sensitive to folks who have childcare responsibilities or work responsibilities. So please just let us know and we'll work to squeeze you in. And I ask for kindness and grace for others if there is that situation that arises. If by some reason you do have to leave, we do also have the option for you to submit written commentary, and those forms can also be found at that check-in desk. Before we start with our community speakers, I'm not sure if some folks watched the morning session, but we unfortunately lost quorum in the morning session, and we still conducted business with the hope that maybe we had quorum, but upon looking at the Florida House rules, excused absences count towards our quorum. So we only have 7 members today. We need 14 in total, and you need at least a majority to have quorum. So we need 8. So with that said, we're going to have another meeting as a delegation, because during delegation business, it includes not just electing new leadership, which I'm exiting as my responsibility as chair, but now y'all stuck with me for a little bit longer because we have to host another election for the new slate of leadership. And we also had a local bill focused on Reedy Creek that we're going to have to vote on again later as well. And since Senator Stewart was the sponsor of that bill, I wanted to pass the microphone over to you, Senator, if you wanted to share a few quick words and give an update on when a meeting could take place.
Thank you very much. Is this still working? Thank you very much, and I appreciate Chairwoman Escamani giving me a chance for a little bit of an update on this. Yes, we want to very strongly repeal the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District and send it back to the Reedy Creek for now. But because of the lack of the quorum and the lack of the information that we had at the time as to the quorum situation, we are going to have to reschedule it. We plan to do that in Tallahassee. I heard that that's going to be a possibility. So it's not gone away, and I'm extremely motivated to make sure that this gets heard as a local bill, and if we have to do it in Tallahassee, so be it. But it will get done. And you're welcome at any time to communicate with anybody's office here about the likes and dislikes of it, but and we'll be happy to take that input. But again, thank you for your understanding and understanding that we will have to do this again. But the second time's always the winner. So.
Thank you so much, Senator, and I appreciate all the colleagues in navigating this as well with us. So let's get started with community speakers. I'm going to call 2 to 3 speakers up at a time just to have folks on deck, since we do have a very packed agenda today. We're asking if folks can keep their remarks between 2 to 3 minutes. I do apologize for the expediency of that, but we have about 130 plus speakers signed up. And again, I want to be sensitive to everyone having the opportunity to speak to the delegation. And there will be a timer to help you. I'm not going to cut you off once you hit 2, but that is your warning to land that plane if you can. And so, got consent to that? Y'all go with that? All right, get some head nods. Okay. So with that said, I see Paul Owens, 1,000 Friends of Florida, is already lined up and ready to go. So on deck will be the Mental Health Association of Central Florida, Sabrina Davis, if she is here. I believe she may not be with us. And then I think we already heard from Ms. Elsa Peterson in the morning. And the next would be William Humans, Florida Region Vice President for the illustrious Florida A&M University Alumni Association. So if you can line up in that order, that'd be fantastic. And with that, Mr. Owens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. I'm Paul Owens, President of 1,000 Friends of Florida. We're a nonpartisan organization dedicated to protecting our environment, our economy, and our quality of life here in Orange County and throughout the state from poorly planned development. We believe our priorities for the 2024 session will benefit counties throughout Florida, especially fast-growing counties like Orange. I'll touch on some of the highlights. Our funding priorities for next year start with matching this year's $1 billion investment in land conservation. This total may sound large, but it's 1%, less than 1% of the state budget, and it would respect the will of all those Floridians who voted in 2014 to amend the Constitution to guarantee land conservation investment on this scale. We're also calling on you to meet or exceed the next funding installment for the governor's four-year, $3.5 billion investment in Everglades restoration and water quality projects across the state. This funding priority goes hand in hand with one of our policy priorities, which is stronger water quality protections and enforcement. We also call on you to restore and strengthen, not undermine, the power of citizens to chart the future course of their communities through the local planning process. Finally, we urge you to require flood disclosure and other safeguards, thank you, Senator Stewart, to discourage irresponsible development in floodplains as well as coastal high-hazard areas. This would save lives, property, and taxpayer dollars. Thank you for your time, consideration, and service to this community in Florida.
Thank you so much, Mr. Owens. Any questions or comments? We appreciate everything you do. I know we'll see you in Tallahassee. Okay, up next, I see we have Marnie Stallman alongside, I believe, Nicole, here to speak on behalf of Mental Health Association of Central Florida. You are recognized.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, delegation members. Thank you for your service. It's a pleasure to be before you today. I'm Nicole Euler. I'm an Orange County resident, mom of two, and a new board member of the Mental Health Association of Central Florida. First, we'd like to express our deep gratitude to Representative Susan Placencia and Senator Linda Stewart for their leadership in shepherding appropriation to expand our mental health services to uninsured adolescents at our Outlook Clinic. I am happy to share that we began seeing patients in October and have already partnered with City of Orlando and its Rock Lake Community Center to provide counseling services on site for students at Rock Lake Elementary School. I came here today to speak to you about unstructured play and how 2 words can affect a child's mental well-being. I have dealt with mental health struggles my entire life, and I know the importance of daily exercise and play to counteract my anxiety, and our children need to have the same outlet. According to Florida Statute Section 1003.455, students in grades K through 5 are required to receive 100 minutes of unstructured free play recess each week, so that there is a minimum of 20 consecutive minutes each day. As part of the sweeping proposal, 2 weeks ago, the Senate Education Pre-K through 12 Committee unanimously approved Bill SPB 7004, which is filed for the 2024 legislative session. The bill is proposing 2 tiny keyword changes to Section 1003.455, lines 530 through 536, removing the words consecutive and unstructured, meaning school districts could decide to split recess into 4 to 5 minutes a day with structured activity, including videos for our kids to watch. The American Association of Pediatrics and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have issued statements to the importance of free playtime. The key word is prevention. Unstructured free play of continuous 20 minutes is a fundamental part of a child's day and is essential to their physical, mental, and emotional well-being. We urge you to keep play, recess in our schools as written in the statutes currently.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments? And appreciate your advocacy on this issue, as the House has not seen these bills yet, but I'm sure we will. So thank you for your words. Okay, I think Will from FAMU Alumni Association will be next, because I don't think Sabrina is here. So you are welcome and recognized. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much, and good afternoon, Orange County Legislative Delegation.
My name is William Humans, the Florida Region Vice President of Florida A&M University National Alumni Association. I am a resident of Orange County District 41 and a product of the #1 public university, HBCU, and the #91st public university in the country. Also, I'd like to thank each of the delegation for your most diligent work serving us. Thank you so much there. I'm a product of a family environment that resided in an underrepresented area. FAMU is ranked #21 on a social mobility index, which indicates the university's ability to transform the economic trajectory of its graduates and family. Today, I stand here being a longtime employee of one of the United States' largest defense contractors. Student success is one of our biggest legislative priorities. We have a $50 million request there. It is our hope that elevating and sustaining student success will continue. And thank you again, delegation support, for your support there. FAMU has done so much for me and many of the alumni. FAMU will continue to elevate alumni and students in the state of Florida and the county. I really appreciate your support last year. We look forward to your support this year. If I can be of any help to you to make our district in Orlando great, please let me know so that we can make not only FAMU great, but we are also contributing to the state of Florida, the United States, and the world. I look forward to seeing you on February 21st, 2024 in Tallahassee. You have a personal invitation from me to visit us at the FAMU Day at the Capitol. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I know we have at least one rattler up here, so it's always a pleasure to hear from FAMU. Questions, comments? You good? Representative Ambrose Davis, you're recognized.
Just a comment as the only member of the legislature that is a graduate of FAMU College of Law. I just want to say thank you for the good work that you are doing. It is an honor to be an alumni of FAMU. And thank you for your work, your advocacy. We're excited about FAMU and all of our HBCUs, quite honestly, in the state of Florida. And good work and the wonderful impact that the students are making. So just thank you for being here.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, so next on deck, we have Miss Lori Nassifer, private citizen, Annie Soul, Senior Director for the Howard Phillips Center for Children and Families, and Miss Tamika Ganzi, private citizen. So are these folks here at this time? If not, I will go back to them. Okay, let's keep going. Do we have Isabel Sam, Florida Freedom Family, with us? Okay, go ahead, and if you'd like to approach the podium, I'm going to just name the other folks real quick too to start the line. So, and I do apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. I'm trying to move fast. Aida Fernandez, Director for the Prodigy Cultural Arts Program. And then, of course, we have Jerry Glynn, Embrace Families, and Dr. Dale Brill. Those are the next folks lined up. So if you want to get ready, we appreciate it. And if you could just state your name for the record, you're recognized.
Sure, thank you. Hello, my name is Ann Soul, and I'm the new Senior Director of the Howard Phillips Center for Children and Families, and thank you for your ongoing support of our programs as we continue to serve the youngest citizens of Orange County. The Howard Phillips Center exists to advocate for and respond to the needs of the most vulnerable children in Central Florida facing medical, emotional, and developmental challenges, especially those related to child abuse and neglect. I believe all of you are champions of supporting the health and well-being of the babies, the children, the teenagers that we serve, and you recognize that in a few short years, these children become the workforce and hopefully tax-paying citizens for the thriving community of Orange County. Our program serves 0 to 3-year-olds with developmental delays and disabilities, teenagers without health insurance, victims of abuse and neglect, and families needing support to keep their children safe. We use evidence-based approaches proven to protect children and families in the first place and to help them heal when bad things do occur. I believe when we view funding as an investment rather than a cost to taxpayers for these programs, only then can we truly understand how supporting children during their earliest years is a true investment with a proven return. Looking forward, we are deeply concerned about significant cuts in the Victims of Crime Act. These funds support the victim advocates, and the Florida Network of Child Advocacy Centers is uniformly asking for bridging the gap funding so this important work can continue. We are the largest child advocacy center in the state, and this looks like it could be as much as $500,000 for us. Our child advocacy program dealt with over 5,000 referrals for abuse and neglect last year. Our Early Steps program provided over 65,000 hours of early intervention services for young children, with developmental delays or disabilities. And for 14 consecutive years, our Healthy Families program has received better than a 98% success rate in breaking the cycle of abuse among the families we serve. That is why the Howard Phillips Center exists, and we aim for a better future for all of us. We just need more folks, such as yourselves, to continue to invest in our programs. And we would welcome you all to our center for a tour of our facility and our programs. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Any questions or thoughts? And I definitely encourage folks to make that visit. I've done the tour more than once, so very impactful. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
And we'll bring the VOCA concerns to Tallahassee.
Very good.
Okay. I believe up next is Tamika Ganzi, private citizen, if they're here, and then if not, Isabel.
Hello. The Florida Freedom Family is a libertarian group of freedom tribes of 5 close friends within 5 miles of our homes that form an interdependent community of freedom fighters all over the state so we can make actual freedom win in Florida. During the upcoming session, we would like to see a reasonable independence law passed for children here in Florida. Reasonable independence laws for children have already been passed in 7 states that are red and blue. In response to seeing us as a nation that children's playtime has been turned into crime time by our own government. What was normal play for us as children, where we'd go outside and play knowing it was time to come home when the streetlights came on, is now seen as neglectful behavior, forcing parents into one parenting style, which is helicopter parenting. Unfortunately, this government overreach has a huge impact on low-income and minority families and even parents who want their own children to have some of the same joy that they had when growing up, even when crime rates are now proving that our children are just as safe as they were in the 60s when children played outside and unsupervised daily. Numerous books, media outlets, and even law papers have been written about how depriving children of their ability to play on their own and work on their own activities outside of adult supervision has led to increased anxiety, depression, disorders, and a fundamental lack of understanding of who they are. The child and teen suicide rates are currently out of control in this country, and our bill could instantly knock out so many problems with its passage. While Florida's criminal and DCF laws aren't quite as tyrannical as some other states, it still could use some help defining deprivation and neglect. So overarching Florida police officers, like the ones who removed a teenage boy from his parents for several months just for forgetting his house key and sitting outside waiting for his parents to come home from school, won't continue to happen because a nosy neighbor called 911. We have copies of the language that was passed in 4 different states. California is now also pushing to move this into law during their next session, and we would love to work with anyone who is ready to make this happen in Florida. We will be in Tallahassee over the coming session to talk about our lack of freedoms.
Any questions for Isabel? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thanks.
All right, next up is Ada Fernandez. Prodigy Cultural Arts Program. Oh, we got a group. Y'all recognize.
All right. Good afternoon. Ada works with me. She wasn't able to make it today, but my name is Ronald Bradford. I work with the University Area Community Development Corporation back in Tampa, Florida, and I'm here representing the Prodigy Cultural Arts Program. We've been around for about 23 years. We are a research-based prevention program. We contract with a number of agencies in West Central Florida counties to implement Prodigy in their own neighborhoods and communities. We serve youth ages 5 through 17, and pretty much we give life skills such as anger management, communication, and problem-solving skills through the delivery of visual and performing art classes taught by instructors who also serve as mentors. One of the programs that we contract with is ONIC, Orlando Neighborhood Improvement Corporation. We have a youth here who is participating in the Prodigy Cultural Arts Program. Will speak about her experience. Thank you for your support.
Awesome.
Hello, my name is Nada Laneri, and I've been part of the ONIC's youth program Prodigy for about 11 years. Wow. Prodigy has given me many different opportunities, like being here today. It has also given me the opportunity to be part of Planned Parenthood. I am a peer ambassador. I've been doing it for 4 years. I've done many different presentations on pregnancy, birth control, and healthy relationships, and I've been able to speak and also show social media and stop prevent the misinformation about sexual and reproductive health. It has also given me the opportunity to be an ambassador for Prodigy. This March, I went to Tallahassee to speak with the state legislators to talk about the program and how it has impacted my life. I've gained many different skills like communication, problem solving, also a lot of leadership, and it has just been very impactful in my life. I grew up speaking Spanish, so starting school, I was struggling. It was really hard for me to make friends, kind of communicate with others, and through the program, I was able to make many new friends, learn about different opportunities that are out there. Through the program, I've been able to go out and express myself throughout the community, and yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Amazing. That's fantastic. Did you want to say anything too at all? Did you want to add anything?
The only thing I'm going to add is my name is Serena Jones. I work with the Orlando Neighborhood Improvement Corporation. We've been a Prodigy host site since 2007. Since then, we've helped more than 300,000 youth develop leadership skills, coping, life management skills through the arts. And so it's been an impactful program for our communities. Over 12 of our sites spread throughout Central Florida, where we leverage our clubhouses and learning centers to bring arts, resources, and education to our youth on site.
Incredible. Any questions or comments? Yeah, Representative LaVon Bracey Davis.
Good afternoon. Just a really quick comment and then perhaps a question. First of all, thank you for the work. I'm very familiar with Prodigy and ONIC and the wonderful work that you all do. I'm an arts and culture advocate, so that I don't have to repeat that anymore. Anybody that's in the audience that is here for arts and culture, I'm waving in support right now. So cut and paste this wave. But thank you for the work that you're doing. I do have a question though, and I think it's transformative what you're doing with these kids. Do you all still have the opportunity? I remember you all used to perform with the children at the Dr. Phillips Center. Is that still happening?
Yes, that's still happening, and I believe our date is scheduled for this upcoming March.
Great. Thank you.
And send us those details so we can try to feed on the calendar too. Any other questions? All right. Thanks, y'all. Really appreciate you and keep up the great work. So cool. All right. Embrace families. And then on deck will be Dr. Dale Brill.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Orange County Delegation. As you know, I'm Jerry Glenn. I'm the interim CEO of Embrace Families Community-Based Care. I'm joined this afternoon, if they wouldn't mind standing, our two Orange County directors, Jennifer Annan and Nikki Rigsby, who really run the foster care system here in Orange County, and I appreciate them being here with me this afternoon. As you all know, Embrace Families is the child welfare lead agency coordinating the care for vulnerable children in Orange, Osceola, and Seminole County. I want to start by thanking each of you who have spent so much time with me and with our staff and being fierce advocates for the youth of Orange County as well as the youth across the state. You all have spent valuable time with us over the last months and years discussing the issues facing our children in our community. Last session in particular, we were speaking to you all about the child welfare funding gap here in Central Florida, where our lead agency is obligated to serve 12% of the child's population and receive 7% of the statewide allocation of funding. You all heard that we, unfortunately, even though you all have advocated for that, you put in a joint letter in support of our request that the funding get fixed. We still have not gotten the money released from the department, even though the legislature approved additional funding for us. Despite consistent efforts to collaborate, it became clear that we were not making progress with the department. To ensure that in no way we jeopardize the best interests of the children that we serve and the families that we serve, our board recently notified the department, and we sent notices to all of you all, that we will be terminating our contract in early May of 2024. Our hope is that a new lead agency will be selected by the department as soon as possible. The sad reality is the days after our termination, the department filed a bill in the Senate, I'm not sure about the House companion yet, that is to change the funding formula. We believe that that new funding formula that they propose, that we have been advocating for a while, could lead to as much as a 20% increase here in Central Florida for the next lead agency. Whether it's us, which it will not be, or someone else, we think that the children and families in Central Florida deserve a more equitable funding formula, and we would encourage you all to continue to support that push for equitable funding. We remain committed to serving the children and families there. We will work as hard as we can to avoid any disruption in this transition as we leave this space. But again, I want to close by saying how proud I am of my team and our system of care and your all support throughout the years. And we look forward to working with you in the coming months as the system transitions. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jared. Was there any comments or questions? Yeah, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for being here, and thank you for your visit. There was an issue regarding funds for PPP that Embrace Families received and then billed the state for the same funds. Right. Will the new lead agency be impacted in any way?
No, that's been resolved, Senator. Okay. So it was not actually for CBC, it was a related company. So there was no dispute about the PPP funds that it went to Embrace Families CBC, but we have related companies. And it was a question about how we allocated the related companies' funds. But all of that has been resolved. It's not an issue for any subsequent agency.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you to you and your incredible staff. I mean, I've toured Embrace Families more than once and have supported the organization over the years, and have met many of the youth that have navigated the situation of foster care. So I thank you for y'all's work. I know this has been not an easy decision to make.
Right.
So
you'll be hearing from one of my colleagues later. Some of us are going to continue to do the work. It just may not be the lead agency work. So
okay. Thank you so much. All right, Dr. Dale Brill, Chief Policy Officer, Habitat for Humanity, Orlando and Osceola Counties. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, it's a pleasure to be with you. I am Dale Brill, Chief Policy Officer of Habitat for Humanity, Greater Orlando and Osceola County, with a couple of updates. Want to thank you for your participation, those of you that were with us in August at our kickoff of Face the Housing Crisis campaign. That has continued. We hold our 4th work group session on December 7th of next week. We have plenty of information to share that includes the since published compendium of Face the Housing Crisis, which includes the research that supports the methodology and the process that we are using to engage the private sector, the public sector, and the independent sector to find solutions for the housing crisis that we face. Would make you aware that we do have a direct appropriation coming before the legislature this year, thanks to the leadership of Senator Stewart and Representative Bracy Davis, for $950,000 for a housing readiness that builds on the great work of the legislature and its passing of the Live Local Act last year, trying to dovetail and continue the momentum that you established. And also momentum that is present within other organizations. Habitat for Humanity is not the organization to recognize or do work towards the housing crisis. In fact, at least 1 or 2 other organizations will be before you today. But it is that momentum that we want to capture. Also would make you aware of one thing, if I may take a little privilege for our friends south. I know this is the Orange County delegation, but Senator Torres asked me last year, what are you doing in Osceola County? Unfortunately, we were unable to be with the Osceola delegation, but I think it's pertinent because there's overlap. It is our service area, includes Orange County and Osceola. We are in the design phase for an affordable townhome project, land generously donated by Osceola County. We are planning for our first pro-build. We are making the annual, it's our big event where we take 3 professional builders, general contractors, and they build at least 3 homes. We are doing that this year in 2024 in Osceola County. The city of Kissimmee, the partnership continues with our critical repair program. We don't just build new homes, but we help people stay in their homes, particularly with programs to help people age in place.
Thank you, Dr. Brill. That was great timing. Any questions or thoughts? Representative LaVon Bracy Davis. I have to say LaVon Bracy Davis. I got to say the whole name.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just ask my colleagues to assist and help advocate for this appropriation. Please know, and I'm sure like with most of your districts, the #1 issue in my district is affordability of housing. Everywhere that I go, that's what I keep hearing. So while I know that I am helping run this appropriation, I would ask that you just help me with this advocacy because it's so important. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And thank you for your all's championing on housing affordability. I think property insurance, cost of rent, housing has been the common theme for all of us as Orange County lawmakers. So thank you for your leadership on it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so next up we have Virginia Ritterbusch, District Captain for Convention of States. And as she approaches the well, I do want to just call up Tiffany Hughes, President, Legal and Voters. We have Annie Koppenhaver, Co-Chair for the Central Florida Team for Floridians for National Popular Vote. Craig Cook, Executive Director for Attain, Inc. And then Todd Dixon, Associate Vice President of Development and Community Affairs. And then I'm also going to throw one of our speaker cards, Mark Claiborne, into that mix. So if y'all could get ready to speak and be on deck, I would definitely appreciate it. And so, Virginia, you are recognized.
Thank you. My name is Virginia Ritterbusch. I'm at 10187 Leland Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32827. Distinguished legislators, thank you for providing the pathway for citizens to speak. This is why our country is so great. I am a Convention of States COS volunteer district captain in Orlando, House District 44. English settlers risked crossing seas to escape government overreach. Our founding fathers foresaw a time when we, the people, might also experience diminishing state sovereignty. They added the Article 5 Convention of States pathway to our Constitution to allow we the people to unify our voices of concern. The Convention of States Action Organization is a constitutional grassroots movement organized to seek balance between state and federal government. Thank you for recently protecting our voices by opposing the rescission effort here in Florida. The information folder I have left with Anna for each of you explains the numerous reasons why dismantling our Constitution through the Article 5 amendment is not a realistic fear. We assert you legislators are Florida's strongest defense and strongest advocates for rebalancing state and federal government, federal jurisdiction. Florida's over 195,000 petition signers greatly appreciate your support and acknowledge the time and personal sacrifice you make on our behalf. Please consider lead sponsoring or co-sponsoring this resolution in the next legislative session. Ask yourself, who should decide what's best for you and your family? The federal government or you and your doctor? What about education? You and your local school board or the federal government? Thank you for our future generations, and they thank you too. Respectfully submitted, Virginia Ritterbusch, House District 44.
Thank you so much, Virginia. Anyone have questions for Virginia? All right, we appreciate it. I don't see Miss Tiffany Hughes, but for folks who are missing, we'll go back. But I do see approaching Annie, co-chair of the Orange County, Florida team, Floridians for National Popular Vote. You are recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Rep. Escamani. I'm Ann Koppenhaver, District Co-Chair of Orange County contingent of the Floridians for National Popular Vote. I'm here to ask each of you to co-sponsor the current National Popular Vote interstate compact bills in the legislature during the coming 2024 session. House Bill 67 and Senate Bill 236 filed by Senator Torres, who has valiantly stood for this effort, as have many of you over the years. Details are in your handout, including the text of the compact. This constitutionally conservative solution supports the continuation of the Electoral College process and the right of every state to decide how the Electoral College delegates are chosen. Now, you may wonder why I would ask for your support for a bill that any reasonable person, I consider myself one of those, and I consider you one of those, has a snowball's chance in a Florida summer of passing. And it's because many of you in this delegation absolutely sponsor bills which are, you know, will not pass, but you know are important. We tilt at windmills because voters and voting privileges are so important. In fact, they may keep some voters from ever coming to a booth because they say it will not work. It can work. And I'm here to tell you It may not pass in enough states to be in effect this coming electoral year, but direct election of the president is coming. We voters want to know that every vote counts and counts equally no matter where you live, no matter whom you vote for. Thank you for publicly supporting the majority of Americans and the majority of Floridians. In fact, the majority of every political party in the Florida and in the United States who believe in one person, one vote, and that every vote should count equally. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ann. Any questions for Ann? Comment? Senator Torres for a comment.
Thank you, Ann, for appearing today. You know, folks, I don't know about you, but I grew up, my vote counted. When I voted in New York, they told us, your vote is going to put somebody in office. And that's how I grew up, you know, thinking that my vote was going to make a difference. You get in the legislature, now you're finding out, well, they don't count, man. You know, they put many roadblocks. And the sad part is that we see elections that are questioned because they don't believe the national vote. I mean, the popular vote is something that for me is, I've been finding it for the last 5 years, something like that. You know, never get heard. I want an up and down vote. I want people, my colleagues on the other side, to say yes or no. You know, do you have the right to vote, to voice, you know, and be counted? But obviously, that's not happening until across the country we mobilize, and I mean mobilize, and get out and vote, because we need to stand up and change what's happening here in Florida as well. Thank you, Ann, for what you're doing in your organization. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Torres. Thank you again, Ann.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is, if they're here, Craig Cook. Is there Craig Cook here? All right. Next is Todd Dixon, Associate Vice President of Development and Community Affairs, Aspire Health Partners. Mr. Dixon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I want to start just really by thanking each and every one of you for your hard work, particularly last year. Last year was a banner year for behavioral health needs in the state of Florida. The increases in funding and services that were passed and included in the budget are going to have a tremendous effect both here in Orange County and across the state. Specifically, I want to point to three things. One was an increase, a continuation of funding for veterans and military families. We owe a great debt of honor to our veterans and their family members, and we appreciate that support. Here in Orange County, we were able to secure continued recurring general revenue for our central receiving center. And those who have worked on that issue over the years know how important it is to be able to get up every day and know that that funding is secure and can be relied upon in the future. And then finally, we were fortunate last year with the help of Senator Brodeur and Representative Placencia to secure $1 million in capital funding for homeless veterans here in Orange County and Central Florida. We have a capital project that was funded in part by the VA, but due to increases in inflation and other costs, those dollars didn't go as far today as they did when the proposal was originally awarded 2 years ago. We will be coming back this year asking for additional help. Senator Brodeur and Representative Placencia have agreed to help, and we would ask that every member of this delegation also support that. You'll have several substantive bills before you this year. Please feel free to reach out to us if you need to know how they will affect the providers in this community. But with that, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all your work, and if anything we can do to help you and your constituents, please let us know.
Thank you so much, Todd. Any questions or comments? I just want to say thank you for y'all's work, and I'm really happy to see the original pilot program with OPD continue on to provide alternative responses for people that are experiencing suicidal ideation and other mental health crises. So Appreciate y'all's leadership
That's
on
a
that
great
too.
program, along with the mobile response teams that you guys funded several years ago across the state. They make a huge difference.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Okay, Mark Claiborne is on deck. And then just to start the next line, my goodness, we have some veterans with us. Thank you for all of our veterans for your service. So we're going to be having Mr. Dennis Freitas, and then we have Daniel from the Heart of Florida United Way, and following Daniel would be Ms. Kathleen Sullivan Cockrell. And so, Mark, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, senators, representatives, and the Orange County Legislative Delegation. My name is Mark Claiborne. I'm a member of Magical Advocacy. Here we have Michael. He is the president of the association. I would like to recognize him. And we also have Patrick. He is a Florida Stand Fellow. Today I would like to be talking about the city of Greater Orlando. As we know, Florida is going to become a bigger city. In the next 5 years, the population is supposed to be 5 million people in this city. So as a district, and all the districts combined, I would like to say that there's some of us here that have abilities. We're just different people like you and me. And so that was the first thing. That was the first point I wanted to make. But the other point is that people that have abilities, some of us can't. We want to be independent. We want to live fulfilling lives, and as a person with the ability that is different from everybody else, I would like for everybody to be independent, but it's just very difficult when there's not enough resources, or the housing crisis that we face, because there's no housing for us. Like, if you take example, Quest Inc., that's in Orlando, they serve over 500,000 people, ages 12 to 17. And I live at Quest, and I'm one of their residents. And, that was just one of the things that, I've been native Floridian my whole life. And I love the state of Florida. The other thing is that, and the transportation too. We have access links. Access links is not governed very well, and to get around is like we can't get around everywhere in the city because they always have issues going on, or even in other counties such as Tampa. Like we can't get to Tampa. Like we can go as far as Polk County, but that's about it. And then I would like to end this with a quote by Maya Angelou. I learned a long time ago, the wisest thing I can do is to be on my own side, be an advocate for myself and others like me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Beautiful way to end. So thank you so much, Mark. We'll see you in Tallahassee. All right, Colonel, U.S. Army retired for Florida Veterans Hall of Fame. It's always an honor to see you. You're recognized.
And it's my honor to see you, too. And I know the work that this noble body does, and it's a great work. I'm Colonel Dennis Freitas, U.S. Army retired. I'm also a former trustee of Valencia College, and we met way back. So I'm here on civil rights for American veterans, and I'm here for a just democratic cause, and I'm here to ask for a resolution. And you should have a copy of my written testimony. And what I'm talking about is, since 1898, the U.S. federal government undemocratically controls the U.S. territory of Puerto Rico, with more U.S. citizens than 21 states that have no federal consent of the governed. As patriots demand equal civil rights, fairness, revocation of unjust laws, and non-territorial, non-colonial status. And also something that's, time goes fast, that people don't know is I was born in Puerto Rico, and I've been here 30 years, and every mayor, and I've been appointed by the governors. I've been confirmed by the Florida Senate twice, and my name is inside the Capitol building, and I don't have a permanent citizenship like over a million of Puerto Ricans that have statutory citizenship and don't know about it. I have all the sources, which our citizenship is not in accordance with the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. It's in accordance with the territorial clause, the insular cases that our Justice Sotomayor and Justice Gorsuch have called them racist, and not me, Supreme Court. And so we need to start a movement here for equal civil rights. This is the federal government undemocratically controls Puerto Rico. And we here, I consider myself an American, Floridian, Boricua. So I'm all three. So yeah, we gotta be loyal to Florida, and we gotta be loyal to our roots. So I'm asking you to please, I've been here before, I'm back, like they say, please do a resolution or a letter or a memorial or anything, a petition, and send it to the federal government. And you have all the information there. I really appreciate it. And to Senator Toje, who is a former Marine, hoorah!
Thank you again for your service. Were there any questions? Oh, Representative Rita Harris.
I just wanted to thank you so much for your service and your advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Awesome. All right. Danielle, you are next from Heart of Florida United Way, Director of Advocacy and Public Policy. You are recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Vanegas. I am the Advocacy and Public Policy Director at Heart of Florida United Way. We are one of the largest nonprofit service in Central Florida. We service Orange, Osceola, and Seminole County. Today, I really want to talk to you about two of our policy priorities. Number one is the VITA appropriation. As a coalition of 28 United Ways, we will be asking for $1.8 million of the state for our volunteer income tax assistance. Last year alone, as a coalition of United Ways across the state, we brought $76 million back to the pockets of Floridians. In our area, we brought $2.5 million worth of tax, and we did about $500,000 worth of savings for residents of Orange, Osceola, and Seminole County in tax preparation fees. So in aggregate, that was $3 million worth of money that got brought back into the community, into our local economy. The second thing is we have, and thank you to Senator Thompson for supporting, we have submitted an appropriation with Representative David Smith for $750,000 for a mobile computer lab that we will be using to bring some of our programming to areas across Orange, Osceola, and Seminole counties. The $750,000 would cover the cost of purchasing the bus, retrofitting, purchasing of computers, software, and the things that we need for the bus to work. So we're very excited for that. We would love to request your support as it makes its way through the process. And thank you for that. And that's 35 seconds that I give you guys back.
Minutes. Keep going, honey.
But yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Do you have questions for Daniel?
Not a question, but a comment.
A comment. Senator Thompson.
I just wanted to make a comment to my colleagues here with regard to the mobile computer lab that they're proposing. We have so many of our constituents who don't have access to technology, and therefore they're not able to apply for different benefits. They're not able to seek jobs, so many other things. And having this mobile unit will go a long way to bridging the digital divide. So I ask for your support.
Thank you so much, Senator Thompson. Daniel, thanks for everything y'all do. Big fan. So keep up the great work. All right. So I don't see a line yet, so let's see if we can build it. So signed up, we have Ms. Kathleen Sullivan Cockrell, Cheryl Bello, CEO for STEPS, Usha Tiwari, volunteer advocate for the Alzheimer's Association, William DeMott, founder president for the Carrie Ann DeMott Foundation, Tim Harper, CHS board member, Children's Home Society is the acronym. And then Willie Montague, President, House of Trinity, Inc. So if I called your name, if you want to go ahead and line up, and if you'd like just to approach the podium in the pastel blue, you're welcome. And just if you could state your name for the records, and for folks who aren't here, like I said, I'll call them back up at a later time. So
thank you,
you're
Madam Chair.
recognized.
Good afternoon. Cheryl Bello with STEPS, Specialized Treatment, Education, and Prevention Services. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, esteemed members. Last year I stood before you and pleaded with you to support our appropriation request last year to add 10 residential beds to our women's residential treatment program in Apopka. And because of your support, we were successful in doing so. We were able to increase our facility to 64 beds. As of today, we are at capacity, and we continue to have that need. I'm here again to ask for your continued support this year as we have another appropriation request. In doing this past year, to move along, I just wanted everyone to know As a result of your support, what we have saved to the community by providing our services in the past year, we have saved over $333,000 in neonatal care for babies that have been born drug-free to our mothers while they have been receiving treatment. We have saved the taxpayers over $400,000. Those are treatment services versus an equivalent of 300 nights in the Orange County Jail. And we have saved over $350,000 in foster care placements, allowing mothers to reunify with their children while they're in treatment. So again, thank you for your support last year, and we can only be grateful that you would continue to support our efforts this coming year.
Thank you so much for your leadership and advocacy. Questions, comments? All right, thank you again. So I don't see Usha, but we'll look for her when she comes. So Mr. DeMont, you are welcome, and thank you so much for all your incredible advocacy over the years and for being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you, members of the delegation. This is my second opportunity in 7 years to address you, and I appreciate it. I am the father of a daughter who was taken by a multiple DUI offender. And in the past 8 years, I have worked very hard to contact each and every one of you, email, phone call, and personally, and ask for accountability. The good news is we've never asked for funds. We're not here to ask for money as a foundation. We're asking for accountability. And while I know there is no current bill proposed for the upcoming legislation, I'd like you to bring this to Tallahassee. We have a term being used, and it's called legal limit. Nowhere in our laws, as it pertains to drunk, impaired, distracted driving, is the term legal limit used. But we're educating the public and our citizens that there's a legal limit to driving sober. And if we can't get accountability, and if we can't stop these terms used in the media and newspapers and the internet and by our judges, lawyers, and defense attorneys, educating the public there's a legal limit, then we will continue to have a repeat offender mentality that is very strong here in Orange County. So I'm here to say, please, whatever's on your docket for the upcoming session, there's a lot of great people and organizations in this room. We talk about preserving the county, the state, and this country. But we have a repeat offender mentality, and it would be an absolute shame for someone who's leading the way in this county, in this state, in Central Florida, to be taken by that repeat offender mentality, because we're all under the assumption that there's a legal limit to driving impaired. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments? Thank you so much for honoring those no longer with us through your advocacy. Okay, Tim Harper, Children's Home Society, and then if they're in the space, Willie Montague will be next, and then Nicole King, Betsy Owens, and then Connie Edson. So you're recognized.
Thank you. My name is Tim Harper, and I have the privilege of serving on the Central Florida Board of the Children's Home Society of Florida. And I'm here today to speak to you about the Community Partnership School Program. On behalf of all of us at the Children's Home Society of Florida, we want to thank you so much for the support you gave us in the most recent legislative session with the $11 million in funding. That $11 million is currently supporting 36 community partnership schools throughout the state, including 4 here in Orange County. Eccleston Elementary, Evans High School, Jones High School, and the Academic Center for Excellence. The community partnership model pulls together 4 core partners for each school. For example, here in Orange County, the 4 core partners are for the local school district, Orange County Public Schools, for the nonprofit Children's Home Society of Florida. The healthcare partner is Orange Blossom Family Health, and the college is the University of Central Florida. These 4 core partners have come together, and each has made a long-term commitment consisting of a 25-year initial memorandum of understanding that they'll be involved. We know for many of our students, the schools need to become more than just a place to learn, but a hub that serves as a resource for our students, their parents, and the community, with opportunities for expanded learning and addressing the needs to access health care, including mental health services. We're proud of the impact we're having on students in these schools by removing barriers to their education. Some of the positive impacts we have seen include higher test scores, less disciplinary referrals, greater teacher retention, and stronger parent engagement. We are requesting the legislature to increase funding for the upcoming session so that we can continue to grow this program. We're looking to add at least 8 more schools with the additional funds that we'll be requesting in this session. Again, on behalf of the Children's Home Society, thank you for your support, thank you for your service, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Mr. Harper? All right, keep up the great work. We'll see you in Tallahassee.
See you then. Thank you.
All right, I don't think I see Mr. Montague, so Nicole King, RN, frontline nurse, you are recognized.
Good afternoon and thank you. My name is Nicole King and I'm one of the frontline nurses. Where there is risk, there must be choice. As a registered nurse, I am here on a bipartisan issue, Frontline for Freedom. The Medical Freedom Bill, SB 252, was signed into law this year, and various grassroots organizations are calling to amend this bill in certain areas. Currently, SB 252 prohibits any public or private entity in Florida to force the mRNA, COVID-19, and emergency use authorization vaccines. We are asking to expand this to include all vaccinations. The Sunset Clause, which lifts forced mRNA vaccines on Floridians, is set to expire in 2025. We are asking that this is striked indefinitely as mRNA technology continues to be pushed on a larger scale and has been documented as a likely result to the rise in rapid developing cancer seen in patients. In the statute, lines 376 and 377 should also be omitted, as the state should never allow government agencies to come in, like the WHO or Bill Gates, to supersede the best interest of Florida citizens. Organizations have found loopholes in the bill and are forcing previously vaccine is one. Last year, it was my COVID-19 status. This year, and after years of religiously exempting from the flu vaccine, I was denied a religious exemption due to loopholes in the law. This common practice continues to create unnecessary barriers in the workforce. If we have exemptions and they exist, how can their purpose be so manipulated? Are we not all deserving of medical freedom and the right to bodily sovereignty? In healthcare, we took an oath to do no harm, and when healthcare workers continue to have barriers in the workplace, it affects safe staffing, and we continue to see a rise in adverse reactions and death. Every year, over 250,000 Americans die in the United States due to medical errors. Without safe staffing, this will continue. The mental health crisis in our field continues to plague nurses and doctors, and anxiety and depression continues, and suicides are on the rise. A new nurse by the name of Tristan Kate Smith was a 28-year-old who wrote a letter to her abuser, which she identified as the healthcare system. She took her life due to the poor working environments and unrealistic expectations of healthcare workers to do more with less. We cannot continue as a state to stand by and allow the decline of our first responders and healthcare workers. We have a significant rise in our adversely affected COVID-19 patients and also our vaccine-injured communities. We are asking our state legislators to be called to action or the system will continue to collapse. We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Any questions for Nicole? Okay. Thank you so much for taking the time. We appreciate it. All right. Miss Betsy Owens, Vice President of Marketing and Community Relations, the Boys and Girls Club of Central Florida. You are recognized. And next up will be Debbie DeLand.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the members of the delegation for your support of our 24 clubs located in Orange County and our 326 club sites statewide. This year, the Florida Alliance of Boys and Girls Clubs seeks to secure a total of $20 million in state funding. Because our ask is detailed in the handout that I brought copies of, I thought I'd use my time to share a brief success story of one club member who represents the 8,800 children we served in Orange County last year. Christy Wilson came to our club in Pine Hills 5 years ago. The then 13-year-old faced unimaginable odds. She suffers from sickle cell anemia. Her mother back in St. Lucia sent Christy and her brother to live with her aunt in Pine Hills, knowing they'd have better education and medical care here. The aunt brought a terrified Christy and her brother to our club so that they'd be looked after while she was at work. That first day, Christy heard the warm island accent of our art director, Miss Abigail, and who quickly became her beloved mentor. Whenever Christy wasn't at Evans High School or working the night shift at McDonald's, Christy could be found at our club, using the club's internet to get her homework done or painting in Miss Abigail's art room. In her mother's absence, Christy had become the primary caregiver to her younger brother, so she relished the club as a place where her brother was taken care of, so she could be a teenager and not a mother. Flash forward to last year, Christy's senior year. In January, one of her paintings earned top prize at the art show at the Orlando Public Library. In April, as our Youth of the Year, she spoke in front of 1,000 community members at our Celebrate the Children Gala. In June, Christy traveled to Washington, D.C. to advocate for better funding for teen mental health. Today, Christy is studying nursing at Valencia College on a Boys and Girls Club scholarship. Frederick Douglass wisely said it is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. In Florida, by necessity, we spend a great deal of public money repairing broken men. We hope the legislature will see the humanity and the economy in investing in building strong children through funding Boys and Girls Clubs statewide again this year. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Betsy. Any questions or comments? I encourage everyone to please visit a club near you. I know I've had the chance to visit clubs more than once, and so if you haven't done it yet, please do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Debbie DeLant, followed by Connie Edson. You are recognized.
Hi, I'm Debbie DeLand, President of Greater Orlando National Organization for Women, as well as State President for Florida Now. I want to thank you for listening today, and I think I'm probably singing to the choir because I'm in a very different, unpositive mood as it comes to the legislature, the supermajority of the legislature. I'm here to point out that that supermajority is trampling women's rights. Whether the ban on abortion at 6 weeks, the banning of books, the banning of diversity, equity, and inclusion, the banning of true African American history, the banning of gender studies and women's studies, not to mention not closing the rape loophole and the famous Don't Say Gay laws. Government must be about driving equal rights for all. Please consider reversing the banning and reverse the direction of our governor. The fascist direction is severely hurting Florida. Women need the ERA in the Florida Constitution. Help pass the ERA. Since so many women die from gun violence and domestic abuse, we don't need further weakening of gun laws. SB 476 named civil liability related to abortion is so wrong. A fetus is not a person. The bills filed to loosen child labor laws exploit our teenagers and undocumented children. HB 465 clearly violates students' rights to free speech related to Palestinian student groups. It is outrageous that the legislature and governor are demonizing the LGBTQ community. They are not the enemy or vermin. We need you to advocate and vote for major increases in school funding, stricter gun laws, affordable housing. Please advocate for driving down insurance rates and decriminalizing abortion and work for climate change action. Please resist local preemption bills. Our localities need to be able to manage their town, city, or country. I do want to feel coming out of this session that the people have been supported, which hasn't been true in the last 3 sessions. We really support what you all do, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Debbie. Questions, thoughts? All right. So next up we have Connie, private citizen, but I do want to also uplift the next round of speakers. So Stephanie Palacios, Advocacy and Government Relations, Second Harvest Food Bank in Central Florida will be next. Cheyenne Drew, Senior Communications Specialist for Progress Florida, followed by JJ Holmes and Allison Holmes. And so with that, Connie, you're recognized.
Thank you, and so nice to see everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. I see it's 2 minutes, okay, so I'm doing bullets. If everyone out here doesn't know, our Florida state prisons do not have air conditioning. With that being said, I've been working with the Florida Department of Corrections, and we've started a pilot program using the swamp units. However, they didn't work. But the exciting news is now the pilot program has now extended. We had a donation for a mini split air from my air rep, and it's now being installed at the dog program at Lowell CI in the work camp. And what they're doing now is it's very cost effective. Remember, the rooms, they're all open. So that's, you figure, how do you air condition it? So what they're doing is they're enclosing the walls and then putting in a regular door. And I've been told it's going to be up and running tomorrow or the next day. The Department of Corrections has been out there, and they're really excited to see if this is really going to be our next step for the older facilities. Okay, that's that cliff note. Then I want to talk about last week's KPMG meeting that we had in Tallahassee. You know, it was great to see what they had to say on all the facilities. You know, all the statistics and stuff, but I was sitting there wondering, we have so many elderly that are incarcerated. We have marijuana charges that have been incarcerated, and we're now legalized state. We have DUI manslaughter, people that have made a mistake that maybe could be on house arrest. We have many ways to save money, but yet not once did they bring up that statistic. And also doing something using a mini split air conditioner, something like that. There's many ways that we could do cost effective. I just didn't feel it was really a thorough investigation being a citizen. And I have 17 seconds left, and thank you so much. I'll see you in Tallahassee, and thank you again. I really appreciate all you, really. Oh, wait. Don't forget SB 296 and House Bill 181. Solely for air conditioning in our Florida state prisons. Thank you.
That's the main point, I think. Thank you, Connie. Any questions or thoughts? All right, awesome. Thank you, Connie. Stephanie, you are recognized from Second Harvest Food Bank.
Hello.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Palacios, and I am the Director of Advocacy and Government Relations at Second Harvest Food Bank of Central Florida. We have the pleasure of serving 7 counties through our 625 partner agencies throughout Central Florida. Unfortunately, hunger is a problem in Central Florida. 1 in 8 Central Floridians is experiencing hunger here, and 1 in 5 of those individuals are children. So what are we doing to address that problem? Well, last year, we distributed over 81 million meals to our 7-county service area, and Orange County is a significant part of that work. Last year, with the help of our 386 partner agencies in Orange County, we distributed over 32 million meals to Orange County residents. Now, this is significant. We're distributing about 300,000 meals every single day in Central Florida. And the need is increasing. We are back to distributing as much as we were during the height of the pandemic. Working families and seniors are struggling to make ends meet with the rising costs of groceries. Now, we're fortunate about 74% of the food that we distribute is donated food. But last year, Second Harvest had to purchase over $10 million worth of food to try to meet the need here in Central Florida. This is not sustainable for us. The rising cost of food, the high cost to transport that food, intermittent supply chain issues, and a dramatic decline in government investment has impacted the food bank. So we are asking the delegation to support our food cost mitigation program. This program will help offset the impacts that working families are feeling in Central Florida, that the food bank is feeling, that our partner agencies are feeling due to the rising cost of food. These funds will allow Second Harvest to continue our robust relationship with the Florida agricultural community and purchase more healthy fruits and vegetables grown by Florida growers to distribute to our community. Additionally, the food cost mitigation program will help us support seniors who are struggling to adjust to the rising cost of groceries. Thank you for your time and for your consideration and for your ongoing commitment to fighting food insecurity in Orange County.
Awesome. Thank you, Stephanie. Any questions or comments? And thank you for working with the delegation to host a volunteer event at Second Harvest Food Bank. That was such a joy, and I know we'd love to do it again as well.
We'll be doing it again.
Let's do it. Let's do it. All right. Cheyenne Drews, Senior Communications Specialist for Progress Florida. Cheyenne, you're recognized.
Members, great to see you. My name is Cheyenne Drews. I'm here on behalf of the statewide organization Progress Florida and our 42,000 members. What Floridians need now is leadership, not interference. Last session, all but one of our absent members voted in favor of a 6-week abortion ban, despite the majority of Floridians opposing political interference in our personal medical decisions. We are the best deciders for our health, our families, and our futures, so we ask that the champions in front of me continue supporting abortion access and opposing restrictions on things like gender-affirming care and contraception, and instead work to expand access to health care and legitimate sex education, to fund the APD waitlist, and to co-sponsor HB 111 by Chair Escamani, Senators, that's SB 34, and vehemently oppose Rep. Persons Mullica's HB 651, because no one should fear criminalization for accessing an abortion or supporting someone in doing so. For anyone that needs care, abortionislegalinflorida.com is there to help. The reality of what's facing your constituents is we can't afford Florida. From rent to property insurance, utilities, and reoccurring hurricane damage, that is where we need leadership. And in our state agencies that continue to be underfunded, understaffed, and do not have operational websites. Meanwhile, we're asking that you trust and invest in teachers to provide quality education free of censorship of Black history and of our library books by reversing course on 2023's HB 1069. To credit that our local governments know what's best for our communities and support home rule by opposing HB 601, a preemption of local citizen review boards for law enforcement, and HB 433, which would prohibit much-needed heat protections for our outdoor workers. And finally, to oppose HB 599 and stop the war on LGBTQ+ people who just want to live. Everyone deserves the ability to live free from government interference in our personal health decisions, free from gun violence, discrimination, and fear that their elected officials are spending taxpayer dollars to create more harm than good or not even showing up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Drews. Any questions or comments? Okay, thank you so much. Up next, we have the one and only JJ Holmes. We're so grateful to have you with us, JJ. And you are recognized and ready to start when you're ready.
My name is J.J. Holmes. I am a college freshman, and I've been on the waiting list for disability services for almost 17 years. A lot of states don't make disabled kids wait for services, but Florida is 49th in the nation for funding, and Florida has the most people on the waiting list. It's funny 'cause in committees, I've heard you calling us a sacred population, and the chair said caring for people with disabilities is doing the Lord's work. But leaving severely disabled Floridians waiting for decades to get disability services sure doesn't seem like the Lord's work. This year y'all gave drivers who use toll roads over 35 times $500 million. That money could have cleared the waiting list, and you'd have transformed my life on the lives of nearly 23,000 people. And now you're trying to save money by switching the waiver to a managed care program. I'm on a managed care plan right now through CMS, and it sucks. I am allowed 2 non-medical rides a month. Would y'all be okay only going out 2 times every month? And most rides don't show up, not even for my doctor or hospital appointments. With the waiver, I'm in control, but with managed care, my life is controlled by the profit a managed care company can make off of me. I've been meeting with legislators to get a bipartisan bill about the waiting list passed this session. one person who's been a mega help in this. Yes, I'm looking at you, Representative Gracie Davis. And I will be reaching out to all of you for your support once I have all the details. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, JJ. Incredibly grateful for your advocacy, JJ, and we look forward to working together to eliminate the APD wait list to ensure that the 20,000+ Floridians waiting for care are able to access it. And Allison, do you want to say a few words as well?
Sorry, yes.
Don't apologize. You are recognized.
Well, before I start, I'd like to say something about the elephant in the room, or the lack of elephants in the room, because we've all shown up and we want to be heard. This is the only opportunity before session. And in my world, if you walk off your job, you're quitting. So that's, anyway, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Allison.
My son, JJ, has waited 16 years, 9 months and 24 days on a wait list for the iBudget or Med waiver. And despite waiting almost 2 decades, I'm here to plead with you to keep the waiver and not to auction off services for severely disabled Floridians to the lowest managed care bidder. JJ currently has managed care through CMS. CMS is for one of the most vulnerable and medically fragile populations in Florida. His managed care delivers the bare minimum and often fails to achieve that. I'm almost 60 and desperately need help caring for JJ as I'm physically, emotionally and financially wiped out. But managed care says, not if there's a parent at home. My son can't be left alone. He'll die. His only caregivers are his parents. So managed care says, we don't need any help. Going to college, not for kids with disabilities on managed care. And last year, CMS actually told me to ask a church if they have any miscellaneous funds to pay for wheelchair modifications. Wow. Transportation booked through managed care just doesn't show up. In the last week, we booked 4 rides just to see that he's supposed to be entitled to on his managed care plan. 0 have shown up, including one for today. And he's supposed to get 2 non-medical rides a month. Apparently, to make up for the missed ride today, CMS have heroically offered a whopping $3.38. Well, Christmas will be great this year. However, if that doesn't persuade you that managed care is a bad idea, then how about you speak to Ronald? He can't be here today because he's stuck in hospital, which is where he spent Thanksgiving. Hospital was ready to discharge him over a week ago, but his managed care company couldn't find an agency to care for him at home, meaning they couldn't find an agency who'll accept their low-ball rate. Ronald will probably be stuck in there for Christmas too. And if Ronald's managed care experience doesn't convince you, you could speak to Eric's mum. Eric was sent home from hospital to his 80-year-old mother who'd just had her hip replaced. Originally, the hospital wanted to send Eric to a skilled inpatient nursing facility for rehab, but none of the 34 places they called accepted Eric's managed care coverage. So eventually the hospital sent Eric home to his mother. I'm afraid Eric can't be here today either, because Eric died on November 6 last year, 7 days after he was sent home to be cared for by an 80-year-old woman who'd just had her hip replaced. Eric is a constituent of Jason Broder's, or he was. So there's a 4-page letter from the chair of the Florida Bar Elder Law Section that I'd like everybody to read. I have a copy, which I don't know if you can make copies.
Absolutely.
JJ, Ronald and Eric deserve or deserved to live, not simply exist, and the waiver offers that. The waiver is a great program. It doesn't need ending. It just needs funding. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Allison. I see some questions and comments. Yeah. Senator Victor Torres, and then we'll go to Representative Levon Bracy Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to make a comment. You see the mother and son? They go out to the Tallahassee. They go before our committee. In the Senate, I've seen them sit for 3 hours. 3 hours to be heard. Fighting for those who are not able to come up. They didn't give up. They didn't walk away. They were heard. And they were humble. So to me, that's why this delegation, this diversity we have up here, look at us. The diversity that's here. These are the people we represent, the voiceless up in Tallahassee. Make no bones, folks. Mom and her son, every session, they go up there and they fight the fight. They know the odds are against them, but guess what? They don't walk out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Torres. Representative Bracey Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Torres, for those words. You know, oftentimes passion is infectious, so I just like to echo that sentiment. I'm so thankful that you called that out. The first time that I met JJ was a year ago, right here in this chamber, and he gave a very impassioned speech like he did today, and then he asked us all to raise our hand if we are in support of clearing the wait list. Do you all remember that? Yeah. And I'm so thankful that he put us out on the spot, on Front Street, and made us kind of wave our hand and do an act in solidarity. And I think we need to do that again, not just with our hands, but with our voices and with our votes, especially when we go to Tallahassee. And I'm going to speak directly to the camera, wherever the camera is, because I'm speaking directly to the colleagues that are not here today. I ask that you join this effort. This is not a partisan issue. This is humanity. We need to clear this wait list. We've done it before in the state of Florida, and we need to do it again. JJ just said he has been on this wait list for 17 years, and that's 17 years too long. Thank you.
Representative Rita Harris.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Allison and JJ. You put in the work. You are up in Tallahassee all the time. You're all over town. I see you all over Orange County advocating. And, you know, the disability community is a community that any one of us could be a part of. We shouldn't take for granted that just because today we are not doesn't mean tomorrow that we won't. And it is in our best interest that we work to clear this wait list. And I am going to go further and say, I'm going to ask, as lawmakers, we do what we can. We work with JJ because he's an incredible advocate. But I'm going to reach out to you all as well. And please join JJ. Reach out to your lawmakers. Reach out to us. Reach out to people across the aisle. It shouldn't be a partisan issue at all. But JJ needs your help. Him and his mom can't do this alone. So please, thank you for all your advocacy.
Thank you so much. Any other questions or comments? All right. Well, JJ, you have allies with us, and we're going to keep fighting to eliminate the APD wait list and to ensure that you have high-quality care so you can continue being the incredible young man that you are. So thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, everyone. We are already past the 60 speaker threshold, so we're doing very well. Yes, huge kudos to everyone. Let's keep moving forward. So next up, we have Ramon Perez, Executive Director for Digital Democracy Project, and then on deck will be James McCoy, Campus President for South College Orlando, Greg Ashworth over at CEOMC Leland Management, and then Luis Damanani, Executive Director for Victim Services of Central Florida. So, Ramon, I see you're up there. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the members of the delegation. The Digital Democracy Project provides a free public service. We have a mobile voting app that lets voters who are registered and fully verified Florida voters vote on the same bills as their legislators in Tallahassee. So you can think of this as like a free public polling, except that it's specific to a piece of legislation rather than a broad topic area, which is typical for polling. And because we're a nonprofit, we're providing that to you for free. So I'm very pleased to announce that we have a bipartisan appropriation, which is quite unusual these days. We have a bipartisan appropriation working its way through. Thank you to Representative Harris in the House, to Senator Keith Perry in the Senate, who was actually originally Senator Torres, but who kindly stepped aside to let a Republican co-sponsor, and I thank you to that. But I want to ask that if there are pieces of legislation, actually that one about the APD waitlist would be a great one. If there are pieces of legislation that are being debated that you would like to see put into the app so that voters throughout Florida can weigh in on those bills, please have a member of your staff let me know, and we can make sure that those get covered. And for the people in the room who are all obviously have business in front of the government here, if there are pieces of legislation that you are interested in having Florida voters weigh in on, so you can get some essentially polling data about that legislation to help you with your advocacy, please let me know. I'll be wearing this hat. I'll be standing in the corner. I would love to meet you. I know I'm working with several of you already, so I would look forward to continuing to work with you all.
Awesome. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Ramon. Any questions? It's a great app. It's a great tool. 10 out of 10. Gold stars. All right. Thank you so much, Ramon. James McCoy, Campus President for South College Orlando. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm James McCoy. I'm the president of South College Orlando campus. I was fortunate to be able to appear before you prior to the beginning of the last session. I want to thank you all for your efforts to expand the Effective Access to Student Education program, commonly known as the EASE Grant program, to include students at South College. You'll be happy to report, or I'm happy to report, during the fall, over 100 students at our nursing program were able to utilize the EASE Grant and reduce the need for student loans. Thank you. As we all know, Florida continues to experience a critical nursing shortage, which is a key reason why South College opened an Orlando campus in 2021. It is also why the legislature created the program Linking Industry to Nursing Education, commonly known as the LINE program. Two important or critical elements of the establishment of that program was to address Florida's persistent and growing nursing shortage by incentivizing collaboration between nursing education programs and healthcare partners. Secondly, to meet local, regional, and state workforce demand by recruiting faculty and clinical preceptors, which increase the capacity of nursing education programs, thus increasing the number of nursing graduates who are prepared after graduation to make an immediate impact in the nursing workforce. However, even though South College meets or exceeds the statutory criteria established for the LINE program, it cannot participate in the program because South College pays taxes. This was the same inconsistent barrier keeping our students from being able to access the EASE program until you, the legislature, thankfully changed that last session. We were asking you to do for the LINE program what you did for the EASE Grant program so that all nursing students may receive the financial assistance they need. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James. Questions or comments? All right. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Is Greg Ashworth here? If not, we'll move on to Victim Service Center of Central Florida, our executive director. You are recognized.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and members of the delegation. It's nice to see you all, and let me begin by thanking you so much for the work that you do. The mission of the Victim Service Center of Central Florida is to provide individualized and confidential services to anyone in the Central Florida community that has been a victim of violent crime, sexual assault, or any other kind of traumatic event. We employ a master's level team of counselors and therapists that provide 24/7 crisis intervention, victim support, and therapy. We're the only certified rape crisis center serving across the Tri-County region of Orange, Seminole, and Osceola. Nearly once a day, our team of professionals is dispatched in support of a rape victim in crisis. In fact, that was 354 times last year alone. Plus, we helped an additional nearly 7,000 other victims of violence, of childhood sexual abuse, shooting, stalking, human trafficking, and any other heinous thing that you can possibly imagine. That's what our people do all day, every day. I'm proud to tell you that last year we also, for the second consecutive year in a row, offered over 3,000 individual therapeutic sessions. And I tell you all this because, well, we're based here in Orange County on Michigan Street, and we have satellite offices in both Osceola County, and we also have a satellite office in Seminole County co-located at the Department of Health. All of our services are always free to our clients, and the only way that we're able to do that is through the generosity of our funders, 98% of which come from government sources, local, state, and federal. The single largest one of those funding sources is the Victim of Crime Act, or VOCA, and I know you've heard it here today from several other individuals, which has taken a massive hit. It's federal money that gets passed through the state that then comes down to the local level. This year, that hit, just to make it real, was 27.5% to us. As our single biggest funder, that was a $256,000 reduction in our budget. So there's no question that it is having dramatic impacts on us. So anything that you can do in whether it's gap funding or using your influence, because they're saying next year that additional cuts are coming. So to use your influence to try to right the ship on VOCA. I've been in this job for 10 years, and it was the first time that we ever saw sort of an across-the-board reduction. They were, from the federal government, it was less funded by about $400 million that was passed across the board. They appropriated, I think, $1.5 billion instead of $1.9 billion, but a major hit. We also get some general revenue funds that come from the state, and we appreciate that. There was actually a little bit extra funding that came through this year, so please keep those sources open. The last thing I would share is just from a legislative perspective is you see items, I've shared this with you all before, but the statute of limitations on sexual violence in Florida still stands at 8 years, generally speaking. Which is woefully inadequate in my estimation. I can tell you from the clients that we serve, we're in our 25th year of service here to the Central Florida community, that on average, a client does not come forward and seek our services until 9 years after their victimization. So there's no way in the world that justice can be served for an individual who comes 9 years when the statute of limitations is only 8. So please bear that in mind as people are bringing legislative initiatives forward. Love to see you champion such an effort, and I will do everything in my power to support you in that regard. Again, I thank you very much for all the work that you do, and I genuinely appreciate the opportunity to be before you today.
Thank you so much. Any questions or thoughts? I just want to say thank you for everything you do. I've had the honor to work alongside Victim Service Center since before I ran for office, and hearing about these funding cuts is very alarming. So let's definitely see what we can do to make up for those gaps, because these services are now more needed than ever.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on my way out, I also thank Senator Stewart for all of her efforts over all these many years, championing many, many pieces of legislation in support of victims. So God bless you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going to name a few more folks to start the line back up. So Ashley Meha, private citizen for Moms Demand Action, you're on deck. And then following will be Cody Vincentor, private citizen, Carla Rivera, legislative and policy manager for Alejandra, and Diana Larson, board chairperson for Healthy Start Coalition of Orange County. And so if y'all can line up, that'd be fabulous. And Ashley, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, honorable members of the delegation. My name is Ashley Cisneros Mejia. I'm a mom of 3 little kids here in Orange County, and I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action. So guns rank as the #1 leading cause of death among our children and our teens in the United States. And these deaths are preventable. Today, I have 4 specific requests. #1 is please fund community violence intervention programs. So these programs save lives. We know that they work, and they work especially in communities that are hardest hit by gun violence. And we are fortunate to work with some incredible local grassroots partner organizations, and a lot of them are here today. I want to just give them a shout out: Seeds of Pine Hills, Las Semillas, Let Life Live, Surrender Hate, She Lion, Latino Justice, Yaya Strong, Trans Family Community Hope, and Umbrella Brigade. They're doing great work, and we need to invest in them so they can continue their work. I want to thank you for approving $5 million for CVI last year. Unfortunately, this funding was vetoed by Governor DeSantis, and it is very hard for us to understand how $5 million for CVI for all 67 states in Florida to share was vetoed, while $62 million is being spent to bulletproof windows on a 22-story Capitol building when people are allowed to bring loaded guns inside. I don't know. #2 request, expand secure storage. Right now, a person is only required to securely store their gun if there's someone younger than 16 that might get access to it. Well, data shows us that more than half of gun owners do not store all of their guns securely. We know that stolen guns are used in crimes. We know that guns used by school-age shooters were often not stored securely. Households that lock both their firearms and their ammunition were associated with an 85% lower risk of unintentional firearm injuries among children and teens. Third request is to please oppose House Bill 17. So life-saving legislation, that life-saving legislation was passed after the horrific mass shooting that we saw in Parkland, and now it's alarming to see efforts like House Bill 17 that want to repeal that reintroduce the dangerous Charleston loophole, which allows people to buy guns even if their background check is not yet complete. My final request is to please maintain the minimum age for gun purchases at 21. We know that young people ages 18 to 20 are 3 times more likely to commit a gun homicide than those that are 21 and up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ashley, for your advocacy. Any questions or comments? I just want to say it's incredibly refreshing to see so many advocates for gun safety policy. I remember when I first got started in advocacy, it just wasn't a presence. And unfortunately, so much of this has grown out of loss, out of losing people we care about to gun violence. And so just thank you for your advocacy. I know we have people in the room who've lost loved ones to gun violence, including children to gun violence. And so you being here means a lot to us. Thank you, truly. Okay. Hello, Linda.
Would it be okay? Allison was listed once again, and she said we could move up Mr. Majors to the
I
spot.
love the switcheroo. Sure. Yes, Allison was going to be next, but I would absolutely be honored to recognize you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed county officials, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce the Yaya's Dream Foundation. We were born from tragedy and driven by a commitment to positive transformation. We're founded by Brandy and Tokyo Major, my brother and my sister-in-law, in 2023, when my niece, their daughter, Tiana, was murdered by an armed assailant in the safety of her own home. Their grief became a catalyst for action, and it led us to create programs and get out into the community and try and address some of the needs of the underserved communities in the hope of eliminating the circumstances and conditions that foster the violence we have become all too familiar and comfortable with. So some of those programs are the Yaya's Kitchen. In dedication to addressing homelessness, the Yaya's Dream Foundation conducts regular hot meal distribution events. Beyond providing sustenance, these efforts express compassion and a genuine desire to improve the circumstances of those on the margins of society. It's about offering direct and instant relief for those most affected by the lack of resources in the areas we live in. We do clothing and food drives, and by recognizing the basic needs of individuals in underserved areas, our Clothing and Food Drive program collects and distributes essential items. This initiative aims to bring comfort and dignity to those who need it most, fostering a sense of unity and shared support within the community. We also do neighborhood cleanup, because understanding the importance of a clean environment for community well-being, we take a proactive approach to neighborhood revitalization. Our community cleanup events create not only safer spaces, but also instill a sense of pride and ownership among community members. Community is a theme here. It's important to say that don't allow that saying "it takes a village" to become cliche, because it's going to take all of us to change this. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for honoring Yaya. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Thank you. Is Cody here? Cody Vincentoro. Sorry, I pronounced that wrong. Okay. Next is Carla Rivera. Okay, perfect. Alejandra, if you could just state your name for the record, we appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Good afternoon. My name is Frank Weaver. I'm a Climate and Clean Energy for Alianza Center. Carla, unfortunately, was not going to be able to be here, so I want to share a little bit of the legislation priorities we have for Alianza for Progress.
Awesome.
Thank you. Legislation priority number 1 is enforcing more stringent firearm regulation measures. Alianza's othermost legislative priority is taking violence into advocate more stringent measurements regarding gun control R&D. Another is enhancing the legal framework for addressing domestic violence, acknowledging the pressing necessity to tackle domestic violence and wholeheartedly endorsing legislation drivers to enhance laws in this domain. And then when we go to the environment, we want to have a priority of transition to renewable energy resources. Alianzas fully acknowledge the pressing necessity to tackle climate change and wholeheartedly endorses legislation endeavors to expedite a shift toward renewable energy sources. Another important thing for us is clean jobs. And we acknowledge and appreciate the importance of diligence fostering and nurturing sustainable economic opportunities with effective and comprehensive tackling multifaceted and intricate climate and environmental issues. And when it comes to voter registration, we have priorities to fully acknowledge the utmost importance of voter registration in guaranteeing a thriving democracy and is committed to endorsing legislative endeavors that streamline voters' registration procedures, and also reducing fines for petition errors. Alianza's unwavering dedication to upholding the democratic process, we place the utmost importance on the voters to guarantee equitable and easy attainable voter registration protocols. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any questions? All right, we appreciate it. Next up will be Diana Larson. I see we also have our Executive Director for Healthy Start Coalition of Orange County. And so you are both recognized, and thanks for being here.
Thank you so much. Excuse me. Good afternoon. My name is Diana Larson, and I'm the chair of Healthy Start Coalition of Orange County Board of Directors. Thank you all for your continued support and understanding of the importance of Healthy Start services to at-risk families. As members of the Florida Association of Healthy Start Coalitions, which represents 32 coalitions throughout the state, Healthy Start Coalition's goals are to ensure pregnant women have access to care and to improve maternal and infant health while reducing the number of preterm births, low-term weight babies, and infant mortality. Every premature birth prevented saves thousands of dollars in hospital and medical expenses. Last fiscal year, the Healthy Start Coalition of Orange County served approximately 6,500 women and 10,600 infants. Our services are needed now more than ever due to issues negatively impacting our community, such as substance abuse and racial disparities in birth outcomes. Areas of concern include access to care, Medicaid eligibility, family engagement, housing, mental health, and assisting the undocumented in navigating our systems of care. In an effort to provide wraparound care throughout Orange County, we have expanded our service providers and now have multiple community agencies contracted to provide Healthy Start Direct services. These services include home visitation and care coordination, parental support, child safety, newborn education, links to community resources, and more. Our mission is to improve maternal and child health in Orange County. Our nurse-family partnership is an evidence-based approach to assisting first-time low-income mothers through home visits and licensed nurses prenatally until the child is 2 years old. We also now have programs for our fathers. We collaborate with community partnerships to assist families with the help they need. The assistance ranges from linking them to affordable health care to providing new parents with books to promote early literacy. Understanding the importance of fathers and their needs around parenting, our fatherhood programs, Team Dad and Dad U, work to increase father involvement through the implementation of 24/7 dad and boot camps for new dads, evidence-based curriculums. We are very proud of our grant-funded home visiting programs, and thank you, our funders, which include you, the Orange County Government Citizens Commission for Children, Florida Department of Health, DCF, the Florida Agency for Healthcare Administration, and Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Did you want to add anything too? You good?
I just want to say I'm thankful for being here. I appreciate all of your support, and we are better together.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Amen to that. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Healthy Start does amazing work. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to start listing the next folks to come on deck. That includes, if they're present, Sandra Fatimi Hall, Senior Executive Director for United Foundation of Central Florida, Nadine Mentor Williams, Founder President for the Greatest Investment Foundation, Inc., Beth Carpenter, private citizen who's here with Florida Rising, and Kevin Mullally for UCF. And I'll go ahead and name one more, Stephen Mangle, Justice Advocate Coordinator for Latino Justice. So as y'all line up, and I do want to also mention, I got a text from Representative Paula Stark, and she actually is homesick with an excused absence. She wanted me to remind everyone that there were 3 excused absences, and the walkout that happened this morning was separate of that. And so I do want to provide that acknowledgement. She is watching on the Florida channel, and we do appreciate the attention. All right, so I see Miss Erica Washington is here, and so you are recognized. And so if you could just remind folks who you're representing, that would be perfect.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here. My name is Erica Washington Perry, and I am a proud board member of the Greatest Investment Girls Empowerment. TGI's mission is to educate, empower the next generation of strong, confident, and fierce female leaders. Since 2010, TGI has provided a safe and empowering environment for almost 500 young ladies of diverse backgrounds to excel academically, mentally, professionally, and personally through their annual 4-week summer program camp, their year-round program, mentorship, and mental health programming. TGI's annual free summer camp includes life skills, workshops, academic success planning, community service projects, college tours, job shadowing, and cultural exposure. We host monthly events for students at Jones High School as well. We have a 7-member board Our 7-member board includes Black female leaders in the community who are actively advocating on behalf of TGI young leaders. Nadine Mentor-Williams founded this. She unfortunately couldn't be here, so I'm stepping in as a board member. As we kick off our 15th year of service to the community, we are seeking support and funding to help us expand our programming, which will allow us to achieve our goal of generational change. One of the many differentiators of our program is the life-changing impact we have witnessed. Young ladies are timid and quiet and have bullied leave our summer camp confident and part of a sisterhood, better equipped to face the challenges in their everyday lives. Each summer we basically have about 25 to 30 young ladies we have to turn away because we can't go more than about 40 young ladies. With additional funding, we can increase the number of students that are accepted into this program. And I wanted to just share with you a quick story. We have a young lady, her name is Jody Anna. She started our program at the age of 9 years old. She is currently an FSU graduate. She graduated with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Cell Molecular Neuroscience and a minor in chemistry. She is the first to attend college in her family. She is now she's now preparing to attend medical school. So when we talk about impact and change, this is the change and the impact we have on these young ladies' lives right in our community. And what we do is just life-changing. So we would really appreciate your support in any way that you can. And thank you all so much for all the hard work that you do.
Amazing. Representative LaVon Bracey Davis.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a delight to see you. Is there and I'm sorry if I missed it, is there an appropriation request or something in the works?
I believe there is. I'm stepping in for Nadine, but I believe so. If not, I know we can get you materials following this as well.
Okay. Let me just lend my voice to the great work that this organization is doing, especially as it relates to African American females. So I give my regards to Ms. Mentor. I'm so glad that she does this work. And also, thank you for your service to the Orlando community.
Thank you.
Yes, we are so grateful for all your years of service.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Washington Perry. Questions, thoughts? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
We appreciate you. All right. Next is Beth Carpenter, followed by Kevin.
Hello, I'm Beth Carpenter. I'm representing Florida Rising, advocating for housing justice, reproductive justice, climate justice, criminal system reform, and voting rights. I want to thank you all for the work that you're doing in protecting our basic rights, but more work has to be done. When voting rights are suppressed to win elections, there's something seriously wrong. I voted for rent stabilization myself, which was opposed by the greed of realtors. Have you ever noticed on the bottom it all was paid for by realtors? It passed, regardless, nearly 60%. It did pass, and the state preempted it and silenced our voices. It forced me personally to move due to a 30% rent increase. So many don't have that luxury. I am grateful for that. Many of those being affected by the housing crisis are pregnant persons, which adversely threatens the safety of wanted pregnancies. Now let's talk about the basic right of reproductive health care, bodily autonomy. I am past giving birth, yes I am, but my daughter doesn't want to have children, and she can't afford them, as so many find themselves in that position, not to mention other often devastating reasons to not want to go through with pregnancy. It should never be the decision of the government, and we at Florida Rising have been diligently working with others to put our basic right to choose our life path for ourselves back into our hands. I want to thank you all once again for what you're doing with us, for us, and please keep going. Every time you show up with Florida Rising, it's very well felt, and we appreciate that, and ask that you just keep working with us for our basic human rights. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Beth. Any questions, comments? Okay, we'll keep going along. Kevin, you are recognized.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Mullally. I'm an associate professor of finance in the College of Business at UCF.
Go Nates.
And so I'm representing about 450,000 students, and in my case, about 60,000 employees of the state university system here. And most of us, just as a heads up, most of us really deeply care about our research, our students, and preparing these guys for the real world. And as you can imagine, a big challenge as a faculty member is attracting other high-quality faculty members to the state of Florida for a variety of reasons. And one thing that could be done tangibly is to help increase the retirement contribution match here for the SUSORT program in Florida. The state has recently passed 2 bills that have increased the FRS contribution for other state employees. And it'd be wonderful if we could get in on that as well. And that's the extent of my request, and I thank you for your attention and the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin, thank you for being here. You mentioned attracting other high-quality faculty members. What has legislation that has come out of Tallahassee, how has that impacted the ability to not only attract but to retain faculty when faculty members know that their tenure can be reviewed at any time and all of the other things?
Sure. So I'll be honest, I'm in the business school, so a lot of the issues that are more talked about in the media don't really affect me very much, to be honest. And truthfully, UCF's had post-tenure review for a while. And so that one also, for me, I'm not particularly worried about it as a business school faculty member who, we have a lot of students and constant demand and things like that. Now, to be clear, I think that issue exists for other disciplines. It's just not one that I have personally encountered. It's more of the sort of compensation retirement type issues that are more front of mind.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'll just add that I've actually spoken to UFF president about this, and working with Representative Demi Posada-Corbera and Joe Casello, who were the sponsors of the bill you mentioned, to see if there can be a new bill to ensure the matching is there. So thank you for your advocacy on that.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Is Stephen here from Justice Advocate? Yes. Hello, sir. Welcome, welcome. Latino Justice. And then on deck, Adriana Tran, Director of Government Relations for Community Legal Services. Then we have Tracy Blue, Director of Strategic Comms Initiative, the Bright Community Trust. And then it will be followed by Michael Allen, CEO and founder of Let Life Live, Inc. So, Stephen, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Honorable Chair, and honorable members of the delegation. My name is Stephen Mangual. I am the Justice Advocate Coordinator with Latino Justice PearlDev. Latino Justice is a 51-year-old civil and human rights organization. We have been based mostly in the New York State and Southeast region, and but have been doing work here in Florida and in many southern states for over 2 decades, and decided to open an office here about 9 years ago. So our office is in Orlando. I live in Kissimmee. I've been working and living here for about 3.5 years now, from New York as well. And in the 3.5 years that I've been here, there's been a huge change. My organization is run by 6 pillars of work, but I'm here representing the criminal legal pillar, which is called Re-Envision Justicia. But you will be hearing from my voting rights comrades real soon, because that pillar is going to be super active coming this election year. I'm also part of the Coalition for Criminal Justice Reform, which is run by the Southern Poverty Law Center and the ACLU of Florida and Florida Rising, which is here. And I've been appointed to join the board of directors for the Florida Restorative Justice Association, which is also great. And so I am a restorative justice practitioner, circle keeper.
And you're busy.
And I'm busy. But who I am is I'm a child of a Puerto Rican mom who was poor, and I saw her get arrested when I was 10 years old. And then I was arrested for the first time when I was 14. Fast forward, I was arrested about 4 more times and spent my 21st birthday in the Bronx House of Detention back in 1992, and the next subsequent 13 years between New York City and New York State Department of Corrections. I was released in 2006, was 3 years on parole successfully, and so I'm here speaking on behalf of those who can't speak, not speaking for them, because they have their own voices. They just can't happen to stand here today. One of our priorities for my pillar is juvenile justice, is protecting our children. And I've heard it said today, but there's a group of children that haven't been mentioned today, and those are the children that are incarcerated. The children specifically who are incarcerated, not just in the juvenile prisons, which we have, almost 4,000 children, but in the adult system, which we easily send through what's called direct file. Right. So that's what I'm here to talk about real quickly, and I'll end. Direct file and solitary confinement, which is extreme isolation and it's torture. It's holding someone in a cell for 22 to 24 hours a day without human contact, rehabilitation, or anything. So we need your support in literally doing away with direct file. We're one of 15 states. We're a minority. Direct file is horrible. To send a child into the adult system, the fact that he's in the system, he or she or they are in the system at all, is trauma enough. And I'm speaking from experience. I've been home 17 years. I still suffer from PTSD. I still have insomnia. I still can't sleep. I still have to be in therapy. And I'm an advocate. I have 2 undergraduate degrees. I was married 12 years. I'm successful. And yet, I can't sleep. And so I want to protect the rest of the Floridian children who also are facing this lifelong trauma. And so please, protect them. Do away with direct file. Do away with solitary confinement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Any questions or comments? I just want to mention that the FSU law students actually are working on solitary confinement among juveniles. So
I'm in that group.
I love it. It's very good work. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
In so many ways. Okay. We'll keep moving forward. I think I saw Adriana Trend. Please, you are recognized. Community Legal Services, Director of Government Relations.
I'm a little short. Hi, everybody. My name is Adriana Tran, and I'm the Director of Government Relations for Community Legal Services. We are the largest legal aid provider here in the state of Florida, and we are also the 8th largest law firm in the Central Florida area. We are a nonprofit legal aid firm serving 12 counties. It's a long list. Brevard, Citrus, Flagler, Hernando, Lake, Marion, Orange, Osceola, Putnam, Seminole, Sumter, and Volusia counties. Those that we serve are below the 200% federal poverty level, as well as domestic violence survivors at any income level, and also senior citizens at any income level. We provide civil legal services, so that's anything, as you guys would probably know, housing, consumer, family law, things like that. Our goal is to just let you guys know what we do and let everybody here in the room know what we do so that we can get to the constituents and the people who need our help before it's too late. If somebody is being evicted, there's nothing that we can do to stop that. If they're coming to our door saying, I'm being evicted, I need to be out today. But if they come 2 weeks ahead of time, there's something we may be able to help with. We're also extremely thankful to be here in Orange County. We work very closely with Legal Aid Society of the Orange County. We did a lot of the ERAP funds, so we help people apply for those emergency rental assistance funds with those organizations. We served 10,000 Floridians just last year, and we provided 23,000 hours of legal services here. We are mostly funded by federal money, so that kind of restricts what we're able to do. Once we have more money, then we can then extend, which is how we are able to provide services to senior citizens and also to those domestic violence survivors. So if anybody here in this room knows anybody who needs legal services and is not able to afford it, please reach out to me directly. I'm here all day, and I can give you my business card. We're just trying to get ahead of the problem. And that's pretty much everything I have. I don't know if you guys have any questions.
Any questions or comments? I'll just say thank you to Community Legal Services. It's so critically important that everyday people have access to representation when they are navigating the judicial system. So thanks for making that a reality.
Yeah, of course. Anything we can do to help.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Okay, Tracy, you are up next from Bright Community Trust. And then Michael Allen will be followed by Richard Heffelfinger, private citizen, Nelson Benacourt, public bank, and then Judith Ann Hayes, Judy Hayes. And so, Tracy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the Orange County Delegation. Thank you all for your service to our communities. I'm Tracy Blue, Director of Strategic Community Initiatives with Bright Community Trust. Bright is the largest community land trust in the state of Florida, serving several markets throughout the state, including Central Florida, which covers Orange, Osceola, Seminole, and Lake counties. As a community land trust, we provide affordable housing in perpetuity. We have been selected to serve as the backbone organization of the Homeownership Equity Collective, which is a group of organizations from various aspects of the home buying and home ownership process. We received $150,000 from Wells Fargo for the planning of this initiative, and we're currently in need of funding for the implementation. We've created the Homeownership Equity Initiative to bridge the homeownership gap for people of color in Central Florida by developing 5,000 new homeowners of color over the next 5 years across the 4 counties that I mentioned earlier. We're addressing this issue with strategies around policy, building and developing starter homes, preparing home buyers and walking them through the home buying process, and funding the implementation of the initiative. We're submitting a legislative appropriation graciously sponsored by Representative LaVon Bracey Davis to help fund the implementation of this initiative and would appreciate your support. We're working to schedule meetings with several of you over the next couple of weeks, some in Tallahassee, some locally in your districts, to share more details about this initiative. Homeownership is the largest indicator of wealth and economic stability, and we plan to help increase opportunities not only for individual homeowners and their families, but also for our community as a whole. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon.
Awesome. Thank you, Tracy. Any questions or comments? Representative LaVon Bracey Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think it's appropriate, since I am running this appropriation, that I lend my voice to this. And I would just ask that my colleagues also, again, acknowledging that the number one issue in my district, and I'm sure in some of yours, is housing and affordability. And this appropriation would help, especially in communities of color, in terms of starting with that home buying process. So again, I would ask my colleagues to connect your voice with my voice as we advocate for this appropriation, as it will do some good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Tracy. Okay. Next up is Michael Allen, CEO and founder of Let Life Live, Inc. You are recognized.
Greetings, everyone. I'm glad to be here, and thank you guys for your time. My name is Michael Bernard Allen, and I do give you the middle name because there are a bunch of Michael Allens in the world. I am also a native of Florida. I'm from a little place called Leesburg, Florida. And I'm also a Floridian and Rattler myself, for those that are here. I relocated from the Atlanta, Georgia area to Orange County in December of 2020. I am the founder and executive director of Let Life Live, Inc., letlifelive.inc.org. We are a new 501c3 nonprofit organization as of March of this year. The mission of Let Life Live is to teach the world how to take a stand by standing down on the senseless gun violence that is killing our children, destroying families, and wrecking our society, local and worldwide. I'm here today to thank you for the work that you've already done and to ask everyone to join us in our mission to help educate our children and their parents. Let Life Live offers behavior-changing educational training to schools, communities, programs like this, like others. We focus our public safety efforts on conflict resolution strategies, de-escalation techniques, and relationship building. We are seeking to make an impact to change the effect and affect of the bad decisions made by our youth and potentially some of their parents when it comes to the use of guns. Let Life Live focuses its efforts on our youth ranging from third grade to high school. These groups range in age from 8 to 18. Their parents are often in their mid-20s and their 40s. Our educational workshops, once implemented into the community, school, and local community organization, will provide a positive change in the number of gun-related deaths in the Orlando, Pine Hills, and Orange County areas. It is my hope and prayer that you approve funding for programs like mine and other members here today, such as Children's Home Society and Moms Demand Action, amongst others. Thank you for your time and attention to these life-saving initiatives. Help us do the work in the lives of our youth and their parents and guardians long before they end up in jail or dead. Together we can protect and prevent many of our children from gun violence, incarceration, and even death. I'll leave you with this. The tragedy of gun violence among our youth is a looming crisis that casts a dark shadow over our future. The ever-present threat of firearms in the hands of our young ones is becoming the modern-day plague that our nation must confront on a daily basis. Thank you for your time. And if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Michael. I think you just have a lot of affirmations up here. Thank you for your leadership, truly. Okay. Next up, we have Richard, private citizen.
Heffelfinger, you said it correctly. Thank you very much.
Recognize, sir.
Thank you. My name is Richard Heffelfinger. I'm actually from Brevard, so I'm interloping on your little legislative session today.
Well, welcome.
I spoke to the Brevard legislation, and I'm not here to ask for money. That's the good news. The bad news is I'm going to ask you for something that's even harder than that, and that is to start tightening the government's belt. We've had incredible growth over the last couple of years. I was terrified with my real estate in Brevard. They were saying, we're going to bust the cap. The growth is the only thing that saved us. Housing, unfortunately, it's all housing costs, and you've got big revenues. I understand that the governor's got a surplus this year. That's not going to last. That's the bad news, too. That's not going to last. Some of the things that we went through in the private industry, I mean, the government is just a big business, right? The thing is, you all work for us. So you need to protect the investors, the people that pay your salaries. One of the things you might have to do to tighten your belt is your benefit plans. 20 years ago, I lost my pension and basically was told I'm going to have a 401k. You guys have got incredible benefits. And what they told us back then was your overhead rates are too high. The FRS was mentioned, Florida Retirement System. You've got incredible benefits that nobody in the private sector has anymore. All that money that goes to employing the government is money that doesn't go to somebody like JJ. It doesn't go to somebody who needs help with housing assistance. So you guys are overhead. I hate to say that. You work for us. We appreciate all that you do. You should be able to make a living. But I don't think your retirement should be better than somebody that works for 30 years in the private sector. So if you really want to help out the citizens, tighten your own belt, and that'll be more money to go where it needs to go and get things done. Because there's plenty of people out here that are asking you for money that should be spent. And JJ, to see him, I saw him at Brevard. He spoke. That is ridiculous that the money that's spent on just the government overhead, the bureaucracy. I know that's some of Mr. DeSantis' problem as well, but every year you vote on the FRS increases. They threatened in Brevard that they were going to have to bust the cap because of that cost. I don't want to pay for a large government. I want to put the money back to the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Richard. Any questions? Thanks for making the drive from Brevard. We love the Space Coast. All right. Is Nelson here for Public Banks? All right. If not, Miss Judy Hayes, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Sorry. On that note, I think just about everyone who's on the dais here today either got a phone call from me last year or I literally came and knocked on your door to talk to you about public education and how we should literally throw all the money at it. So I know that I don't think you're overpaid. I think that our schools are underfunded. So I spoke to every one of you last year about House Bill 1 and about the vouchers, the universal vouchers that went into effect this year. House Bill 1 tells us a lot about priorities, that was their number one priority, which was privatizing education. It's unfortunate that the people who really need to hear this aren't here because they left They afflounced. They decided that they didn't want to hear from their constituents because they're the ones who need to hear this. Moms are exhausted. Dads are exhausted. And the last thing we need to pile onto our plates is worrying about whether all of our children will be able to obtain a competent and adequate public education. And that is number one on my list of concerns. I run a loosely organized group of parents called Speak Up OCPS, and that stands for Supporting Public Ed for All Kids. We work to, there are 3 pillars of that: accessible, inclusive, and robust. Accessible means that kids like JJ can go to school, but it also means that kids like my son Will, who has Down syndrome, can go to his neighborhood school with his neighborhood pals and learn alongside typical peers. Inclusion means everybody has a seat at the table, whether they're black, white, whatever color, whether they're Jewish, whether they're Muslim, whether they're gay, whether they're disabled, whatever. Everyone deserves that education. The third pillar is a robust education. We're not sending our children to school to be babysat. We want them to learn. We want them to grow as humans. And we want them to be competitive among children across the United States so that they can get into top-tier universities. And the problem now is with the assault on public education, our students are not competitive against other kids to get into these schools. Ron DeSantis went to Harvard. They're going to teach a class about Taylor Swift. But Ron DeSantis doesn't want my kid to get into Harvard, and my kid can't take AP African American History or AP Psychology. And that's a shame. So thank you all for your tireless advocacy for public education. We really, really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Judy. Any questions for Judy?
Thank you all.
We appreciate you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do another deck. The energy here, come on, y'all, keep it up. We got some more to go. So we got to maybe do some dancing. I don't know, but I want to keep the show rolling. So I'm going to start naming some more folks to get lined up. And again, I apologize if I mispronounced your name. 7 Charleston, Executive Director for Las Semillas. Elizabeth Valencia, Private Citizen, Joshua's House Foundation. We have Mrs. Vivian Light Johnson, Private Citizen. And then Larry Calbretta, Private Citizen for the local film industry. And so, 7, you're welcome. You're recognized. Thank you so much.
Hey, yeah, I guess I can start. My name is 7 Charleston. I'm a former educator, mentor, and lifelong resident in Pine Hills, Florida. I run an organization called Las Semillas. A lot of people colloquially call it the Seeds of Pine Hills. We started in around 2020. We're a mutual aid network, so I work with local organizations in Pine Hills, 5 local churches, about 4 apartment complexes, and a few private businesses. And we just work together to make it easier to serve people in Pine Hills. So we do everything from after-school programs, food pantries, community gardens, et cetera. And yeah, we do a lot of work in the community. And today I just wanted to come to advocate for 2 different issues. One was gun violence intervention programs, which my program, we have a few youth programs that fall under that umbrella. My organization is actually one of the organizations that got funded for the Credible Messengers initiative that Orange County just recently passed. Thanks, Commissioner Wilson, to keep going. So yeah, gun violence prevention programs, especially ones like mine's. A lot of the grassroots organizations that we have, are, very poor. We don't have funds to do a lot of the work that we want to do, and especially we don't have a lot of spaces to do the work that we're trying to do. So that funding and funding for those type of programs are huge. So I hope that you guys will keep trying to get funding for those gun violence intervention programs. We serve youth for the most part that a lot of institutions miss. Like, we have great programs like, the Boys and Girls Club, after-school programs at the schools, et cetera. But a lot of schools, students that we work with, they lack a lot of resources that would give them access to a Boys and Girls Club or give them access to, a lot of the great programs at the schools, because usually there's a barrier with either grade point average or even just transportation home and coming home or to those programs. So I know intrinsically, the different neighborhoods and places that lack a lot of resources and have a lot of roadblocks to get to those programs or et cetera. So, what my program does, we try to work on the ground wherever we are to be able to help those students get those access to those resources. I wanted to do a whole nother spiel as well on infrastructure and transportation, but I already took like 3 minutes, so I'm just going to stop there, and I'll probably email you guys about it later. So
That sounds great. That sounds great. Thank you for all your leadership, Seven. Was there any questions or comments? Just thank you for all you do. And also, thank you for giving a shout out to, we do have Orange County Commissioner Nicole Wilson with us, and I do want folks to know that she's here with us. And so thank you for being a part of the conversation. All right. So Elizabeth Valencia for Joshua's House Foundation, you are recognized.
Thank you. I'm sorry for my voice.
Don't say sorry.
That's my son. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for your time. I'm Elizabeth Valencia, founder of Joshua's House Foundation. I was inspired hearing my son, he's autistic, in his journey with a mental health disability. Our focus is not just to educate, but it's also to transform lives, like my son's. I'm requesting an appropriation for special needs students after they complete high school program. Thanks, Senator Stewart and Representative Plasencia for carrying our appropriation. Our bilingual vocational pilot programs are more than courses. They are bridges to a future where our students don't just survive, but they thrive. Take, for example, our veterinary assistant program is wonderful. It doesn't just teach animal care. It empowers students, give them skills and confidence for meaningful and rewarding employment. We do have another program, information technology and agricultural assistant program. We prepare our students to be more than employees. We prepare them to be innovators and leaders in their fields. These programs are not just about technical skills. They are about breaking barriers and opening doors to opportunities that once seemed unreachable. But to continue transforming lives, we need your support. That's why we're here. With your help, we can change the narrative of disability from limitation to an opportunity. At Joshua's House Foundation, we believe in the power of meaningful employment and the dignity of work and the right of every person, including people with disabilities, to reach their full potential. With your support, we can make this right a reality for many. Thank you for your time and for considering being a part of this vital transformation. Thank you.
Amazing. And I love seeing just the family of support with you, too. It's really inspirational.
We're always together, my son, their therapists, and we are a great team.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you to your therapist as well. Any questions or comments? Oh, Representative Lopez.
Buenas tardes, Joshua.
Joshua, say hi to Joanna.
Hola, Joshua.
Look over there. With Joanna over there.
Hi, Joanna. Hi. You can count with my support. I know how hard you work in our community, and I know that, I know you for years, and you're always everywhere. So I know you're working hard. So with my support, you can count with that.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Gracias, Joshua.
And Senator Stewart as well.
She changed her seat.
I'm going to work really hard. Yes. Thank you so much.
And bugging us.
Thank you so much in the name of the voices Their voices, okay. Thank you, Senator.
Yep.
God bless you.
Thank you so much. All right, is Vivian Light Johnson here? Oh my gosh, okay. Yeah, so Andrea Montanez, you are recognized.
Thank you for being here. I wish had the other ones could decide to live to be here too, because I love to hear more about me, because all of you are the champions and you hear us all the time. But anyway, at least one second is in TV so they can see us, what we're doing here. Anyway, my name is Andrea Montanez. My pronunciation is Chijerella. I'm a proud immigrant from Colombia and also a proud transgender woman. And I'm also a human with more special, I think, magic than the other ones. That's the only difference we have. And we are here again to try to see what's the future, because in particular my intersectionality is the more attack. The beautiful immigration community and the transgender community. But when you're learning with the immigrants and with the same transgender community, it's courage, resilience, and we're going to keep fighting. So it's too many laws, like, I don't know what's going to happen to stop all of this. Like, last year was HB 1069, don't say they bill, don't say gay, don't say trans, don't say nothing is different than them. So we have to look in for that. How we're going to fight it to an increase. The HB 1521, the barroom ban, is still a so difficult discussion you see at the school boards, at the Senate, everywhere. We don't discuss about weapons, how they kill kids, but we discuss about where do you go to pee. But we're still with that. I hope so we can stop that in next legislation. It will be more insane. Also discrimination on healthcare. And now they're coming with the, I don't know what, the HB 599. This is termination. That's exactly a bill means termination of the LGBTQ plus, in particular the transgender community. It's not going to happen. They use biblical, they use the Bible, they use religious. Well, the Pope invite the transgender community to dinner with him. And he's Catholic, and he's the Pope. So I guess the religion is also with us. I work for an organization is funded by a Catholic nun. So it's not religion the problem. God never said nothing about us. It's the same God made these people. Well, I don't. We're going to see in Tallahassee to discuss all these bills. Also the 1718, the immigration bills, we have to stop it. You have to remember always the immigration are not the problem. The immigrants are the solution. And don't forget, transgender people is magic people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Any questions? Representative Lopez.
Andrea, I just want to congratulate you. You're always fighting. You never give up. So I know that it's hard. And I'm sorry that all of those, bills to harass your community, that is our community too. It's very unfair. But I promise you that we will continue to fight for you. Never give up, never surrender. We are here to represent your voice because this is a nation of inclusivity and acceptance. And we believe in love, and love is love.
Gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Representative Lopez and Andrea. We have Larry here from to speak to the local film industry. So, Larry, you're recognized.
Thank you. Sound speed, camera speed, action. Thank you for letting me talk this afternoon, folks. My name is Larry Calabretta. I just live about 5 or 6 miles east of here. And coincidentally, only about 15 minutes from one of the top 5 film schools in the country. I'm here to implore you, practically get on my hands and knees and beg of you this legislative session to bring the film industry back to Florida, and particularly back to Central Florida. Everything is already here. It's not going to cost a lot. In addition to Full Sail, you have another smaller film school 6 miles up the road the other way in Maitland. First, UCF is coming on strong. You have, of course, Universal and Disney, but you've got some other fabulous studios here. VU Studios down on OBT by Landstar. You have Green Slate Studios down on Orange. And you have Studio Orlando taking up some space in the Oviedo Mall. Everything is here. Your talent is here. There's an organization here called Orlando Independent Filmmakers. They do 2 premieres a year. Each premiere has about between 40 and 50 films, short films previewed in each premiere. The quality of those independent films is exceptional. The premiere back in September, I was blown away. Even though I've been doing this for a while, I've been blown away by the quality. In spite of what you might have heard, trickle down really does work. You've got actors who need scripts. They have to go out and buy paper so they can print their scripts. They have to go out and buy highlighters and red pens to mark up their scripts. So you've got the economic benefit here. Let me give you one quick big example with a little bit of self-promotion, as I may. When you watch the Army-Navy game a week from Saturday on the 9th, you're going to see a USAA commercial. I'll be in that commercial. That commercial was filmed here down at the Spectacular View Studios. You had about 30 actors. You had about 30-some crew members. We were there all day filming. We had to eat. So you've got the catering. That economic trickle-down is very beneficial to the community. So I'm asking you to please consider doing what it takes to get that film industry back into Central Florida. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Larry. Any questions or comments? Senator Stewart.
Well, for the 5th year, I am now advocating to put the film and movie industry as a possible on the TDT so that they possibly can fund some of that. We are losing billions of dollars and not millions. There's a market of employment that range from skilled to unskilled, every avenue. We're giving all our money away to Georgia. We're giving our money away to Alabama because they love it. They love to be able to have these studios and be able to offer these services. We've just got to do something. We're just losing money. We used to have it. We don't have it anymore. I think it's, 3-4 years?
Exactly. And that's my whole point, and thank you very much. We've got to bring it back. Why should Atlanta be getting all the benefits? We should be having that money coming into this community.
It's ridiculous.
Well, thank you so much, Larry. And
thank you all very much.
Next time, instead of private citizen, put movie star. So we have a good understanding of who's in front of us. All right. So next up, I'm going to name a few folks to get lined up. And by the way, if there's folks who we missed you, we will go back, people that we've missed. But if you also want to just let one of our team members know, Juan Carlos is over on the side. Just flag him down, and we'll make sure we get you back into the list if your name was called but you weren't here. So Rebecca Too Good, private citizen, teachers with temporary certification, is up next. Corinne, with the Democratic Hispanic Caucus of Orange County, will be after. And then Samuel Santiago, chair of the Orange County Democratic Party. Justin Harvey, private citizen for We Are Change Orlando. And then Susan Geller, private citizen, would be next. So I don't see Rebecca Too Good. So Corinne, I'll recognize you.
Got my heels on today. Got to go a little higher.
Oh, there you go.
All right.
The mic can't handle you.
I know. Geez.
All right, you're recognized.
Okay. Thank you all. My name is Corinne Mercado Rey. I use Mercado because some of you may know my face. I stole it from my mom. My grandfather is Victor Torres right there. I'm speaking on behalf of the Orange County Hispanic Caucus. I'm the president of this caucus right now. It has not been doing much since 2020, so we're bringing it back. And with this, I want to talk about immigration specifically. Our immigrants are at the forefront of all the dehumanization and inhumane policies and laws that are going into effect. I'm a proud Puerto Rican Floridian, born and raised in Orlando. I grew up on Econ and Dean and Colonial, which, you can't be illegal with a name like Econ Lahachi. This is stolen land, so I think it's very important for us to recognize that you cannot be the person to tell somebody that they are illegal when this is not your land to begin with. With that being said, I think, Hispanics, Latinos, and Latinas are not a monolith, and being Puerto Rican, I think it's important to amplify our Hispanic community members and our immigrants that are here. I can think of a dozen in my own life, and each of those immigrants have made a significant impact. Beyond the economic and cultural contributions, immigrants embody and the principles upon which our nation was founded, the ideas of liberty, equality, and opportunity for all. There's no amendment that says accept illegal immigrants. It's for all. We as a state and a country love to discuss human rights across the ocean in countries that we have done nothing but destabilize, yet here in our own nation, in our own state, we are committing human rights atrocities on a daily basis, specifically to the immigrant community. Currently, we have immigration policies and laws that require immigrants to show their status in the hospital setting. I married a Jamaican immigrant who is a firefighter. In not one instance does he need to ask them if they are an immigrant or legal citizen. The idea that a human being cannot go to the hospital in an emergency because they are considered illegal is abhorrent, and I implore those of you who believe a human being does not deserve human basic rights, the decency to pray to whoever God Almighty you pray to for forgiveness, because those who lack empathy and sympathy will stand here and tell you that if an immigrant does it the right way, then they get to earn a spot and a right in our society. I stand here to implore you to dig deeper and think to yourself how we ended up here in the first place and determine how you would handle a situation that is so dire you would decide to move and disrupt your entire life to move to a country you don't know and not just walk out of a committee room. If you thought of that, if that thought has never crossed your mind, then you are privileged. You interact with immigrants every single day of your life, whether you know it or not. They are a part of our communities at every level, and you can think of and fearmonger the immigrant community as much as you want, which leads to the dehumanization of families time and time again. In conclusion, I know I'm over. Let us stand united in our support for the immigrant community, recognizing it is a force that has shaped our nation's past and will continue to mold its future. Let us be guided by the principles that define us: compassion, justice, and the belief that every individual, regardless of their origin, has the potential to contribute to greatness in our country and our state.
Amen.
Well said. Well said. Any questions for Corinne? Any proud comments?
Wow.
Senator Torres?
Okay. Put me on the spot, but the apple doesn't fall far from the tree in this family. So you see here a product of my wife, but also my daughter, Amy. And it's so beautiful to hear what she commented, because we need our youth. We need to understand those who come to this country who they're asking not a handout. They're just asking to let us participate in the what's going on here, and let us live a new quality of life. And I'm so proud of what she's doing, and Samuel as well. He's the following speaker, but it's the young generation that we're turning to right now, that we need to get them engaged in what's going on in our society. So thank you again, Mija. Love you.
Love you.
Thank you, Senator Torres. That was a Kodak moment. I feel like I'm in a Hallmark movie. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Samuel Santiago, Chair of the Orange County Democratic Party, you are recognized.
Hi, everyone. My name is Samuel Vilches Santiago. I'm the Chair of the Orange County Democratic Party, and I stand here in representation of the 323,000 proud registered Democrats here in Orange County. And quite honestly, watching you all here and watching all the work that you do in Tallahassee makes me a proud Democrat. And it is truly a shame that your Republican colleagues have decided to walk out today, because there's hundreds of people here talking about, that represent thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of their constituents across the county that have real issues to talk about and bring to the table today. And many of them have taken time off from their work schedule from different activities to be here, and it is a shame to see that our Republican legislators are not here to listen to their constituents. The one point I wanted to bring up was related to affordable housing. If we go across this community, we can easily see that people are struggling. There's a housing affordability crisis here in the state. There's an inflation crisis, and I know that the supermajority likes to talk a lot about inflation and blame President Biden. But my question is, why is it that in the state of Florida, inflation is 9% in comparison to 4% across the country? Why is it that inflation in this state is double, if not more than double, inflation in the rest of the country, when in this state we have had one-party rule for over 30 years? I think I have an answer. It is because the supermajority goes to Tallahassee to legislate on issues that, quite honestly, people are not talking about. The supermajority goes to Tallahassee to pick on the most vulnerable in our communities instead of solving the real issues that we are facing, such as housing affordability, such as a property insurance crisis, and then they come here and don't even show up. I actually think that's shameful, and I really appreciate the work that you all do. Our 7 Democratic champions, I know we're missing one. Thank you for going up there. I know it's tough, but you have hundreds of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of your voters here in Orange County ready to support you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Samuel. We have a quick comment from Representative Lopez.
Sorry.
Don't say sorry. Don't say sorry.
Thank you so much, Samuel, for your assertive speech. You know, that 4% and 9% that you were speaking about, you know, make me think about the anti-immigrant bill, because everybody's complaining about the anti-immigrant bill. You know, it's not only immigrants, it's also business owners, it's also nurses, it's also everybody. And I think that's one of the bills that is affecting us directly, and it's sad. You know, it's sad that our immigrants feel so harassed as well, like the LGBTQ plus community as well. So, you know, I think that we have to continue our advocacy and try to be strategic in, you know, the bills that we can file if we have the opportunity to have hearings, because obviously, is it not part of the majority agenda? We're not going to even have any type of opportunity to have a hearing or at least, you know, have conversations about this issue, just about inflation right there.
And on that point, according to the Florida Chamber, in the state of Florida, we have 63 open jobs for 63 applicants for every 100 open jobs. And what it means is that there's a labor shortage. And when we talk about inflation, part of the reason for that inflation is because we don't have enough workers doing the work. And then obviously demand goes down, supply stays, so then we have inflation. And what the Republicans have done with this legislation, SB 1718, is they basically closed the door of opportunity for hundreds of thousands of Floridians who have been working in this community for 10, 20 years. And we are all going to pay the price when we see the prices of housing continue to go up and the prices of food also going up. But again, thank you all so much for all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. Thanks for the, I'm sorry, Representative Lopez.
Yes, I also want to emphasize that recently I filed a bill, HB 657, because our they are even having problems in have health care under non-profit organizations. They're not even going to the hospital. The buses that provide free services for them, they're asking for their status.
Right.
When that is, you know, something that is a free opportunity for them, you know, it's helping us as well. It's helping everybody, obviously, because, you know, they don't have to go to the hospital. They go to this bus that is provided by the Consulate of Mexico or from a nonprofit. And from my last conversation with Consul Sabines, the Consulate of Mexico, he told me that the amount of women that drop in receiving the services is 200% dropped. Right. 200%, because when they ask, what is your status? No, thank you. I don't want the service. So the bill is just addressing that, so they cannot be asked, you know, what is your status? So they feel more comfortable in having these free services. So
Thank you, Representative Lopez. It's such a serious issue for all of our prenatal services. If you're too scared to access care, you're not going to. and that's incredibly dangerous. So thank you for highlighting that, your leadership on that too. So we have Justin Harvey next, and as he approaches the well, I think we have someone from the Alzheimer's Association who was listed earlier but wasn't here. Usha, there we go. So Usha, we're going to grab you after Lee Perry. So I'll name you, but I want to make sure you knew that, so you'd be on deck. Okay, Justin, you're recognized.
Thank you. My name is Justin Harvey with We Are Change Orlando. As you all know, legislation was passed last session outlawing COVID vaccine mandates. The only problem is we still have nurses facing discrimination against their vaccination status, one of which you heard from in here today, and I highly encourage you to speak with her. It's making it incredibly hard for them to get jobs. We must create a situation where everybody has the ability to opt out, not just for COVID vaccines, but for all vaccines. No one should be forced to take a medical product against their will just to work. The other problem we have is the ban on the mRNA vaccine mandate expires in 2 years. And it doesn't matter how safe or effective anyone deems the mRNA shots in a couple years, no one should be forced to take it, ever. I could give you a dozen reasons why, but I'll give you two. There have been tens of thousands of reported deaths and millions of injuries from the current mRNA shots. And you can't sue the industry. So where there is risk with no recourse, there must be a choice. Changing gears to an equally important topic, Agenda 2030 and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a situation where these climate goals are threatening our individual rights and our private property rights. And while it sounds great on paper to preserve the environment, which I am all for, we are simultaneously using these UN initiatives to create smart cities that are equipped with facial recognition, digital money, social credit systems, health passports, and total surveillance. They even want to eliminate private vehicles and tell us how often we are allowed to travel. All of this is being done under the guise of saving the climate. To sum that up, I don't want to wake up where I live in a world where I can't leave for work in the morning because my smart home won't unlock because of a controversial Facebook post. A smart car won't start because climate lockdowns have begun. They are selling this as a technologically advanced, convenient, climate-preserving system, but in reality, it is a digital prison. I would love to speak with you more about this issue. In closing, let's stop sending billions of dollars to other countries. I really think we have enough problems at home, from fentanyl to inflation, and I do not appreciate seeing my tax dollars go to a country that just bombed 20,000 civilians, and 8,000 of which were children. In the famous words of Ron Paul, stop the foreign aid and end the wars, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Justin. Any questions or comments for Justin? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. All right, we have Susan Geller.
Hi.
You're recognized and welcomed.
Santiago was a tough act to follow.
Do you want to lower the microphone a little bit?
Yes.
Susan, that's perfect. Thank you.
I have spent most of my life in Orange County. I'm a proud graduate of Edgewater High School, class of 1966.
Okay.
I retired from the city of Orlando after 28 years.
Awesome.
There is a crisis in nursing homes in Florida. Unbeknown to most, there are restrictions regarding access to care in nursing homes for those convicted of sexual offenses. The state of Florida specifies a footage restriction of 1,000 feet from areas where children gather, daycare, school. Winter Park has 2,500-foot exclusion. This is a crisis that will keep growing in numbers. Today, there are 876 people in Florida who are on the registry that are over 80 years old. Our residency restriction laws were passed with the best of intentions to protect children from becoming victims of sexual offenses, versus the reality that almost all child victims are known to the offender and are not being snatched off of the playground. The question we should all struggle with is, why is an adult who statistically represents the lowest risk to offend against a minor, why are they being denied access in their final years to a nursing home, a secured facility, because there would be a daycare 400 feet away? There are solutions. One is the state of Georgia has allowed people on the registry to petition for removal once they need long-term care. And if I could ad-lib for a minute, somebody spoke about health care earlier. This also is a health care crisis that is becoming more and more of a crisis for the marginalized, probably the most marginalized group that there is. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments? We appreciate you being here. Okay, Lee Perry is up next, Environmental Democratic Caucus of Orange County, and just like all around advocate for the planet.
Oh, thank you. Coming from you, that's a huge honor, and thank you, everyone.
You're
who's
recognized.
Here. Thank you to the true leaders who stayed today during this important state legislation delegation to listen to constituents when making critical decisions that will ultimately impact our future here in Florida. My name is Lee Perry, and I'm the president of the Orange County Democratic Environmental Caucus of Florida, here to ask that you also take into consideration important climate data and undeniable science into consideration when deciding our future environmental policies that will determine whether we actually have a future here in the state of Florida. When other countries and states in the U.S. are making rigorous progress in expanding resiliency planning, progressing clean energy, and holding conglomerate companies accountable for their responsibility for climate pollution, here in Florida, we're actively removing protections for residents throughout the state, ignoring the science while making it illegal to utter the words climate change in our legislation. In the same year, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change issued a report calling for a code red for humanity to act on emission reductions globally. Our state turned a blind eye to the damages and economic losses from increased weather patterns connected to global warming, and last session even removed many accountability tools needed to hold utility companies, big sugar, phosphorus mining, cruise lines, and other major polluters responsible for their environmental damages, not to mention the mega developers who push for unchecked, irresponsible, sprawling growth, degrading our sensitive wetlands and conservation lands that host endemic species found nowhere else in the world, and act as our natural aquifer recharge and flood mitigation protections across the state. Meanwhile, here we are not taking advantage of the federal dollars that could enhance economic opportunities in this state to create jobs and bring Florida into the future, while simultaneously lessening our ecological impact. This is an injustice to our residents and future generations who will see this state fall into the sea. Please give us a chance to protect our home and pass needed policies to regulate the harmful corporations running rampant in this state before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lee. Any questions or comments? All right, we appreciate you. So Usha Tiwari from the Alzheimer's Association of Florida will be next, and as she approaches the well, the folks who will be following include Carlos Almani, private citizen, Alvia Alexander, private citizen, Thelma Wooldridge, Director of Guardianship for Seniors First, and then Terry Falbo, President of the Central Florida Democratic Progressive Caucus. So if y'all could line up, that would be fabulous. And Usha, you are recognized.
Thank you. Distinguished members of the Orange County Legislative Delegation, I appreciate the opportunity to address you today. My name is Usha Tiwari, and I'm one of the many faces of Alzheimer's here in Florida as a former caregiver for my mother. Our state resides in the epicenter of this crisis, with the second highest number of individuals living with Alzheimer's in the country. In a recent Rush University study, 6 out of the 67 counties here in Florida were ranked in the top 100 counties in the country for Alzheimer's prevalence, including Orange County. Just over 580,000 Floridians are living with Alzheimer's disease, including an estimated 22,600 residents here in Orange County. This equates to 12.7% of the population. I know many of you have been touched by the realities of Alzheimer's and dementia. I am proud to advocate alongside the Alzheimer's Association for resources and care for those individuals, families, and caregivers impacted by this disease. With your support, we remain relentless optimistic as we propose our 2024 legislative priorities. First, recently the FDA gave full approval to the first treatment that can slow the progression of Alzheimer's, but can only be used for those in the early stages of Alzheimer's or with mild cognitive impairment. It is imperative we educate our community about the early warning signs of Alzheimer's and the importance of brain health. We need to raise awareness of what to look for and when to go to a doctor to be screened. We are advocating for funding for a public health awareness campaign that utilizes multiple different media platforms and focuses on those from the underserved communities. Second, the legislature recently created a Persons with Disabilities Registry for use by law enforcement. This was a great first step, and we want to ensure that law enforcement has the resources they need to understand how to best work with individuals living with Alzheimer's and other dementia. Throughout their journey, 6 out of 10 individuals with dementia will wander at least once. My mom was one of those. She wandered for over 8 hours. That is why we're advocating for dementia training to be available for law enforcement as a complement to last year's legislation. On behalf of the Alzheimer's Association and over 500,000 Floridians living with this disease, their families, and their caregivers, thank you for the opportunity here today. We'll see each one of you in Tallahassee on February 13th and 14th for our annual Advocacy Days. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Usha. Any other questions or comments? I just want to say thank you for your amazing advocacy, and we love seeing so many of our caregivers and community partners in the Capitol advocating for funding for the Brain Bus and other initiatives. So we appreciate you.
Thank you as always.
Absolutely. Okay, Carlos. Thanks so much for being here. You are recognized.
Well, first I'd like to thank each of you for being here. Again, not mentioning any elephants not in the room. But along with the 75 million tourists that visited Orlando last year, came a record $359 million in tax revenue generated from Orange County's 6% levy on hotel room stays. Now, while some Florida counties set aside a portion of their tourism development tax revenue for improvements in their transit, housing, beaches, public parks, and general public infrastructure, Orange County is unique in its insistence that its tourism development tax revenue remains strictly within the confines of conventional tourism and marketing promotion. We are assured, of course, in the words of Visit Orlando, that, quote, from florists to barbers to museums to local-owned restaurants, we all benefit economically from the tourism our city attracts. And in many ways, that's true. On paper, tourism is arguably the end-all be-all for Orlando's economic growth, again, which on paper we should all be reaping the benefits from. And yet, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Orlando ranks 50th out of 50 in median wages among metro cities, faces an acute affordable housing crisis, manages an underfunded and scattered public busing system, and remains in dire need of improved mass transit and roads. However, even if Orange County decided to spend any of this tourism development tax revenue in any project seeking to alleviate these many issues, if we did the math, there simply wouldn't be any money left in the tourism development tax budget that isn't already tied up in the never-ending expansion of the Orange County Convention Center, the general marketing investment set for Visit Orlando, or the other various venues and cultural centers the tourism development tax is already currently being used for. As it currently stands in state law, before any possible investments can be made in addressing community issues, which often stem, mind you, from the economic brunt of tourism, counties are required to spend at least 40% of their tourism development tax revenue in conventional tourism promotion. As a crucial first step in balancing the desires of a powerful industry with the struggling community's needs, I've put forth a repeal bill in drafting in the Florida House and Senate, which amends this 40% spending requirement to 25% to free up a larger portion of Orange County's tourism development tax revenue budget so that Orange County leaders and constituents alike can come together to decide how to best spend the remainder of this tourism tax revenue in building a better, brighter, more just Orlando and Orange County. I humbly ask each of you for your sponsorships and co-sponsorships in support of this bill as it makes its way through committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carlos. Any questions or comments? I just want to say thank you for your advocacy, and to echo Senator Torres, I love seeing our young leaders step up to the plate and be so intentional with the state legislature. So I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, so next up, as we approach the evening hours, we have Olivia Alexander. And so you are recognized.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. First, I would like to say it's truly a blessing to be here and share with you today. My name is Olivia Alexander, and I reside in Orlando, which is Representative Bracy Davis's and Senator Thompson's districts. I'm here today to truly thank the members of the delegation who supported House Bill 1 earlier this year and to tell you why education choice matters so much to my family. I am a domestic violence survivor who has gone through the Harbor House Transition Program. During that time, we were plagued with much uncertainty and obstacles. We have had to make many moves in order to secure housing. In addition, I faced health issues that temporarily prevented me from working full-time and consequently led to financial hardship. My children needed stability, and they found it at Deeper Root Academy. I give much gratitude to the Family Empowerment Scholarship for educational options. No matter where we moved, we did not have to worry about zoning issues or zip codes. My children did not experience the turmoil of transitioning from school to school. During the period I was affected by COVID, we stayed in motels. I could not forget when the principal of Deeper Root drove to International Drive in order to make sure my son had his supplies and homework packets he needed. Throughout the process, there were many challenges presented, but I was relieved that having to figure out a new school arrangement would not be another obstacle. When things were most chaotic, my son struggled in his own district school. His grades dropped, and he began having difficulties with behavior. When we found Deeper Root Academy, a faith-based school, he was able to get back on track with his grades, started enjoying going to school again, and his behavior improved. It was important for me to find a school that fits his and his sister's needs. I would not be able to provide them that opportunity without the assurance from the scholarship. I am comforted to know that Deeper Root will continue to be there and available to us. Families have different needs for their children's education. One size does not fit all. We should all have the liberty of multiple options when deciding on a learning environment that is most suitable for our children. I'm grateful I had the Family Empowerment Scholarship when we needed it most. Today, I would like to say a big thank you, not just for me, but also on behalf of many other families who are also thankful to the legislator for expanding choices to all Florida families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments? All right, we appreciate you. Thanks for being here so late too on a work day. All right, Thelma Wooldridge, Director of Guardianship for Seniors First. We'll be followed by Terry Falbo and then Tricia Edris with Advent Health, our Central Florida Division, Chief Innovation and Partnership Office. And following that will be Kamal, President of the Lake Highland Prep Young Democrats. And so, Thelma, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. My name is Thelma Woolridge. I'm the Director of Guardianship at Seniors First. Seniors First is the public guardian for Orange and Seminole counties. We currently have 142 wards, and we have 4 very dedicated, amazing case managers who handle all of those wards. All of our wards are indigent, anywhere from 18 and up. They live in nursing homes, assisted living, and group homes. I'm here because the 17 public guardianship offices in Florida need your support. We have 3 issues in our 2024 legislative priorities that I'd like to bring to your attention. I do have a handout, which you'll receive eventually, which explains them in detail, so I'll just briefly mention what the 3 issues are. One is funding for the statewide wait list. There are currently 272 indigent wards on the wait list. That means we need additional funding to take on these additional people who are waiting to have a guardian to make their medical, financial, and other important decisions. So that's a statewide number. It's been a couple of months, so it's probably grown since then. The second item is assistance with placing difficult wards. This one is sort of near and dear to my heart. Statewide, we have wards that are homeless, wards that have mental health issues, and wards that are in jail. And when they are released, we don't always have a place for them to go. Currently, Orange Seniors First has 1 person that's homeless, 1 person in jail, 2 that are homeless. One of the homeless ones, we found a place for her to be. The other one who's homeless, we found a place for him to be, and he didn't stay. And he doesn't stay whenever we try to find him a place. We are looking for additional funding to assist with putting the proper structures in place so that long-term care facilities and treatment centers are willing to accept them. We are also seeking to maintain the recurring funding for the state's public guardianship programs in order to continue to do what we do. The base budget of $16 million serves approximately 3,000 wards currently, and for that we are very grateful. I urge you to read the handout for more detail, and if you'd like to discuss these priorities further, please reach out to me at Seniors First.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Thelma. Any questions or thoughts? Thanks so much for supporting. We always forget about our elders that are of low means, and especially even when we talk about affordable housing, we have to think about younger families. So thank you for advocating just the indigent needs for all of our generations of Central Floridians.
Right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right. Terry Falbo, Central Florida Democratic Progressive Caucus President, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Besides being the I'm also a board member of Medicare for All Florida. As progressives, we firmly believe in the importance of the preamble of the Constitution, which says the major purpose of our government is to promote the general welfare. This means the well-being of the people, and as such, we support all the policy positions raised earlier by Cheyenne Drews from Progress Florida. In addition, we also supported Representative Angie Nixon and Representative Escamani in seeking to urge the Biden administration to immediately call for and facilitate de-escalation and a lasting ceasefire and the end to the violence in the state of Israel and occupied Palestine. And we hope our legislators will support any and all efforts in the future towards this end. But my main focus today is healthcare. Healthcare is a major issue affecting the well-being of people, and all polls show healthcare is in the top, at least in the top 3 issues, if not the top, that people are concerned about. Florida has almost 3 million of our 22 million residents uninsured, and most of the rest are underinsured due to denial of coverage, excessive deductibles, copays, et cetera. The United States spends $13,000 per capita for health care, which, and how much of that do you think is already by the government? $8,000 per person, 2/3 already. Is that because our health care is better? No, our outcomes are worse. Is it because our doctors and nurses are paid more and other health care? No. The main reason is because so much of our doctors and other health care dollars go into the doctor's time, and the health care dollars go into trying to figure out what person is covered for what, under what payer, plan, network, program, et cetera. We're so scattered in that way. And Representative Torres at one point earlier had introduced a Healthy Florida Act to cover everyone with a single payer that would save a whole lot of money. It would actually save the state money. If we did it on a national scale, it would save the country money. So we will be meeting with legislators to talk about the support for this. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Terry. Questions, thoughts? All right. We're to keep moving through. Oh, I see Miss Rebecca Hurd here.
Hi, members.
Hello. From Advent Health. You are recognized.
Thank you. Appreciate the time. At this late hour, Trish Idris was supposed to give these remarks, but she unfortunately had to speak out, so you get me. And again, my name is Rebecca Hurd. I'm the Director of Government Advocacy for the Central and East Florida Divisions of Advent Health. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today representing a team of 45,000 dedicated team members. Advent Health Orlando and Representative Escamani's district, the division's flagship campus, boasts nationally and internationally recognized programs and serves as a major referral hospital for much of the Southeast, Caribbean, and Latin America. The organization has an expansive research portfolio with more than 500 clinical trials and research studies in progress. And Advent Health is committed to meeting Central Florida's growing healthcare needs in the years ahead. We're working on new facilities, services, and specialties so that no one needs to leave their community to get the care that they need. Over the past few years, we've had a couple of expansion projects. You might have seen the New Millennia ER, where the Holy Land used to be. You have walls there now, and so that'll be opening up here soon. Next year, we're going to build a hospital in Lake Nona, and so that'll be welcome to that community. And just last year, we opened up Flamingo Crossings ER, which is right there on Disney property. Most of you have been to our hospital, so I appreciate you. Representative Bracy is sponsoring something for us for our West Lakes Community Center. It's a great, great program that we offer childcare and community services. So I would love for you to all visit there to kind of see what we're doing there, but it's an incredible work that we're doing in partnership with our Children's Hospital. I see most of you all the time in Tallahassee, and you know how to get a hold of me, so if you ever need anything, please let me know, but thank you for letting me speak to you today.
Amazing. Any thoughts or comments? I just want to say thank you. And on a personal level, my mom passed away to cancer when I was 13 years old, and she went through both of our hospital systems and ultimately passed away at what was Florida Hospital, now Advent Health. And so just the kindness of all the staff when my family was going through that will always stay with me. So I just want to say thank you to you and to all your providers and everyone, from medical assistants to nurses to folks who are cleaning up after everyone. I mean, it does take a village, so thank you for what you do.
It does, and I appreciate those kind words, and we'll pass them on. I'm the same way. I worked in the legislature for 7 years and never touched healthcare until I had this job, and it's just so it's so personal to me. My mom passed away in our facility as well a couple years ago, and so when someone calls and says, hey, I've got a loved one in the hospital, I get it. I totally understand, and we'll do everything to make sure that they receive great care.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, y'all, moving along. So next we have Kamal for president of Lake Highland Prep Young Democrats. I don't know if Kamal is here, but I'll keep going down the list to Quinn, private citizen. And so Quinn, as Quinn approaches the well, I do want to just name our next speaker. So Mr. David Maldonado has to leave early, so we're going to have you replace Kamal. So I'm going to boost you up. That's a fast pass. And then after Quinn, we have Hope Community Center, Maria from Hope Community Center. And then Nadia Ahmad, law professor at Barry University. And then Scott will be next, Democratic Public Education Caucus of Florida. So Quinn, you are recognized.
Hello. So I am also, again, my name's Quinn. I am also a Florida native, born and raised in South Florida, moved up here when I was 18 to go to UCF, go Knights.
Charge on.
Hell yeah. And today I'm here as a private citizen, so watch out.
Oh, he's loose. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I would much rather my words fall on a room half full of deaf ears than just half a room, but I'm happy with the half we got. So I just want to ask everybody that's here and everybody who's hopefully watching online right now after running away from their constituents, that they watch really, really closely as they can see the damage really begin to unfold in our state's public education system. Bullying has been on the rise, infrastructure is outdated and falling apart, classrooms are overcrowded, districts are underfunded, teachers are underpaid and understaffed. The list goes on and on and on. And these are issues that did not start with our lovely Governor Ron DeSantis. In Orange County alone, we have seen the real impacts of an agenda based on a perverted version of freedom as it wreaks havoc on our school system. Parental rights for some, but not for others. Permission slips for nicknames, but depending on what county you're in, not if you're a transgender child whose parent is allowing you to use your affirming name and pronouns in that school. That's only in certain districts. It's actually been a hard-fought win here in Orange County, too, and I'm still holding my breath on that one a little bit. Let's go on. We got bathroom access being slashed in all public institutions, now most recently at the university level. The history of queer people being demonized and vilified to then be twisted into a weapon and to excuse further attacks on the history of black people in this country, too. We have a transgender high school student this week who was outed publicly with her name and identity unethically published by news outlets around the world, who was not out before that. And just 2 suicides of LGBTQ students in this district that I'm aware of this month. This is all just staring down the barrel of a mass teacher exodus in the state and the system of destruction and a systemic destruction of our public education unions. All of that before we even mention the attacks on higher education, the humanities, anybody who might be considered a part of the so-called intelligista. All of that before we mention the crackdowns on student orgs, freedom of speech for their views on Palestine. All of that before we potentially curtail any form of organized dissent on college campuses under the equally horrible attacks on DEI. It's really not that long before we have official blacklists and a new house of un-Floridian activities coming through with it. I'm not here pleading. I'm not here angry. I am here pleading I'm here pleading for bold support and action because I'm scared. Florida is a petri dish for the backsliding of democracy in this country, and attacks on public education, attacks on any form of welfare system, on Black, Latina, and LGBTQ Floridians are just the beginning. We need the help of the people sitting at the front of this room to keep being fierce advocates like they are on these issues, to get loud, be bold, and keep being bold even if everybody else in the chamber except for one other person votes with them on something that may not be popular. We need consistent, bold action like that on all of these issues. We need the people in the gallery to not get, and watching online, not to get mad, but to get busy. We need everybody in this fight with it. And we need the legislators who felt it was appropriate to leave this meeting and break quorum. Again, I hope you're watching and you're paying attention, because you'll be hearing a lot more from me and my colleagues at every dais in the Capitol this session. Hope you have a great night.
Thank you so much, Quinn. Any questions or comments? We appreciate you, Quinn. I was not going to stop at 2 minutes. I was like, they are on a roll. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right, so Bishop?
Yes.
Yes, so Bishop David Maldonado, thanks so much for being here. I know you have an appointment at 6:30, I think. So
I have a 6 o'clock Bible study to teach.
Oh, honey, okay. We need the blessings here. So please, you are recognized.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, well, good evening now to all of our honored county legislators. In this moment of connection, I stand before you as both a citizen of Orange County and as a spiritual leader in our beloved community. Every week, I have the privilege of inspiring faith in God and faith in community. However, lately, these days, the weight of our housing crisis has become so unbearable. Florida, once a place we called home, has become unaffordable for most Floridians in my congregation. And it pains me to see families forced to root up, and those who have limited resources struggle to make ends meet, and individuals who are yearning to find a place to call home are having to find another state to be in. And so as property insurance and utility bills and rent skyrocket beyond our reach, we find ourselves trapped in a cycle where our wages fail to keep pace. Our voices spoke really loud and clear in November of last year, and yet overwhelmingly in favor of rent control, yet overwhelmingly our aspirations for a government that truly represent the people were denied when our cause reached the legislature in Tallahassee. Nevertheless, I'm here to say, let us not forget the undeniable truth that every Floridian deserves the freedom to live a healthy, prosperous, and safe life. It's part of our fundamental liberties that shouldn't be compromised because of the greed or the self-serving ambitions of any politicians or any corporate leader. It's time for us to reclaim those rights and to be able to find solutions for the displaced and for the underserved and for many times the homeless families. And so I implore you to pass legislation that brings proven remedies to our housing crisis. Let's reestablish mechanisms of local control around housing and tenant rights so that the voices of those affected are heard and respected. Together we can do so much to end the discrimination and the exploitation that is happening in our community. And so I'll just end by saying that we have collective power. We can turn the tide on this devastation. I'm committed to it. I thank those of you who are listening and here for being committed to the cause of the people in our community. Thank you. God bless you and happy holidays.
Thank you so much, Bishop. And just so you know, we'll be refiling our Keep Floridians House Act with Senator Victor Torres, which is a huge omnibus renters' rights package. And I don't know of its potential to move, to be honest, but I do think it's important to file such legislation because I'm a renter, many of us are renters, and we are struggling right now. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, so Hope Community Center is up next, and I do believe we're going to have translation services. So we're going to give you all a little bit of extra time for the translation, and you are recognized.
Buenas tardes. Testimonio recogido de familias hispanas en Apopka. Mi nombre es María, soy de Apopka. Con la ley antiinmigrante, mi familia y yo hemos sentido mucho miedo. Miedo a que nos deporten, a que nos separen, a que nos encarcelen. Mi esposo ya ha sido deportado.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maria. This testimony is from the voices of the families in Apopka. Because of the anti-immigrant law, my family and I feel very scared. Scared that they will deport us, that they will separate us, or imprison my husband, who has already been deported once.
Yo tengo miedo en que en cualquier momento me detenga el policía, solo por mi aspecto hispano. En mi familia nos sentimos inseguros, mis hijos son pequeños, y si yo llego a ser deportada, esto les afectará mucho.
I am scared that at any moment the police will stop me simply for the fact that I am Hispanic. My family doesn't feel secure, my kids are young, and if I were to be deported, that would affect them tremendously.
A los representantes que han firmado la ley, les diría que piensen en todas estas familias que van a ser afectadas. Hay muchos pequeños que podrían perder la oportunidad de poder estudiar y tener una familia estable y a salvo.
To the representatives that supported the anti-immigrant bill, I would like for you to think about all the families that are being affected. Think about the many children who would lose the opportunity to an education and to a united, stable, and safe family.
Teniendo un trabajo esencial, yo siento que mi trabajo no es valorado. Gano muy poco y apenas puedo con los gastos de mi hogar. La mayoría de las personas hispanas tenemos trabajos esenciales y son trabajos bien hechos y mal pagados. No somos delincuentes, solo somos personas trabajadoras.
Even with my essential job, I feel that my work is not valued. I make very little. I can barely afford to pay all my bills. Many of us immigrants have essential jobs who can do them well. Criminals, only hardworking people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Representative Johanna Lopez has a comment she wants to make.
Buenas noches ya, ¿verdad? Sí. Gracias por tu testimonio. Bien difícil. Esto es no sé si habías entendido un poco lo que habíamos dicho, lo que dije anteriormente. El bill lo que hace es justificar la persecución y la injusticia. Definitivamente sé que la estás pasando difícil. Y que estás arriesgando tu vida aún estando aquí, porque pienso que no están viendo lo importante que son los inmigrantes para esta nación. Esta es la nación de inmigrantes. Y créeme, yo estoy en esta silla por inmigrantes. Yo estoy school board member por los inmigrantes. Tocaron puertas. Ustedes tienen una voz. Buscan todas esas personas que los apoyan para que sigan abogando por sus derechos. Tú no estás sola. So I'm just saying that she's not alone. We're here to advocate for her. This is a nation of immigrants. And I'm just trying to clarify that the bill also, just saying in Spanish what I said before about the immigration bill, that is just to justify persecution. And it's hurting not only our immigrants, but it's also hurting everybody. So está afectándonos a todos. Sí, estoy de acuerdo contigo. Los trabajos, I agree with her. They're doing essential jobs that are not value and not good pay. They don't have good salaries. And, she feels that she cannot support her family. And that is something that is affecting her family. And she's just doing, the only thing that she wants is to work for this country and to raise our children. But now, ahora que tu esposo está deportado, imagino que todo está mucho más difícil. Trata de seguir con estos grupos de apoyo. Creo que estás en el lugar indicado con Hope Center, y también ellos tienen unos grupos de abogados que conocen y te pueden referir. Confía en ellos, confía en el Consulado de México, no confíes en todo el mundo, porque allá afuera también hay gente mala. No todo el mundo es bueno. I'm sorry, pero tengo que decirlo. Así que gracias. Cualquier cosa, mi tarjeta la tiene Suhan, o si no, le preguntas a Sister Ann y hablamos en privado. Gracias por estar aquí.
Thank you, Representative Lopez. I think Representative Harris, you want to add something?
Yes, unfortunately, my Spanish is not as good as Representative Lopez, but if you'd be willing to translate, I just want the speaker to know that she's valued and we are happy that she's here. And it really is a shame that citizenship and immigration has been gatekept. So many of us are the product of immigration, and to watch as people who are here now, maybe 2 or 3 generations, turn around and try to close the door is shameful. And so I just want to let you know I appreciate your voice and your advocacy, and for you coming here and being so open and vulnerable with us. And like Representative Lopez said, we appreciate you and we're glad you're here.
Thank you, Representative Harris. Any other comments? And I'll just add that it's so incredibly brave to testify, especially when you are living in fear. And so just thank you for the bravery. Yeah, it's inspirational to us to keep fighting. Okay, deep breaths. We can do this. We can keep moving forward. I'm going to welcome up Dr. Nadia Ahmad, law professor at Barry University. And then real quick, Scott will be followed by Stephanie. And then Connie actually already spoke, and we do have a speaker that has a night shift to get to. So we're going to lift up Ramon Bonilla to replace Connie. And so, Ramon, I just want you to also be on deck. And so you are recognized.
Okay, thank you, Representative Escamani. I also wanted to thank all of you for your representation. My name is Nadia Ahmed, and I was born in Orange Memorial Hospital when my mother was the chief pediatric resident there. 4 generations of my family have called Central Florida home. I serve as co-chair of the American Bar Association's Environmental Justice Task Force, and also will represent the ABA at the Conference of Parties in Dubai. And I will be flying out of the new Terminal C in Orlando, which my father had helped design and construct. By profession, I am a law professor at Barry University, which is located on East Colonial Drive. But I am here in my professional capacity as a fellow at the Center for Security, Race, and Rights at Rutgers University, as well as affiliated faculty at Harvard Law School's Institute for Global Law and Policy. I'm also an elected member of the Democratic National Committee, as well as co-chair of the Democratic National Committee's Interfaith Council. I am here also, first and foremost, as the mother of 3 young children under the age of 12. Senator Torres, Representative Bracey, Representative Harris, Representative Lopez, Representative Escamani, and Senator Thompson. Representative Stewart was here earlier, but was no longer here. I am here to ask my elected officials to uphold the honor and dignity of our country and to call for a lasting ceasefire in Gaza. The time to speak up for peace in a time of war is not easy. I would like for you all to support Representative Angie Nixon and Representative Escamani, who will be our future governor of Florida. In a later iteration of H.R. 31C, which they had sought to urge the Biden administration to immediately call for and facilitate de-escalation in a ceasefire to promptly end the current violence in Israel and occupied Palestine, and to promptly send and facilitate the entry of humanitarian assistance. I was really concerned sitting back in Central Florida and seeing that Representative Escamani was just there with Representative Nixon on their own, and that they basically had to fend for themselves. I want you to stand in solidarity with them and with us. What we are seeing is something I have never seen in my lifetime. I signed a letter with 800 scholars that what we are seeing is genocide, but I would go further. It's not genocide. It is extermination, annihilation of a people and a place. We are seeing the entire place leveled. This is not something you can turn away from and look away from. We have to call this out. Everything that everyone here has called out for is possible if we do not send $1 trillion every year for war. If we are destroying other people's homelands, not just in Gaza, but all around the world, we will have a chance for being able to have everything we need, from jobs, education, healthcare, infrastructure. All of that is possible. We do not have to turn away people at our borders. The U.S.-Mexico border is the most dangerous border crossing. That's an abomination. How have we come to this place that we are just turning away people at our border? And we are bombing countries and supporting this type of war. And why do we have our own representatives? Representative Nixon and Representative Escamani, they're on their own. We need you. I am here to ask you just to stand in solidarity with them. Do not make me feel like when I go to the grocery store, I have to look around like Secret Service, that someone is going to come shoot me just for the way I dress. I make myself a walking, moving target every time I walk out the door. Even if I'm in my home, I am not safe. There was a 6-year-old child in Chicago killed, stabbed. I have a 6-year-old daughter. She's sitting right over there. She's probably hiding a little bit. But every time I look at her, I wonder, could that have been her? And I have to look at her more closely, like look every time she smiles, is trying to do something, like what if something like that happened to her? Imagine like the trauma that people go through in Palestine when nobody wants to care about what is happening to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nadia. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. And please know that we will continue to fight back against rises of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia absolutely in this community and everywhere. So I hate the fact that so many people do not feel safe in our state. It just breaks my heart. And so you are not alone. I deeply, deeply appreciate you being here. All right, Scott, you are recognized.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Hodenstein, the immediate past president of the Democratic Public Education Caucus of Florida. As a public education advocate, it has been distressing to see recent legislative attacks on children and their childhood. Children spend a significant part of their waking hours as students, and 80% of children attend neighborhood public schools. But over the past 15 years, we've cut public education funding by nearly 20% in inflation-adjusted dollars. Just last year, HB1 diverted billions of dollars that are desperately needed in public schools to unaccountable private schools. Why are we not investing in the majority of our children? As a result of our underinvestment, we cannot hire and retain the most qualified teachers. We must reverse this trend. First, the legislature should invest more in teacher pay and benefits by bringing base student allocation to the national average and by innovative solutions such as allowing school districts to opt in to the state employee health plan. Second, we need to restore trust and respect in our educators. Educators are professionals and should not have their curriculum and policies micromanaged from Tallahassee. The solution to hiring and retaining the most qualified teachers is not by lowering professional standards in the name of deregulation or by reducing public education revenue through broadening the property tax homestead exemption. I urge you to vote against any bills that contain these policies. At a recent Orange County School Board meeting, the discussion centered on the rise in chronic absenteeism. But that is exactly what recent and proposed legislation has driven. Underfunded education, increased testing time, absent or unqualified teachers, transportation and capital infrastructure needs, attacks on curriculum and books, and now bills that take away mandated daily recess and undermine child labor safety laws. They all attack our students and their childhood. If the state legislature doesn't care about public education, why should students? This session, please invest in our students and instead of attacking their childhood. Thank you.
So well said. Thank you, Scott. I'm so happy you're here in Orange County to be that advocate. Thank you. Any questions? I'm sorry, I forgot to ask. Any questions, comments? Okay, cool. Stephanie Vanos, private citizen, help out public education, hope. You are recognized.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thanks to all of you who are here for all of the probably very frustrating work you are doing in Tallahassee. So thank you. Stephanie Vanos, Chair of Help Out Public Education and also a public school mom. I just wanted to talk about some education bills and concerns that I had. I've done my first review of the deregulation, 3 Senate bills that were recently introduced that aim at reducing some of the regulations in public schools. There's some good parts in there, there's some bad parts in there, but just in the interest of time, I want to make sure I say, as one of the original recess moms, that I fully support recess being maintained as is and codified as law. I also wanted to, I didn't see were bills aimed at ensuring our voucher school students receive a high quality education or safeguarding the billions of dollars of taxpayer money that is being transferred over to largely unregulated voucher schools. So I'm asking that the Florida legislature pass a law that requires voucher schools to comply with Florida's sunshine and public records laws, just as public schools do, and just as privately owned and managed charter schools do. The public deserves to know how its money is being spent, and fiscal responsibility is important to all Floridians. This will also help to ensure compliance with state and federal laws, which will help and protect all Florida students. This language can be easily written into an agreement with each voucher school that accepts public funds. I would also note that there's an argument that the voucher program itself is a partial delegation of the state's constitutional obligation to provide a high-quality public education for Florida students. And when a state delegates its required duties or allows private entities to act on its behalf and assume its obligations, there is case law supporting the application of Florida sunshine and public records laws, even absent a contractual obligation. So again, I'd ask that this delegation make it clear that voucher schools are required to adhere to Florida sunshine and open records laws as a means of holding voucher schools accountable, ensuring transparency of public funds, and protecting Florida students. Also just want to quickly say, just voice my support for universal free school breakfast and lunch. It will positively impact so many of our students. In 7004, love to see community schools as an option for turnaround. They're doing an incredible job here in Orange County. Love to see increased pathways for high school graduation that are independent of EOCs, as well as the elimination of the requirement for third grade passage with the standardized tests. Love multi-year contract option for teachers, and just 2 areas of concern. One is in SB 7000, I'm worried about the weakening of the class size amendment. So please pay attention to that, which voters approved in 2002. And also, I'm concerned about giving greater weight to standardized testing and the evaluation of our teachers, which is in SB 7000. So just in considering education-related bills this year, please, and I know you do, please remember to put students first, as well as the longevity and sustainability of our excellent public school system. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Any questions, thoughts? Grateful for your advocacy in public education. Okay. Ramon Bonilla, private citizen, but also with Young Democrats of Orange County. You are recognized. And then next on deck will be Chris Messina, private citizen with Orange County citizens injured by COVID vaccines, and then Luis Lebron, UCF, and Travis Creighton, private citizen. So just so folks can be ready. You are recognized.
Thank you. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the Young Democrats of Orange County, as well as a non-citizen immigrant from Venezuela. Good afternoon, folks. Today I would like to talk about the short-sightedness of last legislative session's immigration law, House Bill 1718. Unfortunately, my laptop just died, which really sucks.
You're still standing. So
I am
good.
still standing. Give me 1 second here. Sorry.
I can tell some dad jokes to...
It's okay. We're good.
Time?
We're back up. We're back up. Okay.
All right. You're recognized.
Yeah, last legislative session's immigration law, House Bill 1718, and more importantly, how we could do better going forward. Before I begin, though, I would be remiss if I did not mention the shameful behavior of the Republican representatives today. Their absence truly does speak volumes. I believe that everyone here can agree that we do have an immigration crisis to one extent or the other. Primarily, I'd like to talk about worker safety issues, We hear horrors of stories coming out of particularly the agricultural industry of migrant workers collapsing from heat exhaustion and being forced to wear adult diapers because they are not allowed restroom breaks. Clearly there is a problem and something has to be done about it. However, complex issues require complex solutions. For decades, companies in the agricultural, construction, and service industries have relied on paying low, often illegal wages to immigrant workers in order to pad their profit margins. Unofficial systems like these have been in place for years cannot simply be replaced overnight as this legislation sought to do. I won't take up my time enumerating the many palpable negative moral and economic impacts this law has had, but I will say this. I'm not in the business of mudslinging or name-calling, but this legislation was simply straight up lazy. I'll say it again, complex issues require complex solutions, whether it be the prohibition of alcohol during the 1920s or the banning of assault weapons today. Both Republicans and Democrats should know that simply making something illegal does not make the issue go away, and in fact, oftentimes makes it much worse. So today, I would both challenge and encourage you all with hope and good faith to focus not just on ideological goals for our legislative actions, but on the real short and long-term consequences they will have on our economy and the people of the state. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramon. Any questions, comments? Okay. Thank you. We appreciate you. Chris, you are recognized.
Thank you. Hello. It's good to see many of you again. I know it's been a long day, so I'll keep my remarks brief. There are three main legislative priorities that the thousands of Orange County voters that I interact with every day want. So the first is a fair election where every legal vote counts. Last year, I both congratulated and cautioned you. As I mentioned then, your successful re-election depends on a secure election. Legislation enacted last year in Florida advanced election integrity, but more progress needs to be made. Second is protection from government overreach. The most egregious example of this was the unconstitutional COVID mandates. These harmed hundreds of county employees, both here in Orange County and in other jurisdictions in Florida. These harms must be righted. Government entities across Florida must be enjoined from ever again stripping individual liberties. No pandemic protection, cyber attack mitigation, or global treaty is justification for gutting constitutional rights. Third is prioritizing sound economic development. Florida needs incentives to promote common sense business diversification, especially here in Orange County. We also need a sound local monetary system, even if our national government is busy destroying the U.S. dollar. To that end, the Sound Money Act, which is sponsored by our own Representative Doug Bankston, is a great start. So to summarize, please advance election integrity, protections from government overreach, and local economic self-sufficiency. Thank you, and may God bless our beautiful state.
Thank you so much, Chris. Any questions or comments for Chris? All right, thank you for being here, and thank you for staying so late. We appreciate it. Okay, so let's see if, is Luis LeBron here? How about Travis Creighton? All right. I see that Mel is here from Poldor Latinx, and so Mel, if you want to approach the well, that'd be fantastic. And then I know Ella Wood needs to leave to a meeting, and we do have a repeat person. So Ella, I'm going to put you on deck following Mel, and then after will be University High School Democrats, my alma mater. Okay, Fabian Santos Pace if they are here, and then after that will be Nicole Varma. And so Mel, you are recognized.
Permission to move forward with this?
Yes, absolutely. You don't got to ask for permission. I'll pass it out. Okay, let me.
Well, good evening now, everyone. My name is Melissa Saucedo. My pronouns are she, her, ella, and I'm here with Poder Latinx. I'm only 22 years old, but I grew up in a huge Latino family, and I would have loved to have kids of my own one day, but the cost of living expenses and the climate crisis have made that reality unreachable. If I have kids in a country without a comprehensive paid leave policy, I would either have to quit my job or spend months without an income. This is an impossible choice that no one should be forced to make. My generation could be the last to plan their families if we don't pass laws that grant us economic prosperity. Paid leave is vital for working class people. It would allow us to improve our quality of life, especially when making important family and medical decisions. The Family and Medical Leave Act is the country's only federal leave law, but less than half of working adults are even eligible for its benefits. Floridians are suffering enough as it is with insurance premiums, the rising cost of housing, inaccessible health care, and an onslaught of civil rights violations. Paid leave is just one of the many rights that would support communities that are already suffering. A comprehensive paid leave program would expand the definition of family to include all caregivers. It would grant family leave to non-birthing parents like fathers, LGBTQ+ parents, and guardians. Transgender people who decide to receive gender-affirming surgery deserve to be able to take paid time off of work to heal. Gender-affirming care is already hard enough to access as it is. Similarly, the severity of the abortion bans passing across the country means that people who receive an abortion would need to take time off of work not only to heal, but also to travel for their medical care. There is actually an irony to living in a country that restricts our access to abortion while simultaneously failing to grant us the economic flexibility to raise children. The state of Florida has the opportunity to be a trailblazer for paid leave legislation. Recently, Governor Ron DeSantis' administration provided paid family leave to state employees. So now, state employees have access to up to 7 weeks of paid maternity leave. Several of our elected officials here today, including Senator Torres and Representative Harris, have already expressed their support for a comprehensive paid leave program. Florida's state government finally has the political willpower to implement a program that protects workers. To my elected officials, I urge you to work with your colleagues in Tallahassee to propose a bipartisan paid leave bill. I would be honored to meet with all of you to address the care crisis once and for all. And to my residents of Orange County, you have been worked to the bone long enough. Join me in demanding paid family and medical leave for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mel. Any questions or comments? Rep. Harris.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Mel. It's so great to see you advocating for this. And the reason why I was so supportive is because of my story, where I had my daughter and I had an emergency C-section. My husband was a temp worker at the time. He was only given 1 day off for the birth of my child. But, of course, when you have a C-section, it's a little bit more complicated than that. And he actually lost his job. And we ended up on TANF, which is actual cash assistance. If he had actual paid leave, he wouldn't have lost his job. It kind of put us in a really tough situation. And as you know, it's really stressful when you're a new-time parent to have to then go through all that. So I appreciate you advocating, not just for new parents, but for all caretakers and people to take care of themselves as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other comments or questions? All right. Thank you, Mel. Okay, and so as Ella approaches the well with Unite Here, I do want to also just let folks know that if we missed your name, please let our staff know. We are going to go back for people that we missed and try to grab you. And then if you have not signed up to speak, but you want to speak, please fill out a speaker card. And those were at the check-in desk outside. I want to make sure we have you lined up for once we're finished with the RCP speakers. And so with that, Ms. Ella Wood, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the flexibility. My name is Ella Wood. I'm the political director of Unite Here, Local 737. I'm here with a comrade who will introduce himself. We're here to talk about workers, renters, and the tourist development tax. Our local represents 19,000 hospitality workers in Central Florida, and our members are overwhelmingly renters. And we need you to put them first ahead of tourism industry profits. It's a matter of democratic freedom for Orange County, for the county to be able to govern itself and spend its tax money on what our residents need. And so we want to ask you to stand with the Orange County Commission, with the Citizen Task Force reviewing TDT spending, which I was honored to serve on, and with hospitality workers by working with us and with the county to allow the county to spend its bed tax dollars to help renters and workers. The county is full of creative ideas about what we could be doing with this money and how to use the strength of our tourism industry to help renters. The Orange County Commission, led by people like Commissioner Wilson, who I see here, and many others, voted to ask you to expand the tourism impact tax. Commissioner Uribe has suggested spending TDT dollars on a housing emergency fund The county is full of ideas like this, but we need your support at the state.
Hello, my name is Brian Escudero. I am a Walt Disney World worker, now doing research and communications for the union, Unite Here 737. Last year I came out to canvass for rent control in Orange County, and it was clear that most of the residents were in favor of that happening. I got to speak to many people in the area who really are in trouble and need help. We surveyed in October 2022 over 2,000 hospitality workers, and results show that 69% of workers struggled in the past to pay rent, 26% moved because of rent increases, and 39% worried about homelessness. I hope that we can provide the help and resources necessary for the people in Orange County to have some relief, and we need the state to put workers and housing first over tourism profits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for our labor leaders? We so appreciate y'all being here, making the time out of your busy schedules. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so Nicole Varma is up next. OCBS parent, but also Florida Access Network. And then just to kind of build the next list, so we have Josie Torres with Central Florida Jobs with Justice, who'll be after Nicole, and then Ricardo Negron Almodovar, private citizen, will be following with Samuel Delgado, and then Moses Cruz. So just so folks are on standby. And Nicole, you're recognized.
Thank you. So my name's Nicole. As many of you know, I wear many hats, and one of them is being a mother of 3. So I'm here today with my mom hat on. I'm going to start with a really short story. This past spring, I went into my kids' kindergarten class to read a book about our holiday Holi with the hope that I could get in before the book was banned. And while I was there, the class had to go into an active shooter drill, and 5 and 6-year-olds quickly and quietly went into the bathroom to huddle because they knew exactly what to do. They've done this so many times. And if you've ever been around 5 and 6-year-olds, they don't do anything quickly or quietly, but they knew what to do. And so while I was there huddled with my kids' entire kindergarten class in the bathroom, the irony was not lost on me that I was there in hopes that that this book wouldn't be banned before I had a chance to read it. But the thing that would actually, and in the name of safety, right? But the thing that would actually keep these kids safe was not being banned. By the time my kid turned 6, he had gone through over 20 active assailant drills, 20 before he turned 6. So I'm just here to remind you about the things that parents and Floridians really want bans on. Spoiler alert, it's not abortion, pronouns, healthcare for trans folks, recess, or books. It's deadly weapons. The Florida legislature, and not you all that are still here, but has spent a lot of time talking about being pro-life when talking about abortion. So now you can do something about it before another kid loses their life at school. So I'm here to ask you to please focus on things that Floridians really need help with every day, the affordability crisis that we're in, expanding Medicare so that everyone has access to health care, fighting for strong public schools that are safe, equitable, and provide an honest education. Just this past weekend, my mom's chat is usually about what playground we're going to meet at, but it was about homeowners insurance and what insurance companies we use, and were there any even left here in Florida. That's not what our mom's chat should be about, right? And so I just wanted to remind you all the things that parents and Floridians really care about, and remind you they are voters too, is that can we make it till payday, or are my bills increasing faster than my pay? Do we have access to health care? And are my kids safe? And are they getting a good education at school? So please, when you return to Tallahassee, focus on those issues.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Any questions for Nicole? I so appreciate you being here. Thanks for being a rock star mom and advocate. Thank you. Okay, so I think next up we have Josie Torres. So y'all are welcome. And then following y'all, if Ricardo is here, and then Samuel, and then Moses. You are recognized.
This is Josie, and I'll be translating for her.
Perfect.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Josie Torres. Yo soy madre de 3 hijos y trabajo limpiando oficinas. Un grupo de vecinos del condado de Orange y yo nos hemos reunido para hablar con otros miembros de la comunidad. de nuestra comunidad sobre cómo nos han afectado los aumentos de tarifas de Duke Energy. Estoy aquí para animarlos a que apoyen una legislación que amplíe la capacidad de recursos renovables de Florida, limite la producción de combustibles fósiles porque necesitamos fuentes de energías más estables, que también sean mejores para el medio ambiente y que su producción no cueste cada vez más dinero cada año.
Hi, my name is Josie Torres. I'm a mother of 3 kids and work cleaning offices. Myself and a group of my neighbors in Orange County have come together to talk to other members of our community about how we've been affected by rate hikes from Duke Energy. I encourage you to support legislation that expands Florida's renewable resource capacity and limits fossil fuel production, because we need more stable energy sources that are also better for the environment and don't cost more and more money to produce every year. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, so beautifully said. Thank you so much. And I don't know if there's any comments or questions, but I just want to say thank you because you are speaking to the challenges that so many families are facing with utility rates right now. And every year I file 100% renewable energy legislation, and we have just filed it again. So we will keep fighting for Florida to be a leader in things like solar, which are not only good for the planet, but good for the pocketbook too. So thank you.
No, thank you guys for listening to us, for everybody. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Gracias. All right. We're on a roll, y'all. So I noticed the folks that I called. Are you for farm workers? Come on up, honey, please. Farm Workers Association of Florida.
Hi,
you are
good
recognized.
evening. My name is Anna, and I'm with the Farm Workers Association of Florida. Today, I would like to ask you to consider these 2 issues affecting our community as the Florida State Legislature comes into session. These issues are the effects of SB 1718 and the need to repeal it, and the need for heat stress protection for outdoor workers. SB 1718 continues to create confusion and fear of our communities, driving down business in Florida and forcing employers to reduce their productivity capacity. Many businesses are unable to find adequate labor because the law also makes immigrant workers more vulnerable to abuse. We are seeing a high incidence of wage theft among our community members, and unscrupulous employers are using the law as an excuse not to pay workers for their wages, in violation of federal labor laws. The state must implement legislation to offer recourse for workers whose wages are illegally withheld by exploitative employers. In regard to heat stress, agricultural workers are some of the most essential workers in Florida's $7.1 billion economy. They are also some of the most vulnerable workers and are largely excluded from labor protections, including the right to overtime pay and OSHA health and safety protections. Yet there is still no national standard to protect workers against heat stress. Protections at the federal level may take years to be adopted and implemented. The Florida State Legislature must pass legislation to protect workers with simple measures like scheduled rest breaks, mandatory water breaks, and access to shade. It can also include heat stress training for employers and supervisors to help diminish the health risk. There have been bills in support for heat stress protections for outdoors. We hope that you guys will support a bill for this and in the upcoming legislative session. Thank you.
Awesome. Any questions, comments? Thank you for your leadership. Today, our farm workers have really shined in speaking in support of really important policies to impact your health and well-being and the health and well-being of our entire state. So I really appreciate y'all. Thanks for being here. All right. So we have our Florida Democratic Party Youth Council Vice Chair and local student leader, Rhea, with us today. And so after her will be Donna Walsh, President and CEO of Shepherd's Hope, Brittany Jones, Executive Board for Florida Freedom Keepers, and then Elmire Roy, Private Citizen, followed by Alejandro Luciano. So just so folks know, you're on deck, and so you are recognized.
Thank you. Hello to everyone here today. My name is Rhea Minyar, and I am the Florida Democratic Party Youth Council Vice Chair, and I also work with Voters of Tomorrow, Florida. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the students and high schoolers who are currently being negatively impacted by current legislation. From book bans to the restrictions on nationally advanced approved curriculum, Gen Z has felt the brunt of oppressive legislation that makes it feel as though the government is not working for us, but rather against us. We're here to advocate for Gen Z-focused legislation and express our disappointment, but not surprise, with House Bill 49. This bill would remove restrictions for 16 to 17-year-olds in the workplace and hurt high schoolers who want to prioritize our education, but won't be able to because of the benefit that this bill provides to massive corporations. Minors should have the right to feel safe and protected within their workspace. This bill lifts protections on decades-old child labor laws and are politically motivated and unfortunately have put our youngest and most vulnerable Floridians at stake in a political game that they don't deserve to be pawns in. We also ask that all elected officials present consider the possibility of starting a youth advisory board for your district to help include younger voices that aren't usually heard. This would make the legislature a little more accessible for voices who can't vote yet but want to be heard. These boards would be able to give you a first-hand perspective of younger experiences with regard to education, healthcare, and the environment to help inform your decisions and help foster civic engagement and education within your districts. We ask for your advocacy in Tallahassee and ask for you to keep in mind the young, passionate, and vulnerable voices of Gen Z as you cast your every vote, make your every decision, and interact with every constituent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any comments or questions? Always so grateful for your leadership, and I love the idea of youth advocacy boards as well to really ensure that the voice of the next generation is a part of the conversation and part of the policy. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Donna Walsh, and I see that Samuel is here, so we'll squeeze you, since we passed you, we'll squeeze you in after Donna. Perfect. You're recognized. Great to see you.
Good to see you as well, Anna. Good evening. My name is Donna Walsh. I'm the President CEO of Shepherd's Hope, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to present this evening. So as a free and charitable clinic, Shepherd's Hope has provided quality acute and specialty health care for uninsured patients through over 330,000 visits since founded in 1997 through the vision of Pastor Bill Barnes from St. Luke's United Methodist Church. Our services are made possible through our dedicated team and the compassionate care of over 3,100 healthcare and support volunteers, 1,400 currently active, as well as our partnerships with community agencies, hospitals, specialists, and universities and colleges. Shepherd's Hope has been recognized with a platinum rating on Gold Star for transparency as a nonprofit organization and a gold member rating from the National Association of Free and Charitable Clinics. 91 cents of every dollar donated to Shepherd's Hope goes to the direct patient care. With the rising cost of health care and insurance, as well as our recovery from the pandemic and Medicaid unwinding, safety net services such as Shepherd's Hope are needed more now than ever. Shepherd's Hope currently operates 4 free and charitable clinics and has served Central Florida for over 26 years in coordination with other social service agencies to address social and economic barriers that our community is challenged with every day. According to the 2022 U.S. Census Bureau, 15% of Orange County households are currently living in poverty and 15.4% are uninsured. 10% of Seminole County households are living in poverty and 11.2% uninsured, and 13% of Osceola County households are living in poverty and 16.3% uninsured. 47% of Central Florida families are below the Heart of Florida United Way ALICE, which is Asset Limited Income Constrained Employed Individuals Threshold, making more than the federal poverty level, but yet not enough for the cost of living, which has been expressed multiple times throughout the day and this evening. Shepherd's Hope serves nearly 4,600 patients annually in Orange County alone through the 3 health centers located in West Orange, downtown Orlando, and East Orlando. 43% of our patients are employed but uninsured, with income at or below 200% of the poverty level. 56% of our patients treated say that they would not have sought any medical care without access to our health centers. Our services result in cost savings of millions of dollars to the Central Florida healthcare system, with $18 million saved in 2022. The average cost of an emergency department visit in Central Florida is thousands of dollars, approximately $3,500 and rising, versus hundreds of thousands at the Shepherd's versus hundreds of dollars at the Shepherd's Hope Health Center. People without insurance coverage often go without medical care, including preventative care and services for major health conditions and chronic diseases due to the cost and fear of increased medical debt. In addition to acute and specialty care, Shepherd's Hope provides a prescription scholarship program, healthy eating, active lifestyle, preventative health program, back to school and sports physicals in partnership with Nemours Children's Health and others, mental health and telehealth services, outreach, case management, and healthcare navigation. Shepherd's Hope has been able to continue serving our Central Florida community in health and wellness on an average annual budget of $2.5 million through generous donations, contributions, and grants, including the Florida Association of Free and Charitable Clinics, which has provided support for nonprofit clinics in Florida. Continued support from FAFCC is important for Shepherd's Hope and other free and charitable clinics to continue our important work of safety and healthcare services. Shepherd's Hope has seen a decrease in FAFCC contributions by half the amount granted in previous years. Increased funding would allow our clinics to meet the demanding healthcare needs of our community. Thank you for your ongoing support and advocacy in serving our most vulnerable community members in health and wellness. We invite you to visit any of our locations to learn more about our services and further ways to support our mission. And as our founder, Pastor Bill Barnes, often mentions, none of us can do all of it, but all of us can do some of it through caring for people. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Donna. Any questions or comments? I just want to say thank you. It's been an honor to work alongside you the past decade on public health issues, and I'm just so happy you're here doing this work because we need leaders like you.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Okay, Samuel, you are going to be up next. And then just down the list real quick, I don't know if these folks are still here, but Brittany Jones, Elmir Roy, Alejandro Luzano, and then Gabby, Vice Chair for Florida High School Democrats, and then Joe Melendez. So y'all are on deck. And Samuel, you are recognized.
Good evening to those of you representatives who stayed. So thank you for staying to hear us here in the community where we can reach you so we don't have to drive up 5 hours to talk to you in Tallahassee. So I'm here to talk to you today about House Bill 433, which would preempt heat exposure protections at the local level, basically preventing local governments from putting in place measures that would protect outdoor workers or workers at large from extreme heat. And so I'm here to ask you to do everything that you can to reach those of your colleagues who are not here today to hear me ask for them to oppose this bill, to get them to oppose it, because we really need everybody that we can to put in place these protections that we need. With every summer breaking records year over year, it's getting hotter and hotter, and we're seeing these protections not being put into place. And so I would ask that you do everything in your power to make sure that we have these protections. After hearing our colleagues from the Farm Workers Association of Florida asking for heat protections, we would ask that the Florida legislature not prevent local governments from beating the state to the punch. Additionally, I would ask you to oppose House Bill 49, which would remove the protections from minors who have jobs, from those protections that do exist and have been in place for almost 100 years. That we make sure that our youth who do have jobs still have the protections in place that keep them from dealing with heavy machinery or the hours requirements, which we know there will be some overlap in the industries that are exposed to dangers. So thank you so much for hearing us out. Have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you so much, Samuel. Thanks for uplifting House Bill 49 as well. Questions, comments? We doing good? All right. So, Gabby, you will be approaching the well because the other three folks are not here. Joe will be followed by Dr. Kelly Sumron, and then Erica Gomez. There you are. So the well is yours. You're recognized.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gabby Fabosi, and today I'm here as the Vice Chair of Florida High School Democrats. We're the youngest voting caucus of the Florida Democratic Party, and we represent 40 school chapters with over 250 members statewide. But I think most importantly here today, I'm here to speak to you as an OCPS student for the past 13 years, my whole school career. We've had lots of fantastic moms and dads and adult activists, but I'm here to speak to you from the student perspective. Without a vote, those under 18, those students are the ones who have the most to lose under some recent disastrous educational policies, and they really have no way to push back. Right here in Orlando, we're facing tons of staff shortages everywhere, from teachers to substitutes to bus drivers. Speaking for myself, this year I sat in AP statistics with no teacher for 4 weeks because our teacher quit in the first 2 months of being there, and we had no one to replace him. We need greater resources allocated to our public schools instead of being needlessly spent on universal vouchers, which funnel money to already wealthy private schools. If you don't know, a lot of those vouchers are being used by wealthy kids who already attend those private schools. It's not giving anybody a chance at a better education. It's just taking away chances from public school students. A public education is supposed to be our biggest tool at evening the playing field, so I'm asking that public schools and their students be front of mind. To the elected officials here today, I know many of you are already allies to youth and doing everything in your power to work for us. I want to mirror the words of our FLHSD chairwoman, Ria Manyar, who spoke earlier, and ask you to establish youth advisory boards and accessible internships for public high school students so that students can have a greater voice in the policy decisions that affect them the most. Thank you all.
Oh, awesome job. Any questions or comments?
You want to come up to Tallahassee?
We're coming. Lobbying day coming soon. You'll see more of us.
I love it. We can't wait. That's amazing. All right. Joe, you are up next, followed by Erica. You are recognized. Mr. Joe Melendez.
Good evening. Good to see many of you again. My name is Joe Melendez. I'm a citizen of District 43. Today, I come before you advocating for those who are most vulnerable, those who have disabilities. Unfortunately, the state of Florida, as I mentioned earlier today, is 48 out of 50 states. More needs to be done for these vulnerable people. Unfortunately, we're seeing how many of these families cannot find the resources that they need. There's no reason, there's no excuse why people like J.J. Holmes should be having to deal with 17 years in a wait list. So I come before you asking you to please support any piece of legislation that will make it easier for these families. These families need your assistance. These families need your support. And as a citizen, as an advocate for them, I'm begging you, please do something for them. We've made a lot of progress for these families, but more things need to be done for them. We need to keep on improving the path of progress for these families. Let these families know they're not alone, that you, each and every one of you, have their back and have their support. Thank you. God bless you, and Merry Christmas to all of you.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments? Representative Harris?
Hi, I actually have a comment. So last session I filed a bill that would have expanded Medicaid for people with disabilities, and it was never heard in a committee. And I don't know if people understand that in our state, just because we file a bill doesn't mean it gets heard and then it gets voted on. It's actually up to the majority party to decide what's going to go through a committee. It will actually make it onto the floor to be voted for. And it's a shame that the people that really needed to hear that message left before lunch, because a lot of us up here are working to make lives better for people with disabilities. But unfortunately, our bills aren't getting heard. They're dying as soon as they're filed. So I appreciate your advocacy, and I hope that the other side hears that as well.
Thank you so much, Rep. Harris. Did you want to comment back, or?
No, we definitely have to do more, and thank you for what you're doing.
Awesome. Thank you, Joe. Any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And then Erica will be followed by Mr. Timothy Ayers, Lola Fontanez, Reggie Jordan, and then Peter Crotty, just so folks who are still here can get prepared. So you're recognized.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your commitment and your service and your sense of duty to the community to continue this meeting even without the quorum that was necessary. My name is Erika Gomez Tejeda, and I'm here today to urge you to protect local control and our basic freedoms to voice and vote in our democracy from corporate influence. Whether we're Republican, Democrat, or nonpartisan, our freedom to vote is how we select our leaders and our priorities. However, especially after the last session, the election process is being used to disenfranchise voters by allowing corporate interests to overrule the people's voice, posing one of the greatest threats to our freedom to vote. Last year, I was one of the 215,000 Orange County voters who overwhelmingly passed rent control in Orange County, and I was part of that community-led campaign. We overcame a multi-million-dollar opposition campaign by the real estate and realtor industries because people in our communities needed rent relief and guaranteed voice at the ballot box. Despite the tremendous turnout, the industries poured more money in lobbying to the state capitol last session until our voices were overturned and canceled in Tallahassee by preemption, along with the county's tenant bill of rights, which was passed locally to help local renters. At the same time, the corporations were given the priority. The rents, property insurance skyrocketed and went unattended. In another bill, SB 7050, voter registration outreach was unnecessarily limited to only U.S. citizens. At the end of the day, the only people who are able to register to vote or to get to vote are U.S. citizens, why would you restrict our democracy by limiting the pool of people who can outreach and register them? Orange and Osceola counties are both home to the largest population of Spanish-speaking U.S. citizens in Florida, many of whom are most comfortable in their own native language. By restricting authorized U.S. residents and workers from registering eligible potential voters, 7050 took away access to jobs and voter registration and has created a working hardship for hundreds of people in our county who are serving our democracy by growing the voter base. Not only is 7050 not good for our local economy, but it blunts the potential civic engagement of our Spanish-speaking citizens who contribute to our society and tax base on a daily basis. In this coming session, I urge you to focus your energies on the voice of your constituents like you are by honoring local control so that our voices and our votes count. I urge you to oppose legislation like HB 609, which would rob the Orange County municipal government of almost $10 million in revenue that could go to critical community needs. Our democracy depends on our civic engagement. When its citizens take votes or empower local elected officials to be their voice, our voice should matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Erica. Any questions or comments? We appreciate you. All right, so I see Lola. So Lola, you may approach the well because I don't see Mr. Ayers. But after Lola will be Reginald Jordan. So Lola, you are recognized.
Hello, my name is Lola Fontanez. I'm a senior at Boone High School, communications director for the Florida High School Democrats, and a member of Boone High School Democrats. I'm here to speak on behalf of high school students everywhere who are scared and exhausted. My entire high school career has been met with consistent violence and aggression from legislators who refuse to empathize with those who can't vote. Being a minor doesn't make me devoid of common sense. It doesn't mean that I don't understand my surroundings or when legislation is going to affect me negatively. I refuse to be taken advantage of by people who think that because I'm young, I'm stupid. Book banning, gun violence, the fear that me, my LGBT plus peers, and teachers are facing right now are real problems affecting us in real time. But what is our school board harping on? Phone bans that don't work. I'm also really frustrated and disappointed with HB 49. I've been working since I was 15 years old, and I can assure you that gutting child labor laws that are already very loosely enforced will not make school any easier for kids who can't afford to not work. We actually had two advocates from University and Lake Highland who wanted to come, but were too stressed thin to make it. So many kids are taken advantage of by corporations that don't care about their education. So we need legislators who are willing to stick their necks out for minors. I want us all to remember why we care so much about government and education. We're setting the groundwork for generations to come. And I want to thank all of you who I know have been an essential part of the battles we face in education, but I also want us all to be aware that students are greatly impacted by the irresponsibility of government officials. All we ask is that our voices are genuinely heard and considered, and that we are respected even though we can't vote quite yet. But I appreciate you all who are still here, and thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Oh, you can applaud. Yeah, come on. I love the youth energy in the space tonight. Thank you so much, Lola. All right.
Please approach the well. And what is your name, good sir? Reggie Jordan. Reggie Jordan, you are recognized.
Thank you all for the time. There's actually a lot of having said here, and I enjoy the civil tone of this. There's actually a lot of stuff I'd like to refute and comment on. The climate change hoax, underestimating the dangers of illegal immigration, open borders, the anti-Israel talk of getting mad they're defending their own country from Hamas attacks, arguments regarding the causes of high interest rates and inflation, the mismanagement of the COVID pandemic and lack of leadership and just how that was very poorly handled, the failures of Obamacare, for electric vehicles and EVs and the green effort, the unrealistic expectation, the goals set for things like that, and the public school funding. In fact, student spending has gone up per capita. It continues to go up, and I've got data to support all of that. But what I really want to talk about is something else, so thanks for indulging me there. Take a step back in time with me and think of your elementary school. In kindergarten, I had Mrs. Terry, and my memories of that were cardboard building blocks and snack and nap time. In first grade, Miss Oshana caught me being a little bit too enthusiastic with my milk carton, and I spilled milk all over the table, and I was sent to the principal's office, and I got my first and only spanking in school. Second grade, Miss Johnson, having time math tests that I rocked in. And years later, I saw her when she became then Mrs. Hardy. She saw me out in my hometown and said she remembered me from acing, doing very well in early tests. And I was always kind of the standard her future students achieved for. There are other examples, too, of education, which was education. I support the parental rights in education law because controversial topics for K through 3 about transgender and gender identity and this and that, we're losing our core focus on educating these very immature but very malleable, very sponge-like young students who need to learn the cores like math and English and reading and things that will help them later in life. Now I can already see some eyes rolling, and one of my best bosses I ever had was transgender. She transgendered male to female. I have assisted in kids' school lunch programs over the summer. I've done a host of other work, so I don't want to have any isms or issists, statements about either myself or others like me who really just want to live our lives in freedom and liberty and have good education for our kids. I was a product of public schools. I'm proud of that. Very fond memories. But
Man, that plane, Mr. Reggie.
Well, I fear what's happening now, and this is actually a strategy of the not common sense people on either side, because frankly, Republicans and Democrats have caused the issues we have today. And whatever happened with the Republicans leaving earlier, I'm not privy to that, but if that truly happened as it's told, that's too bad. They need to be here. But it's a far-left strategy to divide the country, and it's working, unfortunately. And this is decades in the making. I think a lot of it began years ago when we saw participation trophies creep into the lexicon. So no longer were there winners and losers, everyone participated. That has now crept into public school teaching with an agenda. I think a lot of it is propaganda, especially the K through 3 discussions about transgender rights and all that, when they should be learning the core principles.
Can you wrap up, Reggie? I'm sorry, we still have like 30 more people left.
Sorry, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Questions
God
or
bless
comments?
America.
We have a question from Senator Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you tell me how much time, how many hours are required on subject matters in our public schools?
I don't know. I have been a substitute teacher. I neglected to mention that, so I do respect the teaching profession generally. I don't have that answer. But I can tell you, regarding public school funding, for example, I've got the statistics, if you'll bear with me for a moment. an earlier comment on public school spending. I do know that test scores, ACT, and math and reading scores are down relative to the rest of the developed world, and the public spending per capita is up. Per the best colleges, ACT, this is bestcolleges.com, and also Axiom. ACT test scores hit 30-year low. That was an article dated October 12th of this year. And public school funding, and also reading and math scores are also down. Public school funding, and this is a May 18th article I saw, nationally, public school spending per student experienced the largest fiscal year-to-year increase since 2008, up 6.3% to $14,347 per student.
What I'm trying to ask you is, you appear to believe that a focus on gender study or gender identity or African American history somehow takes away from the core courses. And I'm asking you if you know how much time is for instruction in the core courses.
Well, for the record, I never mentioned African American studies. I have no problem with that. That's fine. I'm talking about transgender studies, and K through 3 is the only age group that the Parental Education Bill of Rights, I butchered the name of it, but when you're K through 3 and we have evidence now that test scores are decreasing, COVID really hurt learning, we have to recover from some failures of leadership and of education.
So
and
is there some evidence
in English and math and science?
Can we bring it? Let's bring it back in.
That is taking away from the
Reggie,
core principles. If you want to teach it when you're older and more able to think on your own and not so malleable, that's fine. Teach it in your high school health course.
Okay, Reggie, we're going to have to move on, but I do want to provide clarity that the Department of Education expanded this bill to all grade levels. So it's not just K to 3 anymore. Just for your research knowledge, the Department of Education did expand it.
If that is correct, I thank you for clarifying. But when you're at a particularly young age, I feel that more appropriate education, the core principles, is more important than teaching some of these controversial, divisive principles. Learn that later when they're maybe closer to 17 or 18. But so early and so much else to learn, focus on those core principles. That's all that I think that, given our family education, that would be beneficial.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I don't know if there's any more questions, but I just got a stack of speaker cards, so I want to get through. Okay. So let's see. Is Peter Crotty here at all? All right. Greg Jones. All right. Aaron Huntley. Aaron is here. Okay, so as Aaron approaches the well for the Orange County Republican Party, is Randy Ross here, private citizen? Tamir Ahmed. Okay. Nathan Cassidy. Crystal Cassidy. Dolly Jenkins. And then A. Maxi Aguilar. To make sure, trying to get folks lined up if I can. Okay, perfect. Miss Erin, you are recognized, and thank you for waiting.
Thank you so much. Thanks for everyone being here. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 438 as well as House Bill 57, which are term limits for county commissioners. And as you might think, well, Erin, here in Orange County, we do have term limits for county commissioners, but we do have a commission proposal going on right now in our charter review to expand the term limits for county commission from the 8-year limit up to 12 years. So I believe that this state bill is great, and voters love term limits, so we should definitely keep our limited government here in Orange County. Something else that's going in on the County Charter Review Commission that's happening here in Orange County is not only does the proposals include expanding the term limits, but they'd also like to expand commissioners. So this is getting a little crazy because not only are those things happening, but our county commission in this room voted to give themselves a 25% raise. So here we have big government on steroids. We have commission giving themselves a 25% raise. Then they want more commissioners making more money. And then they want more commissioners making more money for a longer term. And so we support this bill that limits the county commission terms to 8 years. We feel that's effective enough, and it provides an opportunity for fresh leadership to come in at the county level and provide new ideas that the voters support. Voters support term limits, and I hope you do too. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments? Okay. Thank you so much, Erin. Thanks for being here. Okay. I think I did name Nathan Cassidy and Crystal Cassidy, but I don't know if I saw anyone rise up. So Dolly Jenkins may approach the well, and then following Miss Jenkins will be Mr. Aguilar, and then Linda Sibley and Lottie Campo with the Hispanic Federation. And so it is great to see you, Dolly.
Yes, it is.
Thanks
Always a pleasure.
I know, to see you in 3D. So I always see you on Zoom. It's great to see you in 3D. And so you are
okay.
recognized whenever you're ready.
Nice. I'm Dolly Jenkins Ray. I live here in the greater Orlando. I am 1199 organizer for 14 years. Our union is made up of 35,000 active and retirement healthcare workers in the nursing home as well as the hospitals across Florida. Our members provide critical care to our sick, our elderly, and our entire community. They often work for very low wages in a demanding job, while their employees make big profits. When I say profit, big profits. The big healthcare company that owns the facilities take in billions in revenue of our tax dollars and are always trying to reduce care and safe staffing to boost profit even higher. We're asking leaders like yourself to continue to support legislations that puts the needs of patients, caregivers, and our community first. This means safe staffing and care, standards, fair living wages, and more. We appreciate the state funding for new caregivers, career advancements, programs, and looking forward to working together to find more solutions to serve our co-workers and families. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss these issues, but we really need the support around safe staffing. I have 11 facilities, and every time I go in, it's always that complaint that they're taking care of too many residents and they cannot provide the proper care. So thank you for giving us this opportunity, and we know we can count on you supporting our safe staffing issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments for Dolly? We appreciate you.
Thank you.
And thanks for all your advocacy. Okay, please, Mr. Aguilar, you are welcome and recognized.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Imac Aguilar. I relocated from California to Florida in 1990. At that time, Florida was a welcoming state, a friendly state, under Childs, Bill Nelson, Bob Graham, and Jim Backus, and other greats at that time. So I stayed here, and my daughter was born here in Orlando, so she's in the 20s now. We own a small business. We contract agents to work from home as customer service agents. So Florida is her home. She lives here. She likes it here. Lately, Florida has changed directions under different leadership, not as friendly as used to be, and that's sad. So somehow that made me think, what has changed here, and how can that be redirected for better? And so basically, I was looking into different laws or bills that were passed, in the past couple of years, hoping that it's not that bad, the way it looks like, and it's not. So I was looking into some laws that were passed recently that might benefit the community, as opposed to damage the community. For example, SB 1054, financial literacy instruction. teaching children in school how to manage finances. I think that is good. But why they set it up for 9th grade? Why shouldn't it be earlier? The sooner the better. People can manage money better, be affluent, become successful in life. So that law is good. So it seems like, and I was looking at the board for that particular law, looks like most sides of the chamber and legislators agree on that. So it is hope that the different sides, left or right, or whatever you call it, they can agree on something beneficial for the community. So that's a plus. So there's hope for Florida. The second law that looks like great and beneficial is CS-HB 7, Individual Freedom Education. Freedom. Individual can learn to be free, which is good. The basics of freedom for yourself and the others. That's great. And according to this bill, defines individual freedoms based on the fundamental truth that all individuals are equal before the law and have inalienable rights. No race is superior to another race. That sounds good, It looks good and looks great on paper. Even romantic, looks, wow, yeah, equality. But when it comes to practicality, it's missing some components that is not effective. It's not embracing the community as it should. And Florida has been a welcoming state, but it's not now. So what can be done? So I was looking a little bit further into other aspects, and I say, what? HB 7 is good, but what needs to be added to complement with to make it better? So I was looking at United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That's more practical. It's been there for years, decades. Many countries honor this universal human rights.
I'm
Why
ask
can't
to
Florida
land the
honor
plane if you can
this?
soon. Sorry. You wrap up soon.
Right. So why cannot this state honor this? So in that sense, these two together, Universal Declaration of Human Rights with HB 7 combined, this can reverse the impact of SB 1718, which is a totally unfriendly law. And this unfriendly law can impact the economy of Florida. According to some experts, this is more than $12 billion that the immigrants, produce, workers of any kind, regardless of their roots. So why reject a workforce that is giving you the livelihood of Florida, the prosperity of Florida? So something has to be changed. So in some of the previous law, there were agreements within the members of the chamber. I'm sure that something can be done about SB 1718.
Absolutely.
Can be changed, can be improved. So we can make Florida a welcome state again. So that way, everybody comes to Florida, they feel welcome. So there is equality, liberty, and justice for all is available. And also a place where everybody, for our generations and future generations, can feel that they can prosper, progress, and be happy.
Thank you.
So we have hope. There's hope in Florida.
Thank you. Very beautiful. Well said.
You're welcome.
Any questions or comments? All right. We appreciate you. Thank you so much, and definitely agree. I think there's ideas to get from other policies to make the state better. So thank you. All right. Welcome. If you can introduce yourself, we appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Laudi Campo, and I'm the Florida State Director for Hispanic Federation, a national nonprofit that has over 120 partners here in the state of Florida. Today, we're going to talk a little bit, very shortly, about two things. One, we're opposing. The one that we're opposing, it's HB 599. This bill, open closure examination, reveals deeply troubling implications for the LGBTQ plus individuals and the organizations that advocate for their rights and well-being, while presented as an effort to regulate workplace pronouns usage and protect religious belief. This legislation goes far and beyond its stated intentions. First and foremost, HB 599 effectively erases the existence of the LGBTQ plus individuals, particularly trans and non-binary individuals, within their work environments. Also, this bill prohibits employers or contractors from expressing their own preferred pronouns if they differ from their biological sex, effectively silencing the voices of those who identify as transgender or non-binary. These restrictions on self-expression is not only harmful, but also a violation of individual freedom and rights. In summary, 599 is deeply flawed and discriminatory piece of legislation that not only erases the identity of individuals, also threatens the existence of organizations that provide essential support and services for them. So this is one legislation. Now the one that we support is HB 5657. This is about health and asking citizenship, and we support that, and we're going to have a little someone with their stories. Health is a right, is a natural right, it's a human right. You shouldn't be asking a citizenship question when you have a sick person. That's important, and we have to stop that. And finally, thank you, Representative Harris, for allowing us to put up appropriations bill that will allow us to help the small businesses that are thriving and are producing many or most of the works in this nation. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Questions or comments? Mayor Paris.
Thank you so much for the hard work that y'all do, and it's such an honor to run that appropriation for you, and we're going to work really, really hard to get it. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, y'all, let's keep going. Amy Greenman, Florida Now. Brucia Westerhoff, private citizen. Elizabeth Garcia, also with Hispanic Federation, if they're here. Rebecca, Executive Director for RISE Community Scholars, welcome. Jenny Wynn, private citizen. Deidre Bender, private citizen, Humanity. And so if y'all just want to please get started, yeah, whoever was first. I mean, we'll get through everyone, so. Thank you, and you're recognized.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Ellie, or Elizabeth. I've used my whole name, Ellie Garcia. I'm with the Hispanic Federation, and I am here just to share a little bit about how SB 1718 has affected my family. So for the past 23 years, I have been fighting against anti-immigrant laws that separates families, fighting for education for undocumented students, fighting for a dream of waking up to a new reality where our immigration status does not define our humanity in this country and in this state. When SB 1718 went into effect, it created a fear in living in Florida and the fear of not going to the doctor or to the hospital because of our community believed their information was going to go to ICE. Part of SB 1718, which all the bullet points, there's so many things that are in that law that are, very affecting our community. And one of them is it requires that all that accept Medicaid and emergency departments to ask the question about citizenship. Because of this, I had to witness my mother being afraid to go into the doctor to even check her pressure, and she has something on the stomach and everything. So I remember her making so many multiple calls and telling me, Ellie, I don't know if they're gonna see me. I don't want them to take my, ask me about my citizenship status because, I don't need to give them that. And I would tell her, you don't need to do that, So this created a lot of fear, and then, I witnessed also many of the communities leaving the state, leaving the state where they have, their kids grew up here, where they contribute to this country. And so this is, this has affected so many things where I have to see, many of the family members that I helped serve, started to leave. So we need a legislation that supports the immigrant community and not endanger the well-being of human beings. As the legislative session starts, you will decide about what side you will stand on, if it's on the right side of history of the people. So we need a legislation like HB 657, which is introduced by Representative Joanna, in ag-related documentation status for health care services that doesn't ask for a citizenship question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ellie. Questions or comments? It's Representative Lopez, please.
Yeah, I'm so proud of Ellie. I think that I know you since I was a teacher, so many years, and I see, I saw you growing, graduated from UCF as a DACA student, working so hard in the community and continue to advocate for your community, that is our community. So I highly appreciate your hard work. You can say, well, now I'm better, so let me know how it is sometimes, but you continue to be the voice of the vulnerable community that are suffering the consequences of being harassing through bills or laws in the state of Florida. So I just want to say, congratulations, and I know that all of us are here for you or for our immigrants. You're doing an amazing job. I saw you in Home, now in Hispanic Federation, so continue. And your story, I never forget your story, is amazing too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Echo all of that.
And I remember her as a student, as an organizer, when she wanted to go to school and get an education in college. So I remember this young lady quite a while. And look where she's at today. Congratulations.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. I mean, I was going to say, I was in college with Ellie, so. All right. So we have Rebecca. So thank you for waiting so long. Please, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you. No, I love hearing all of the young people today. It gives me a lot of hope. Good evening. My name is Rebecca. I am the Executive Director of RISE Community Solutions. And I'll just stop you. I know you're scratching your head. You've never heard of us before. That's because this is the first time I have actually used our new company name in a public setting. So, hi. For the last 10 years, we have operated as Embrace Family Solutions, an affiliate to Embrace Families Community-Based Care, who you heard from earlier, the Child Welfare Lead Agency. Our organization has always focused on community-centered, family-strengthening programs, stopping problems before they get too big, or when they do, responding very quickly. Over the last 2 months, we have transitioned to a standalone agency. And so I am very grateful for this opportunity to reintroduce ourselves. Let me tell you a little bit about RISE. RISE is a team of 36 with 29 direct service case managers, child advocates, and family navigators. We prioritize hiring individuals with lived experience whenever possible and believe that meeting our clients where they are at is the key to a trusting partnership. Last year, our Pathways to Home program supported 119 families on their journey out of homelessness. Our Children's Advocacy Center in Osceola guided the families of 276 children believed to be the victims of sexual abuse and empowered an additional 73 to provide improved care for their medically needy children. Here in Orange County, our breakthrough team walked alongside the families of 59 teens experiencing significant and severe mental health crises. We graduated 16 emerging leaders from Public Allies, which is part of a national AmeriCorps network, who each spent 10 months building capacity in many of the fine nonprofit organizations that you have heard from today. I am incredibly proud of the impact made by the RISE team, and I am humbled by investments from the state and by our local government agencies. While we have a new name, RISE is proud of our upbringing within the Embrace Families organization, a place, by the way, which is full of leaders who unabashedly put the needs of children at the forefront of every decision. In this next stage of our evolution, RISE is now primed to be more responsive to emerging community needs. And we will do this with a nonprofit workforce that is fairly paid and is empowered to level up their skill at every turn. I look forward to longer conversations with each of you, and thank you for your service to the Central Florida community.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Any questions at all? I'm sure we'll be hearing more from RISE. So
thank you.
Great to see you, Rebecca. Okay, Jenny is up next. Florida Access Network, you are recognized.
Thank you. Good evening to our delegation members. My name is Jenny Nguyen. I go by she, they, and today I'm speaking to you as an Orange County resident as a reproductive justice organizer with the Florida Access Network, and as a disabled woman of color, queer woman of color, to advocate against any abortion bans or any restrictions on gender-affirming care here in Florida, both of which are essential and often life-saving health care for people like myself and countless others. Whether that be abortions desired by disabled people for health risks, poverty, or just general life satisfaction, or gender-affirming care for desired by trans people, non-binary people, or intersex people, that has proven to drastically diminish rates of suicidality and further health complications in the future. We know that 75% of abortion seekers currently live in poverty, 60% are people of color, additionally 48% of Latinx transgender adults, and approximately 39% of Black transgender adults are found to be living in poverty. And this does not include those whose identity lies within both of those identifiers, right? These data points paint a really concerning picture for those who will be directly affected by these bans on our bodies, namely poor trans folks of color, many of whom, might I add, will become disabled because of the inaccessibility of care, right? Our communities deserve access to health care without restrictions or politicians using stigma and misinformation to put laws on our body and limit our access. Everyone loves somebody who's had an abortion, including every member of this delegation. It is crucial that the state of Florida ensures access to all facets of health care, including access to abortions and gender-affirming care, no matter their economic status. And I would like to add that I am a part of hundreds of Orange County residents and millions of people worldwide who support a ceasefire and urge their legislators to do that as well, and to work beyond that to end all ties with the occupation in every facet. Palestinian liberation is reproductive justice, and I truly do believe that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jenny. Any questions or comments? All right, appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Is Deidre Bender here? How about Maria Jones? Charlene Cross? Yan Morrison? You're good, you're good. I see Stephanie Pinheiro is here. So Stephanie, you want to approach the well, please? And Mark Bender. And then we're going to go do our speaker cards next. So Stephanie, you are recognized. And this is the Executive Director of Florida Access Network.
Hi, folks. Good evening now to the delegation members who are present. And thank you for your leadership. My name is Stephanie Lorraine Pinheiro. My pronouns are she, her, ella. I work as the Executive Director of Florida Access Network. I'm a queer Puerto Rican woman, Orange County resident, UCF School of Social Work alumni, and I'm a person who's had multiple abortions. Today I'm speaking to you not only as an Orange County resident, but also as the Executive Director of Florida Access Network, a nonprofit organization that was born in Central Florida in 1995 to help people in this community pay for their abortions. Florida Access Network is the only statewide abortion fund in Florida, and we are proud to be LGBTQ and people of color led. Abortion funding organizations like FAN fund abortion because low wages, abortion bans, and bans on local government spending on abortion make funding an abortion too unattainable for many. No one should be turned away from health care because they can't afford it. And we work hard to tangibly support people who need abortion care today with appointment funding, emotional support, food, rides, gas, lodging, when they are forced to travel long distances for care. After Roe was overturned and the 15-week ban went into effect, Florida Access Network experienced a 235% increase in support requests this year. We've pledged over $400,000 of support to over 1,500 people to help them access abortion care in this community and beyond. If and likely when this 6-week ban goes into effect, I want to be clear that that is a total abortion ban, because not only do people not usually know, and should not be expected to know that they are already pregnant at that point, but there is also a 24-hour mandatory waiting period that will pretty much prohibit people from being able to access care in a timely manner on their timeline in this community. People who are contacting abortion funds for support are afraid and confused because of these rapidly changing laws, and not just that, but also the very public rhetoric and vitriol that some of the legislators who are not in this room are responsible for proliferating. Anti-abortion policies are fueled by stigma and misinformation designed to shame abortion providers and people who need abortions into silence. People of color, Black people, Indigenous people, people who have low incomes, LGBTQ people, young folks, and those living in rural communities are all people who are left behind by public policy that fails to adequately address the affordable housing crisis, food insecurity, institutional racism, Medicaid expansion, homophobia, and transphobia. As I close, I want to thank the political leaders here for continuously fighting for our right to have bodily autonomy and to have abortions free from burdens, shame, and stigma. And for those who are not here, there's still time to do the sensible thing and to stop weaponizing abortion to divide us. Everyone loves someone who's had abortions. That includes every one of us in this room. And to the people who are listening, who have had or will have abortions, you're supported, you are loved, and abortion funds are never going to stop fighting to make abortion accessible and free for everybody. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Thank you. Questions or comments? I just want to do a big thank you to all of our abortion funds. Just playing such an essential role right now, especially as we see these bans go down. We realize that even when Roe was the law of the land, abortion was not accessible to every person. And so thank you for always being there.
Of course. Thank you all.
Okay, so there were folks that had signed up to speak that we called that weren't here. So my first flag is that if you did sign up to speak and you did not get a chance to speak, if you want to walk towards the well, that is awesome. But while that is potentially happening, I'm going to grab our speaker cards. We do have a few speaker cards. So first up is Dr. Jim Moyer, who is with the FAJA, the Florida Asian American Justice Alliance. And so as he approaches the well, we have Jennifer Coolidge as well with Orlando Philharmonic. And then we have Christina Martin, the Gunnar Martin Foundation. And then Saba Ali, private citizen, here as well. And Patrick Darcy is here. So that is Patrick Darcy with Magical Self-Advocacy. And I also see we have an individual from Orlando for Gender Equality and New Era Young Chords. I'm sorry if I'm... Lords. You're great. If you'd like to also be on deck. How do you pronounce your name? Obsidian Tibaron. That's beautiful. Okay, Obsidian. I love it. Okay, thank you for being here. And then Jennifer Evans, and then if Vanessa Cristaldi is still here. So that is the final lineup. Perfect. So Mr. Moyer, Dr. Moyer, you are recognized.
Well, first, everyone on the dais, thank you so much for your patience in allowing us all to speak.
Thank you for your patience.
If you came from another country or your ancestor came from another country, I support you. My name is Dr. Jim Moyer, and I'm here representing the Florida Asian American Justice Alliance. I'm supporting the group, and I'm supporting people who have immigrated here from China. Now, they're subject to everything that you've heard about from 1718 as immigrants. But in addition to that, they have restrictions on buying property. Now, we have a bill in the Senate and the House. We're asking for two things, and I'm going to focus more on the second one. But the first one is Section 7, which specifically talks about the Chinese government and Chinese people. And if you read it, it's implying that Chinese people that come here to the United States for the American dream are the same as the Chinese government. Does that make sense? Now, secondly, we just want to define the word domicile. Now, we're wanting to find consistently with basically everywhere in the United States, and I happen to know in Canada as well, for 100, or at least in some respects, as 183 days. If you're a resident here in Florida and you're subject to paying taxes, you shouldn't have to wait until you get a green card to buy property, to start your life and your life here in Florida for yourself and your family. So I'm just asking your support for those two changes, especially the second one, for our bill to revise Senate Bill 264. Thank you all so much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Moyer. And we do have those bills in drafting. I know it will be filed, absolutely. So thank you for your advocacy, and thank you to everyone at FAJA. Absolutely. All right, Jennifer.
I have a research handout. Can I bring that to you?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
absolutely. You're the best. Thank you. Take your time. Take your time. All right. Oh, this is wonderful.
I'm Jennifer Coolidge. I'm with the Orlando Philharmonic Orchestra, and I'm also on the board of the Florida Cultural Alliance, a statewide nonpartisan arts advocacy organization. Thank you for supporting arts and culture across the state, in particular in our county. We believe in every district throughout should have the benefit of arts in an industry that represents $6 billion in the state of Florida, and it generates roughly around $3 billion in related spending in communities. All you have to do is look across the street to Dr. Phillips Center, and you can see that's a fine example of that. We're asking you to consider 100% consideration for the ranked grants that are going to be recommended to you from the Department of State Division of Cultural Affairs. These grants have been vetted by peer professionals across the state. They've been vetted for sustainability as a cultural organization, how the money will be spent wisely, also the impact that they will bring in the community, as well as the artistic excellence that they provide within their mission to provide impact in our state and to make Florida a great place to live, work, and play. I'd also like you to think about that investment as a 9-to-1 generating return in our state as well. But if it's not for the numbers, we should think about another very important reason for the arts is in the way that it impacts our humanity from all levels of life, from youth engagement in the arts to how they create their creative skills, how they learned empathy through the arts, and that creative capacity and that empathy will serve them for the rest of their life in their role in society. The arts impact arts health and well-being at all stages of life. In a very stressful world, I know I need music to lower the cortisol levels in my brain, and maybe you do too. So come see us at the orchestra. From early childhood, adolescence, arts education meets our social and emotional needs. Would like for you to really consider the benefits of and the impact of this cultural funding line item from the state as you move forward in the session. Thank you so much.
Amazing. I do think Representative LaVon Bracey Davis wants to make a quick comment.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. I know the time is well spent, but I could not let an arts advocate speak and I not attach my voice to her voice. Also, shout out to United Arts, and I believe Central Florida Community Arts was here as well. I am a part of the arts and culture community, so I can't just let you speak on a community that I am a part of without saying that to my colleagues, yes, we absolutely 100% need to continue to push to fully fund the arts and culture grants. And I'll just take pardonable pride in when you talk about the Florida Council on Arts and Culture that vets these grants. I'm the only legislator that is on this council. I've been on this council for the last 10 years. And I have a degree in theater arts, a BFA. And I only say that so that you all know that these are vetted by people that know the industry and that know how to vet these grants. So when we talk about having our budget conferences and talking about money with the legislature, you know, what that Florida Council on Arts and Culture recommends to us, we should be advocating, in my opinion, to fully fund it because they are vetted appropriately. So, and then just know that you will always have an advocate in LaVon Bracey Davis in terms of arts and culture because I do believe it changes lives. Thank you.
Absolutely, and you missed some good theater this morning. So, but I will say that as a high school thespian, and my mom passed away when I was 13, and when I got to high school, I saw my first ever musical, Carousel, and it was a game changer for me. That musical is a little problematic today, but for a young kid watching something like that, it just pulled me in, and I'm so grateful for arts and culture environments for keeping me safe during really difficult times. And so you have a full panel of advocates, and we will fight to get this. We got to 100%, then went down, and we got to get it back up. So we will keep fighting. Absolutely. Okay. So I think next, Patrick is lined up. So Patrick, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You are a fantastic advocate for the neurodiverse community, disabled community, LGBTQ community. I am here today with Magical Self-Advocacy, making advocacy grow across the land. And right now, I feel powerless and scared because the country is going in the wrong direction, and especially about disability rights. We need to do more to help people with guardianships. One of my good friends was in an abusive relationship with a guardian, and he wants reforms. He wants to make a difference, and we need more funding for supportive decision-making. In public schools, we need to be included, and we need to have value. It is ridiculous that it is a third-degree felony if you mention somebody like Roberto Clemente, Heather Kuzmic, or Harvey Milk. That is ridiculous. That's Russian censorship and is wrong. We need value. We need to be included, and we need to move away from 1932 standards and focus on a bright and prosperous future for all Americans, including Americans with disabilities and the neurodiverse community. We also need good policing that respect our rights and our beliefs and will protect us from violent crime and not accuse us of being criminals, because it is more likely that we are victims of crime rather than perpetrators of crime. And we need to be welcomed in the community and seen as decent, upright human beings, not be regarded as criminals and people who are vermin and deserve less.
Yeah.
I want to meet with the state attorney and know what he's doing to protect our rights, because I feel my voice was not being heard and my election was nullified. And I feel powerless and I feel angry about that. Keep up the good work. And in the words of Bob Dole, no American is a second-class citizen, and it is shameful that one party has moved away from those values.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Are there any questions or comments? I just want to say again that I know this is a very hard time, but you are not alone, and I want to make sure you know that. So thank you for your advocacy. Keep going.
You're welcome.
Okay. Is Christina Martin here? Okay, Christina, please. Welcome. Thanks so much for your patience.
Thank you, guys. This was my first time here, and I'm like, wow, this is very long. But you guys have been great. I was like, are they shutting it off at 6 or?
No, girl.
So, thank you, guys. My name's Christina Martin, and I'm going to share with you guys some information about the #1 killer of children ages 1 through 4. 88, the number of children this year who have drowned in the state of Florida. 90, the projected number of children who are going to drown next year in the state of Florida. 643, the number of children who have died in the state of Florida from drowning since we lost our son Gunner in 2016. In the state of Florida, a child will drown and die from drowning 1 every 4 days. In the state of Florida, a child is 10 times more likely to die from drowning than from a fatal gunshot wound. And all of that is based on the data and statistics that's been compiled from the Department of Children and Families and can be located on their website. On April 6, 2016, we laid our son Gunner down for a nap. And he was able to find his way out to our backyard pool. That was the last time we saw him alive and the last time we held him. And our lives have never been the same Water safety is a bipartisan issue. Child safety is a bipartisan issue. There will be multiple water safety bills that have either been filed or will be filed. And I ask you guys this, to think of my son Gunner when you see those bills come across your desk. To think of the 643 children whose lives have been lost since 2016 in April. For the projected 90-plus children who will die next year if nothing is changed. Currently, I'm working with Representative Lopez and one of the senators that's in Miami, and we're going to be introducing a bill in regards to water safety that's it's an amended bill, and it's going to be closing the gaps right now. There's a gap where children are moving into homes and their pools are not protected, and so we're going to be filing that to hopefully reduce that number next year so it's not 90, so it's less. Thank you. Because these child's lives are so important, and we're losing them way too fast. So I'm asking you guys in support for you guys to unify, and for the people who aren't here as well, if you're listening, to please support these bills and to show support for the kids that we're losing way too soon, and for the state of Florida. We're way too high up on the list out of all the states. We're towards the top every single year with the number of kids that we lose to drowning. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I think you're going to get some comments. So first of all, just thank you so much for being so strong and incredible in honoring Gunner's life and being an advocate for so many other kids. And Representative Lopez, I think you want to add something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say thank you for educating me and my staff related to this important issue. I was surprised when I was listening to her in my office. So thanks to you, we're working on the bill. We did not file the bill yet, but it's already drafted. We're waiting for the Senate side to see, and continue our conversations and looking for stakeholders. But we need a lot of people, calling, writing emails, and continue the conversations. And all of the stakeholders that you already know to go to Tallahassee and ask for a hearing. I even changed my lock in my house because when I was speaking to you, I said, oh my God, this is not safe, not even for my neighbors. I have to think about my neighbors, not only about me, about my grandchildren. It's also about the neighbors, and you make me think a lot. Thank you for sharing your story, for not stopping and continue advocating for other children. Thank you so much.
Representative Harris wants to make a comment.
First of all, I'm so sorry for your loss. As a mom, as a parent, and I want to thank you for your advocacy and for the work that you're doing. And I'm also filing a water safety bill for short-term rentals. And so I would love for you, when you're able, to go over to JC and get my card so that we can also talk to you about that one. Because you're right, it's too high for the state, and it's preventable, and we should do something about it. Thank you.
And I just want to add to that, I'm sure you might have already been in communication with the Orange County Department of Health, but Dr. Robert Karch, our director, this is one of his biggest issues, is the prevention of children who drown, because it is not only, as you noted, one of the most common ways that kids are dying, but it's so preventable if we have the right policies in place. And I've been engaging in conversation with the Orange County Public Schools to see what opportunities are there to integrate swimming classes into more of our classes as well. And so your advocacy is working, and there's so many really, really powerful avenues to continue. So thank you.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Okay, next we have Saba Ali. It's so good to see you.
Thank you, too.
And you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Some of you might have known me from, I used to work at Orange County Public Schools for many years. And I actually, by profession, I work in the IT field. I come here today as a private citizen. I do also hold a board member position for Care Florida, which is one of the largest civil rights organizations in Florida. We focus on Muslims and advocacy. but we help everyone. So as a private citizen, I am in the IT field. And when I was at OCPS, I worked in the IT department. I've been in the IT field for over 20 years. And more than half of those years, the things that I've done have supported children, meaning they were on the receiving end of some of the work that I've done. And that's what I come here to quickly talk about is my daughter went to Boone High School here. She got amazing opportunities. She's at George Washington University right now, finishing her 4 years. And as a mother of 2 children, I want us to please, and you've already started this, Anna, to talk to your friends for the Israel ceasefire, Israel-Palestine issue. And I apologize, I'm getting a little bit emotional, but you may also ask, how does that affect us? This is the one issue that approximately 70% of Americans agree on. So we would like people to listen to us, since we do have those numbers and everybody's divided on that. In the words of one of the UN Secretary General, Gaza's becoming a graveyard for children. So as someone who's served children, that really hits me. And you all serve children as well in different ways. So what kind of asks do we have? Real quick, the 3 asks is please tell all your friends to please support the ceasefire, allow aid in, and also to look at the next steps of not funding this type of occupation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Saba. Any questions or comments?
And if anybody wants, since I'm at CARE Florida, we've had over 216% rise in anti-Islamophobic incidents here in Florida. I don't have the numbers for the anti-Semitic, but nonetheless, so it does affect us here. Our students in public schools and universities are at danger due to the spillover of these events. So that's, if anybody wants any information, any press releases, anything like that, I'd be more than happy to help.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Shukran. I really appreciate you being here.
Thank
you. Okay, so Obsidian, you are next. Orlando for Gender Equality and New Era Young Lords.
Yes.
I got you. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you. So my name is Obsidian Tibaron with Orlando for Gender Equality and New Era Young Lords. And I am here to talk about how the hate crimes in the state of Florida alone have gone up from 109 reported in 2020 to 161 reported in 2022, with the primary motivations being race, religion, and LGBTQ hate. That's approximately a 60% increase. That's a lot. That's more than half. And the common denominators are what? Anti-diversity and anti-trans legislation. I stand here before you as a survivor of one of those hate crimes of this year, only a few months ago. And this is the first time I am speaking of it publicly. And these attacks are urged by those increased scapegoating and anti-trans attacks on education to primary and higher education, and now HB 599 seeking to attack LGBTQ organizations and the workplace. So it's going beyond. And I don't deserve to have to move anywhere else that is safe. This is America, the land of the free, and these are my indigenous homelands. Taka Taino. I am Taino, of the Arawakan people whose bloodline goes 20,000 years from South America in the last 5,000 years in Florida alone, by the Calusa and the Timucua, who are extinct today from that genocide. And I am lucky to be here today. This mark on my nose represents the ancestors who died defending us from genocide. And this uniform I wear is of the young lords from the 60s and 70s who died fighting for these rights that are being taken away from us today. We shouldn't have to keep dying and fighting and getting murdered for these rights. And I am angry at these cowards who left. Because these were the people I hoped to look in the eyes and tell them I survived a hate crime because of the legislation they're passing and the scapegoating. And my time is up. And I just want to say, though, I stand with the Tampa Five and all the people who are being arrested, the political prisoners in this increasingly fascist, and I'm surprised I haven't heard anyone say fascist, this increasingly fascist, I say Florida is a ground zero for fascist America because that's what's happening. And I also agree with ceasing fire on Gaza, free Congo, free Panama, and Puerto Rico, and all of the countries being exploited by imperialist countries. And thank you guys for being here and spending all these hours listening to us.
Thank you so much, Obsidian. Really appreciate your comments. Are there any questions or thoughts? Okay. Thank you so much. All right, Jennifer Evans, United Arts of Central Florida, our CEO. You are recognized, and thank you so much for your patience as well.
Oh, thank you. It's an honor to be here, and thank you for your service. I am Jennifer Evans. I'm President and CEO of United Arts of Central Florida. I'm a resident of Orange County. We are your local arts agency, and I'm here for two reasons. One, to encourage you to use United Arts as a resource for yourselves, for your staff, and the constituents and residents of our great county. We have a vision that all people should have access to the arts, and the very first way that they get access to the arts is awareness of United Arts as a resource. So we're a resource for neighborhoods, we're a resource for nonprofits, for artists living in our community. So please make sure that when someone comes to speak with you about wanting more access to the arts or being an artist, that you turn to United Arts as your local arts agency. Jennifer Coolidge talked about the statewide impact of the arts, but I want to share with you our information that we just received from our national research study, Partner Americans for the Arts. In Orange County alone, the nonprofit arts organizations that are serving the residents and visitors of Orange County support 4,943 full-time jobs. We are employers of this county. We also generate $264.9 million worth of local economic impact in this county. And that is revenue into the homes of plumbers and electricians that serve our nonprofits, accountants, and other people that work in our community that provide services. So please remember that when you vote, and I know all of you that are here today vote in favor of the arts, so thank you. But we are talking about jobs and economic return, and as Jennifer said, some very important education and quality of life. But we want to be a resource to you and to all of Orange County, and so please support the full funding of the arts when you have the opportunity this year. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Any comments or questions? Just go arts, man. Let's keep doing it. Let's keep funding it. All right, I want to make sure, I'm sorry, hello, I have your card in front of me. Vanessa, you are welcome to the well, and you are recognized. And thank you so much for your patience as well.
Hello, my name is Vanessa, and I'm a proud member of Orlando for Gender Equality. In this past year, several measures that threaten our rights and freedoms as Americans have been passed and proposed. We have seen education threatened on every level with the expansion of the Don't Say Gay law through 12th grade and the censorship of curriculum and restrictions on diversity, equity, and inclusion in higher education. These laws undermine the quality of Florida education and endanger marginalized people by fostering a culture of ignorance and hate. I ask you, is this freedom? We have seen our health care undermined with the pending 6-week abortion ban, denying women and transgender people our bodily autonomy and causing us to live in an even greater state of fear than we already do. We have seen laws banning gender-affirming care for minors and restricting this care for adults as well. This is a blatant attack on the transgender population of our state. I ask you, is this freedom? These oppressive laws do nothing to improve life for Floridians. In fact, they do the opposite. This legislator represents all of us, not just some, and what I ask as your constituent is that you take measures to combat these harmful policies. I ask that you protect inclusive education, protect the LGBTQ community, protect trans health care, protect workers, and protect reproductive rights. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. Any comments or questions? I just want to say thank you so much, and your point about how this legislature represents all of us, not just some, really resonated with me, and so thank you for emphasizing that.
Yes, thank you so much.
Absolutely. And I mean, one more speaker card for Matthew, but he is not here. So I think that wraps up the Orange County Legislative Delegation meeting of 2023. So I first just want to say thank you so much to every member of the public who came and testified today. I have learned so much sharing space with you, and from my colleagues, I want to say thank you for being here and for your leadership. I'm honored to serve in the delegation with you. I also want to acknowledge the county staff. We give a big thank you to the county staff and for keeping us on the ball and safe. Really grateful for everything our Orange TV folks do. Thanks for live streaming this to make it more accessible to the public. When we stay late, they stay late too. So it really is a family effort. And so with that, members, if there's no other business before the delegation.
Before you hang up the gavel, this is my last session delegation. So I want to say to the this is what democracy looks like. This is what we're all about. And don't you forget it, because that is what counts. The people who hang in there to be heard. And thanks to the reps and the senators that are here today to hear your concerns as well. It's been an honor serving 12 years in the legislature, and let's see what happens down the road. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Victor Torres, Senator Torres, who has been one of my biggest cheerleaders since I started my advocacy work in college. And so it's such an honor. I'm glad I had the opportunity to serve with you. And as a reminder, everyone, legislative session begins formally in January, but we have 2 more series of committee meetings. We're back in Tallahassee next week and the week after. And so there are opportunities to come to Tallahassee before session starts. So we do hope to see many of you in the state capitol starting January 9th for 60 days straight as we not only work on the state budget, but discuss many of the policies that you brought up today. And so with that, if there's no other business for the delegation, I look at Representative Johanna Lopez to help with adjourning this meeting, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.